This is a... Uh-oh. What's happening? Frick. I didn't check. Oh, crap.
Tea parties are a must for the well-mannered. If you'd like to learn the proper
This is a problem.
I'd be happy to teach you.
Oh. So, I delayed the start of my stream for 15 minutes. Because... Here, okay. Here. I have a solution. Give me a second. Sorry. I'll explain the problem in a second. VOD watchers, you might want to fast forward. Privilege of being a VOD watcher, I suppose. Here, I'm just gonna drop the bitrate like a ton. Bam. And see if that fixes anything. It's still trying to go at a higher bitrate than I specified. Here, give me a second. Sorry. Oops, this is my bad. I'll explain in a second. It's still not great, but it's better, and it'll resolve it. This will resolve itself in a few minutes. The problem, okay. Hopefully there's no. The quality is not going to look as good when I start moving, because I lowered the bitrate a lot. But the reason I did that is because I still have I am uploading a bunch of footage right now to a Google Drive folder, and annoyingly, Google Drive, this is why I started 20 minutes after I originally scheduled the stream, because it said that the file was going to be done uploading, like, right when I just started, but it still has a couple minutes left, like, literally just, like, 2 or 3 minutes, and Google Drive doesn't allow pausing an upload, which is incredibly annoying, because, like, people use this service for, like, sharing large files, right? And, like, I pay them, and they don't allow me to pause and upload. Anyways, to be clear, normally I don't want to be uploading gigabytes of footage while also live streaming. Not with my current internet, which might change soon, but anyways, it's fine. It's fine. It'll be resolved shortly. But yeah. Anywho's, I should maybe find a different service that would actually let me upload files and pause them if need be, rather than even like my choice is to either cancel a 25 gigabyte upload that took hours, like that is actually it's taking like 4-ish hours I think to upload that to Google Drive, and yeah, it's either cancel a 4-hour upload or wait, and hope it doesn't crash. So anyways, yeah, Furina Day. Sorry, well, not right now on NA servers yet. So this stream is going to be a few things. One, we're probably going to yap about Furina. We're probably going to play around with Furina in some different contexts soon. Hold on. So, anyways, what was I saying? Oh yeah. So, plan for this stream. We're going to do viewer pulse. We're going to wait a little bit for those. Sorry to make you wait if you're watching live. One, I would like to get the quality of my stream back to normal. But two, also, just want to, let the chunk of viewers join in. And, about the crashing thing. Wait, what? The stream crash? What? Did it really? No, it's still up for me. What you talking about? What you talking about?
Who knew the people would adore me so much?
Anyways, audio is still funky? Is it really? Ended on your TV. Okay. Well, that wasn't on my end right now. Audio is just funky. Why is the audio funky? I hate all these problems. I have no idea what's happening lately. Well, I know that the internet problem is self-inflicted by accident because, well, slightly by accident because Google does not allow me to, whatever, it's fine. Audio is stuttering for me too. Okay. Audio is borked for some people and not borked for others. Well, I will redo some settings in a second. And see if it changes anything. I'm just waiting for the upload to finish. It says less than a minute left. Yeah, refresh, I guess, on your guys' end. It seems to be working for some of you guys. So, anyways, yeah, we'll be doing some gammas. I have the total of 6-ish accounts, 7-ish. One of them is formerly weapons only. We'll go and wish on, which I haven't logged into, so I don't actually know. I don't recall what I have for wishes there. We'll see. And refresh is still skipping for you. Well, yeah, hold on, because I'm gonna change some settings in a second, anyways. So that's strange. My server is Europe and I see Furina banner. Well, this server is not. Crazy. This is my main account. It's on NA. Anyways, is this Google Drive? Please finish. My God. It said less than a minute remaining for more than a minute, I'm pretty sure. Please send help. Oh, it's done. Yes, let's go. All right. Give me a second. I'm sorry. I am an incompetent streamer, apparently. But hopefully this problem will be resolved soon. Like these kinds of problems, because I'm hopefully going to have better internet soon, TM. Soon TM might mean a few months, but we'll see. The audio problem, I still have no idea. I can't figure out a way to properly troubleshoot this, because it's not an audio problem that happens when recording ever, for me. So I have no idea. Okay. So I changed the bitrate, and I also told it to stop streaming and then start streaming, and hopefully that has resolved issues. Hopefully. So total number of summons we have, by the way, I didn't write down an exact number, but my estimate based on glancing through some of my chat here, yeah, I put an estimate. We got like 600 summons to do at minimum, I think. To be clear, the reason I say at minimum is because like it might vary a little bit based on what happens. Like some people are not going to, they want to save some summons for future characters because they're doing responsible things. None of the people, by the way, there's only one person that's going to get Risley, and that's my brother. I'm going to wish to my brother's account. So I have 2 NA accounts. That's my brother's account and one other person. The rest are non-NA accounts that we should be able to do before the NA banners are live. I will probably maybe be streaming until the NA banners go live, so 3 hours and 35 minutes from now. The problem is I might not want to stream that long. I don't know. We'll see. So if we don't do the NA summons live, it will be in an edited video. I'm gonna try to make this into what happens this stream, as well as the stuff I record after the stream. If I don't do the NAs, ooh, there's a sunset. If I don't do those summons live, and wait, this is a sunrise. Yeah, it's a sunrise. I can look at the right direction. So yeah, we'll see what happens. Is my point. But in the live stream, it's going to be split up. If I do end up doing the NA live stream or NA polls, that's fine. It's actually someone else messaged me right before the stream started, so technically that's 3 NA accounts. My brother's one of and 2 other people's. We'll see. We shall see. Okay. So, but at least we have formerly weapons only, and then we have how many other accounts that are on non-NA servers? And I believe all the NA servers, sorry, all the non-NA servers, the banners are live. If I recall, I think NA is last by like 5 hours. For banners going live. Let me double check. Sorry. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, we have three. So four accounts total, counting mine. Counting my formerly weapons only. We're not wishing for Furina on my main account. I am very perfectly happy with my Furina C2 and whatever. Nobody asked to wish for the weapon because they're my wonderful viewers who understand weapon cope. Or Furina's weapon, not cope. Furina's weapon is meh, is the simple answer. But it does have, wait, her banner, it's not live yet. I should go on to weapons only, but, well, I'm going to wait to go on to my other account, because, well, yeah, we'll see. By the way, one thing I didn't explain yet, pull R5 in my account, no, I refuse. I mean, okay, well, okay, hell, if you actually want me to, if you're seriously pulling R5 of her weapon, I'm fine with it. If you want to message me, we can pull your freaking R5 of your weapon, but don't expect me to cheer for you if or don't look, if you want me to not express joy at seeing bad weapon banner luck and being punished for wishing for a really bad weapon, you probably don't want me to wish for Furina's weapon. So anyways, yeah, so one account we're doing Risley on, but you might have to wait until an edited video for that. I do want to talk about Risley and Furina in a more generalized extent. It is a little sad that nobody actually said they wanted me to pull Risley, other than my brother, who I asked myself if he was fine with me pulling Risley on his account. I'm sure there is plenty of people pulling Risley, to be clear, but my guess is there's, you know, as much as people were like, Risley rerun, Risley rerun, Risley rerun, not many people are actually pulling Risley, because, as it turns out, he's not that incredibly good of a character, and even if people say they don't pull characters for strength, weirdly coinkadinkly, it seems like a lot of people pull characters for strength. So, anyways, Risley is very much in the category of a character that's very usable if you want to use him. We'll take some investment into different supports and whatever, yada yada. He's not an incredibly strong character. His playstyle is also, in my opinion, not that unique. And, yeah, so anyways, he's a very usable character, but we'll talk about him more later. So Skirk is going to power creep him. Yeah, I don't really see how assuming Skirk has at least an on-field DPS component, I don't really see how it's possible that Skirk won't power creep him. Unless they heavily... It's possible they just do something like heavily limiting her design. Like she'll power creep him, but maybe her teams will be much more limited in some form. Like, it's possible she's not just going to be objectively better than Risley. But I also wouldn't be surprised if she just is. Because that's kind of the current design trend of Genshin on-field DPSs in particular. And quite frankly, Risley, when he released, wasn't that compelling in the first place. So... And cryo DPSs in general tend to be not that compelling, but I think MiHoYo has fully cracked open the door of not caring about making cryo units strong. Clearly. So, anyways. Yeah. Yeah, the bar is very low for main DPS. Like, if we look at cryo on-fielders, right? Like, we have a physical DPS who is, we'll keep things simple and say she's not exactly the strongest unit in the game. We have a weird quick swappy burst DPS unit. If there's anyone that Skirk might be similar-ish to, but just better than, it's maybe Ayaka. Like, as far as role similarity goes, it would not surprise me if Skirk is just a more enjoyable to play Ayaka. And then there's Risley, and there's Ganyu, right? These are the main DPS cryo units we have in the game. And by the way, it's possible Skirk isn't cryo. It's very likely she has some gimmick to her that makes her unique in some form, because it's what they've been doing. What will that gimmick be? Will it just be visual? I don't know. Or I'm assuming cryo because they announced the artifact set, right, for the next version of the game that gives cryo damage bonus. And it also has a weird, 4-piece set mechanic of, like, giving burst damage bonus and normal attack bonus alternatively, like, not at the same time. And my point with bringing that up is, like, that artifact set, it was like, that's probably Skirk, but also, oh, wait, then we saw what the artifacts were, like, what they look like. We saw what the artifacts look like, and they literally look like Skirk's design. So, not that, like, artifacts are always made to match the design of the character, but when there are artifacts that are designed to match the design of a character, we can pretty safely assume some things about Skirk's kit, is my point. And it's safe to say that she will probably be better than Ayaka and better than Risley, because if she's just similar to them, that means she's got kind of quite bad character relative to how they're designing current on-field DPS units, right? So, Skirk will be better than them. Is my suspicion, but it's possible they might just in exchange for her being better, maybe her teams will be more limited. I doubt that. I doubt that. But yeah. Skirk's ult summons a whale that steals your Primo Gems. Yeah, there you go. Is that set good for Wriothesley? So like his charge attack damage, it doesn't give charge attack damage bonus. His charge attack damage is, I believe, like half of his damage contribution. Ish. But I think that also goes up with Wriothesley C1 a little bit. I think the answer is no, because you have to be at 0 energy, don't you? And I think the uptime, if you're, I don't know, like Skirk is gonna have some weird energy mechanic, it seems like. Please no power creep for a year. Well, unfortunately, they cracked the door wide open for power creep. There's no choice. They have to make units that are power creep over some old units now, because otherwise. Good luck on banner chat. Yeah, thank you. Yes, good. Thank you for wishing good luck for them. Because otherwise, the people they're just going to be constantly releasing units, and all the people making guides are going to be like, "This character is worse than the last 8 characters they released." This is the side effect of power creep. This is why power creep is not ideal. Is because even if people say they don't pull for character strength, it still affects how you pull for characters, because it affects how we talk about characters. So, anyways, yeah. Thanks, Mawika. We really like you. Either way, I might make a video where and this is silly because, like, part of the reason well, I don't know. But also my justification for it is partly because I have C1. But I'm heavily leaning towards never pressing Mawika's Q. Ever. And just having her be an E-bot. So the only time you'd see a motorcycle is if I accidentally do it or I use it in Overworld in my videos. I am heavily leaning towards it, and I might make a video being like, I'm protesting Mawika's design. So, I thought that just leaving her skill or her burst level 1 would probably be enough, right? Was my feeling. But honestly, I don't even think it's enough to leave it level 1. I think I just have to not use it. So, anyways, yeah. Do you ever run 4 Golden Troop? I have tested her on, not this team, but this team with Nilu instead of Furina. I have.
Oh, you're calling for me?
Now we're immediately not talking about Furina in the Furina stream. Oops. But I tested her on Golden Troop with this team. The reason I don't have her on 4 Golden Troop is because I think it's more fun to have her on Scroll. Because she can usually give Scroll damage bonus to everyone. Like cryo, well, the cryo's not that important, but she can give, she always gives scroll buff to herself, so it's 40% damage bonus to herself. You know, so 30% less damage bonus than scroll gives, right? If I'm not using her burst in this team. So obviously, sorry, then scroll gives, then Golden Troop gives. So Golden Troop definitely gets higher skill damage numbers, but like, I when I tested it in this team, I could get like 125, 130,000 melts versus like, I think it was around 130,000 melts versus I was getting like 110,000 melts with this team as it's currently configured. But then like Shalona would be on scroll or Silali would be on scroll. And kind of what I enjoy doing a lot right now is having Mawika on scroll, right? And so yeah, 30% less damage bonus than Golden Troop, but also I need my Golden Troop artifacts for other characters, notably Fischl. Like if I want Mawika on Golden Troop right now, I either have to farm more Golden Troop artifacts or take my Fischl artifacts. Ugh. But Shalonen, I'm kind of liking a lot on instructors. Nilu's on her build for DPS and buffing hybrid. It's, I don't know what you call it. It's hybrid Nilu, I guess. This build is, you know, Nilu gets good damage, but it's highly abusing the strength of Key of Caution Suit. I want to emphasize the way that this team works. If you want any one thing for this team to work, as far as like constellations, I think Key of Caution Suit is quite important. And then C1 Sit Lolly, I think, also makes a meaningful difference, but isn't as important. C2 Shulonen it doesn't do nothing, but isn't as important. Anyway, I have a lot of conjunctions of constellations with this team. It makes it impossible for me to recommend to anyone, because I think it performs vastly different depending on if you have certain constellations, and I have like way too many 5 stars on this team, functionally, of investment, so it's way too high an investment on a team for me to recommend. But I think the most important components, based on my understanding of the game, is Key of Caution Suit, and maybe Sitlali C1 / Mawika C1 as far as significant damage, maybe even her weapon. But anyways, I don't know. I have been playing this team lately, not pressing Muika Q, so I don't think her weapon's actually that important if you do press her Q. But anyways, yeah, like right now my 5-star cost in this team is literally like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 weapon, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I'm not gonna count R2 of this. 12, 13. But I think like at least half of those 5 stars are not that significant of improvements. So you know, it's like a 6 or 7 5-star cost team. I didn't know I had C2 Shalonen. Yeah, I at this point I can strongly say it's not worthwhile. Other than like other than when I'm playing cryo DPSs, because as I just discussed with a Risley, cryo DPSing isn't the strongest thing in the game. So having a crit damage 60% buff for cryo units only is kind of nice. It's kind of nice. It makes cryo units feel like they're doing more, and I like that. That's cool. The HP attack and geo damage bonus is extremely whatever. I have secretly powered down my Pyro, Hydro, and Geo DPSs in a few different videos with Shalonen C2 without telling people, just by like removing a timepiece or removing or putting the wrong main stat goblet, because it's basically the equivalent. That's what these do. These are like a main stat worth of damage bonus, attack percent, and HP. Yeah. So, anyways, if I don't declare that I have Shalonen C2 in a video when I'm using Shalonen lately, it's because I probably powered a character down such that it functionally turned this off. That's the main reason I don't mind having this, is because it's very, very easy to turn Shalonen C2 off. Compared to something like C2 Furina is impossible to turn off fully. It's like why the video on C2 Furina is so wishy-washy and hard to make hardline things, and why I have 100 pieces of text on the screen saying this is not a perfect test, yada yada. I should yap about the C2 Furina video a little bit, by the way, because there's some... I think I did a much better job, and I've seen much better, I think, overall better feedback compared to the original You Shouldn't Get Furina C2 video. But I want to address some things in that. So anyways, what was it saying? Oh yeah, I don't think C2 Shalonen was worth it, per se, like as far as the cost to get, especially in the context of... You know how Eon Sun's coming out next patch? One funny thing I saw, you know, the power creep team, since we were talking about that a little bit. Furina, Muika, Zitlali, Bennett, Shalonen core. Like the Shalonen, oh boy. Shalonen, Bennett, Zitlali core, plus like a Pyro DPS that works with Zitlali's cryo application. Not all Pyro DPSs do. Is like the strongest team core in the game, and like Muika in particular is the one that like, oh, LOL, now 120k DPS ceiling with C0 5 stars is like the ceiling of team DPS now, and that's kind of stupid. Well, a C0 Eon Song can be better than a C0 Shalonen. I think that's a good thing. And the reason I say can is because it kind of depends. It depends on a few things. Most notably, it assumes that Bennett, I believe, is on Instructors, and it assumes Eon's on Noblesse, and it assumes, but also like the calcs that Zajeff showed, I was watching Zajeff stream, was also assuming Shalonen on Petra and Zitlali on Scroll, right? So like it was he was doing a comparison in Shalonen's favor. Like most people, I don't think actually use Petra on Shalonen, right? They just throw a Scroll on her and call it a day. And most people aren't changing their builds around that. So like a C0 Eonson in place of Bennett for Zitlali, Shalonen, Muika, Bennett will potentially be a DPS upgrade, depending on how you configure your builds if you do that properly. Yeah. Interesting. And that's not going to be universally relevant necessarily, because, yeah, no, Shalonen or Eonson does not have Res Shred, but turns out the buffing that Eon Sun does is more relevant than the Res Shred that Shalonen can give. It is basically it. And that's, to be clear, a C0 Shalonen, like no signature weapon, right? Having signature weapon will change the balance of things a bit. Yada yada. These things have compounding effects, but like an Eonson can beat out Shalonen. Like Bennett Eonson combo is gonna be a thing unless Eonson's kit gets rebalanced in some form. I think that's a perfectly fine balance for them to make, because we like having accessible, strong, supportive 4-star, lower investment options that are easier to get and have easier ways to increase. Like Eonson Z0 versus C6 is like a potentially meaningful difference, but it's a difference of like, okay, even if you don't get C0 Eonson or C6 Eonson now, you can slowly collect Eonson copies over time as long as Mihoyo's not a dick and they actually rerun the character. Generally speaking, they seem to rerun the relevant 4-stars more often. So I'm relatively optimistic in that most people should be able to get some Eonson constellations over time and should see a pretty linear improvement in Eonson strength. And she's already strong at C0. So, point being, having more buffing options is good, particularly having more compelling buffing options for 4-star character kits. The weird thing with Eonson's release is it's going to probably worsen the problem we have right now, wherein like, LOL, why play insert other character here when Moika exists? Well, maybe because you like other characters, which has always been my philosophy. But to some degree, for some reason, a lot of the people that play this game just play the strongest teams. And whatever, like you do you, I guess. It's a Chevy situation? Yeah, kind of. Chevy has less linear improvement compared to Eonson. Like, Chever's gets... I like how Chever's constellations are designed. But she doesn't have the same, like... C2 is just an improvement, basically, universally. And then... yeah, whatever. So, I mean, to be clear, all Eonson's constellations aren't always an improvement universally, but I'd say they're more universally an improvement in teams you would put Eonson on in compared to normal Chever's teams. In every situation, don't always gain that much value from Chever's C1 with her energy refund. It's an interesting constellation, but don't necessarily gain that much advantage from it. C2 is extra fire application, which might be relevant for like shield breaking, but don't necessarily gain that much from it. C4 is weird. And then C6, Chever's is, you know, damage bonus and the team-wide heal. So, like, she gets value over time, but, yeah, anyways. Let's go on. There's enough viewers now. Let's go on to... actually, let's grab my resin before I forget. Someone remind me, by the way, when I log back onto here. We need to spend my resin... sorry, we need to do bosses. I need to do weekly bosses. I still have a transient resin, so... I can do that. I haven't done the weekly bosses this week yet. So, anyways, let's start the viewer polls. Well, let's start my polls technically. I'm gonna log in. Actually, wait. First, we need to log into Poems Only and grab my resin there. And then we'll start with technically my polls, but also maybe not because I haven't actually logged into the account in a while. So I don't know. I don't know. How much we're doing there. We might be doing like a 10 poll or 0. So, yep. Our viewer poll's still fun, even if it's guaranteed. I think it depends on what you're doing after the guarantee. And I think it depends on how many wishes you have total. And what you want to poll for in the future. Because sometimes, maybe you want me to do your viewer polls. Because I'd have to go double check. I don't remember off the top of my head all the viewer accounts. I'm just crafting my resin here quick. Because, yeah, I figured I was close to maxed out. Blam. Get Poems Only out of the way real quick. And...
Thank you for...
Look at that. One Genshin account done for the day. Well, sorry, I have to do this quick. Very important, obviously. Alright, perfect. Blam. Alright, let's get on to some Gamba. I should probably record a timestamp for when I started doing some Gambas. Is managing multiple accounts different? Not 2. Managing more than 2 is annoying, and I don't really manage more than 2 because this account that I'm logging into is, again, the goal of this account is to simulate something more of a casual experience, which is to say I'm only logging in when I feel like logging in. And I haven't logged in a few weeks, as you can see, because I didn't feel like it. Both because, yes, that's what I wanted to simulate, but also I literally just didn't feel like logging in. So, you know, wham. What is this for? What? Why did I just get a thing? Oh, because I completed a quest. Oh, I see. I see. Oh, wow. I just get a bunch of crap because I've already explored an area a little bit. Sure. And look, it's really funny to me that you can stop playing Genshin for a few weeks and sometimes maybe come ahead in some ways. Like, it's really, I think the structure of this is really weird right now. Like, hey, if you really need a billet, just LOL, just stop playing for a couple weeks. Mahoyo, can I please? What? Why is there still things here? Oh, I didn't finish everything. God. Anyways, okay. Cleared out that. Claim. Look at that. Wow. So this account is in a weird state right now in that there's a bunch of characters. Like, the problem with this account right now is I definitely have an obvious path towards improving the account. And acquiring new characters, such as Furina, isn't... Oh, I have, like, nothing. Oh, God. Okay. I have less resources than I thought. Well, shoot. So anyway, what I was saying, the problem is, like, if I acquire new characters, I need to build them still, and like, therefore, like, how much benefit is a character if it's Furina if I don't actually build her for years? I don't know, right? That's the problem. Is like, I'm not logging into this account regularly enough to like build up the characters. I'm very much feeling that like I need to log in regularly and at least spend my resin to do the resin grind in order to actually level things. Like, as far as the title of this stream goes, I forgot to mention, the title of this stream is a joke. Like, it's not meant to be taken seriously. I wasn't seriously saying gambling is a necessary facet of life. Oh, okay. If you're gonna move past the legal definition of gambling, by the way, the legal definition of gambling technically wouldn't even include gacha games, but I'm pretty sure. I'd have to double check, but I'm fairly certain it doesn't. So anyways, gambling-ish behaviors, I guess, are somewhat a facet of life on the... Sorry, I'm now like just going into philosophy talk because it's in my brain. But like, I'm just trying to take my joke statement seriously for a second. Like, there are three things certain in life: death, taxes, and gambling. It is kind of true on some level, assuming you have the freedom to make decisions in your life, at least, which not all people do. Many people are in a living situation that, you know, their freedom of choice is taken away from them, unfortunately. Oppressed peoples, right? But assuming you do, to some degree, I think gambling is a facet of an inevitable facet of life, right? Because gambling at its fundamental level is just risking something you have. It's just taking risks, right? Could you not argue? I think you can argue that, right? Anyway, this I don't know why are we talking about this? Gambit. That's why. I don't know. Here, do the standard pulls. Okay. How hard would it be to get a 10 pull on this account? I think hard. Do I need the star glitter? I should really probably save the star glitter. But like, imagine I got a Dia. I would take that on this account for sure. All right. Oh yes. Yeah. Oh, actually, that reminds me. Oh yeah, I gotta message my editor. I got someone editing the formerly weapons only fixing, this account fixing. Oh yeah, I did standard wishes during the live streams and ended up getting double early chi-chis, which was extremely funny. Make sure that is included. among whatever other wishing. Blap. Alright, so anyways. Finish these. Maybe we'll get it. We might get an early 5-star. Might get extra star glitter. Yeah, is it possible to get a 10 pull here? Because I would prefer to do a 10 pull, at least, on this account. That was my hope, but I guess oopsie for not logging in at all. I could have, you know, logged in the last few days and probably gotten some Primo Gems through dailies or whatever. Wait. No, I can do a 10 pull. We got this crap. Not that crap. What's my resin situation? OMG, it's a 5-star? Did I skip a 5-star? If I did, that would be funny. Okay, claim. And like, yeah, like I have, by the way, I have like the exploration points, whatever. So like I could literally log in and spend like 5-10 minutes a day trying to farm up and build this account. But again, I just didn't feel like it, which is exactly what I want to simulate on this account. I just want to simulate like a normal casual player that doesn't engage with the gacha brain rot grind, right? Is that what the average player actually does? Not necessarily, because I think these games are extremely good at actually trying to convince you to log in daily and do that. They're good at tricking us into making it a daily habit, right? But like, anyways, I skipped back-to-back 5-stars. Ah, I see. My bad. Okay. Well, I thought it would let me claim up to floor 12, but I guess, or sorry, up to floor 10, but I think it's because I didn't clear floor 12 in the last chamber, or the last abyss in this account. We could definitely get more Primo Gems there. Which is theater faster though? There's also theater. There's also the test runs. Did they change the test runs at all for these characters? Oh, there's also this. Ugh. Okay, sorry for like having to make people wait for the Gamba content, but I gotta get the Gamba. So, can you stop tutorialing me? Okay. This actually shouldn't be that hard, right? Because like you just need to clear floor 9 for the Primo Gems, right? Yeah. So like this should take like 2 seconds, theoretically. So I can just do this. Where's Bennett? There's Bennett. So yeah, I don't know what to do in this account if we don't get like a 50-50 win for Furina. I forgot to check actually, sorry. What are we at? I think I'm at like 40 pity-ish. Because I recall wishing extra for 4 stars. I lied. We are at 23. So, anyways, there's enough content to do in this account that I can grind to get to pity for Furina for sure. So that might be some future live streams I do, is my point on this account. Let's try to do it, get a temple. How many Primo Gems do I actually need for a temple? We can check with and without the reset wishes. So that is, we have almost 3 wishes there, so we need 2 more. So we need like 300, sorry, we need, yeah, 340 Primo Gems, I think, if I did my math correctly. 340 Primo Gems, which should be able to be gotten just through the event. And I think that is the smartest thing to do right now, right? Because 80, yeah, 80, okay, yeah, cool. Let's just do this quick. We'll just do floor 12, because I think I can just use this team to clear floor 12, probably, maybe. What's the stream about? The stream about is we're going to be yapping about Furina, playing different things. Probably with Furina, we'll test some other things. I want to talk about the Furina C2 yap and talk about Furina C0, but I'll probably do that after I do the non-North America account Gambas. For now, we're just trying to start off with doing the Gamba on this account, but I need to get a 10 pull first, so, you know, now. Wow. We'll see how far we can go. I'm not gonna change teams, I'm just gonna keep things simple. Oh, I can feel the latency. Get name card for this event. I need to use food. I mean, yeah, I think most people did. What happened to Furina viewer polls? That's this stream, Osorio. I I'm just trying to do this account first. I just didn't log into this account beforehand because I didn't feel like it. Alright. I'm so salty that the game gave me like no Bennett copies when I was that's part of the reason I was wishing for 4 stars. Like what? To be clear, that not all those wishes were just for wishing for Bennett copies. I think I was wishing for Lanyan copies too. But like, why? I really would have liked to get Seaside Bennett, but anyways.
Don't mind if I do.
Oh, the Shungling energy. Oh dear. Oh my god, the EU latency is going hard. Oh boy. Well, this is where it ends, I suppose. I guess that's fine. Yay. Alright. You know what's funny on this account? That's part of the weird factor in this account. Like right now, I can tell you on this account, I think Eonson would be significantly more impactful than Furina, which is interesting. Like for reference, here's the characters on this account. The 2 compelling build arounds I have is like a Shivers team for either Raiden or Arlecchino, but Arlecchino has accessible non-Shivers teams. But like using Eonson in a Shivers team or a non-Shivers team using Bennett for one of these characters, Eonson for one of these characters is probably like the kind of go-to on this account. That you're gonna save for Shalona instead for casual free-to-play account? Yeah, that was my kind of feeling. Shalona might be more impactful than Furina as well. So I don't even know if I actually want to go to Pity, but I'm at least going to do a 10 pull for Furina on this account. So we'll see what happens. I think it's worth going for because like I don't even have a way to like make Arlecchino Vaporize feel very good. And while like you don't normally play Furina with Arlecchino, you can, and it has the benefit of being faster rotations than Xingqiu. So I don't know. And yes, I feel like someone's gonna bring up Zajeff's stupid Entussi Arlecchino. Yes, Entussi Arlecchino is a thing I could potentially do. Yeah. I also don't think is Entussi Arlecchino even doable with a solo Hydro Xingqiu without his C6? I don't know. Anyways, so having Eonson should be a pretty big deal for this account. But yeah, I don't know. I'm not committed to getting Furina on this account. I actually don't know if it's the smartest play technically. Entussi, yeah, Entussi Arlecchino is doing N2 charge attack Arlecchino, mostly with Xingqiu teams, because her charge attack always applies Pyro, which means it can get a Vaporize, and like, even though like her Arlecchino's normal builds don't buff her charge attack a lot, it still can get pretty big damage if you can consistently Vaporize it. So, anyways, yeah, it's N2C Arlecchino and Tussie. Frickin' Zajeff and his stupid naming, or maybe he got that from someone else. I don't remember. But yeah. Anywho's, what is this? Just keep on. Melt and Vaporize damage increase. Okay, we'll play a fine. We'll play a fine. But yeah, I guess we'll see if it does it work. Does it even work with solo Hydro Xingqiu that is C2? Oh, I did Swirl Pyro. That's fine. All right, I definitely did not get the Thrilling Tales buff there, but that's fine. Put Lanyan on the wrong slot for sure. All right. I was not trying to do N2C either. It's fine. Alright. By the way, I was doing some calcs. Actually, this is the... Oh, I didn't even think about that. The blacklit pulls are in the shop now. I did some calcs for this account to see how blacklift compared to white tassel for the artifacts I have specifically. And blacklift, without any passive buff up, is very similar in most situations, it seems like. So, am I gonna fail 417? I am. Okay, that's fine. So yeah, Blacklift, I think, with the artifact situation on this account, is kind of just equivalent to White Tassel for, like, you know. So I might... Maybe I should save 24-star glitter and get Blacklift. But then I'd have to probably get to pity this patch to do that. I don't know. We'll see. Anyways, the foresters are very, very not good this banner, by the way, for this account. So that's part of the reason not to necessarily wish as much for Furina. Is like the 4 stars are not that compelling to like build out progress in this account, whereas like wishing on the banner with Eons on might be more compelling. I don't know what the other 4 stars are, but yeah. Yeah, the situation with Arlecchino is like I can switch to crit rate circlet. Oh wait, no, I already have a crit rate circlet. Ah, yeah, maybe that's the problem. Wait, what is the? Okay, I don't remember. I did these weeks ago. I'm sorry. But I didn't look, and like I was fairly confident. I was fairly confident that like functionally Blacklift would just be better on my Arlecchino in this count, but yeah. And then with how abysses are currently designed, a lot of times it would just be definitely better. So anyways, we do have Gene on this account, which is nice for Furina. So like we have the ability to do good, strong things with Furina. And one of the things I really potentially actually want Furina for, funnily enough, is playing around with a C0 Farazan with DPS Lanyon. I'm kind of curious how usable that could be, but it would take a still meaningful investment into Farazan and just like, look. So, I don't know. Anyways. I do have a C3 Lanyon and like an already not ideal crit ratio, but like, you know, close to very usable amount of crit, right? On DPS Lanyon here. With a little bit of like finagling around with her build, I could do DPS Lanyon, right? So, anyways. C0 Farazan worth investing into? Not usually, but again, DPS Lanyon is a context where like you don't have to spend as much field time on Farazan such that you can spend, on Lanyon, such that you can spend some field time on Farazan, and that makes Farazan's energy situation much less awful than it is in like a Shao team. So, because you can do Farazan's like E skill, charge attack, whatever thing, but still require build investment. So, anyways, I don't think I have anything that I can really do with the swirl. Oh well, okay, I could do sucrose or something, but the swirl buff ain't that strong, I don't think. We'll use Lanyon, why not? Lanyon still should get some damage. Chungyun is meta for Arlecchino. What do you mean? Kind of. Like, yes, Chungyun's skill cooldown reduction, doing double cryo with Sitlali is something you can do. It's something you can do that's kind of interesting. Because you don't need the extra application from Rosaria, and being able to get like a little bit of front-loaded damage from Chungus, plus get some skill cooldown reduction, can technically make Chungyun a good teammate for Arlecchino. Yes. Alright. I don't think I triggered Fab on Xingqiu. I'm on Arlecchino. Whoops. Helps if I use Arlecchino. That was a really sad clear. Like, oh, this team can only do one rotation this event. What a wonderful event this is. Oh boy.
Transfixed. Everybody stand back.
I keep on switching to St. Joe. Brain. Oh my god, I'm not even gonna kill this. Please die. Oh, you are nowhere near having your skill back. Okay. I have failed, and that's fine. I don't care. Why have the wait? Why not just spawn enemies instantly? Look, if you want to make this event even worse, it would be by spawning enemies instantly. Well, I don't know. Would it? It actually might be better. You might be right, honestly. Because spawning enemies instantly means you can just kind of like continue going through normal rotations. Like if it was just functionally infinite waves. Yeah, it would really depend on the team. Yeah. Like it feels weird because a lot of times the strategy in this event is like pre-buffing, but at the same time, if you could just do normal sustained rotations, I think that would be better for more teams. But it would really depend. I still maintain that just making it 40 seconds would have been a much less god-awful challenge. And actually be kind of fun to work around. But anyways, no, Furina's not out in North America for a few more hours. Anyways, let's do Arlecchino again. Next, I'm going to do Xingqiu after, because my brain couldn't handle Xingqiu in the first law. Not long enough to wait for cooldowns, and also not short enough to keep up buffs, yeah. And the EU latency is felt. Wow. Big boy. Jeez. See, man. See, I didn't get a Pyrosaur there. Not having C6 Bennett sucks, man. C6 Bennett is so useful for different kinds of setups, even outside of like the fun context for C6 Bennett. Oh boy. Really? Come on, whatever. Okay. Yeah, this event is something. This event is something. Just die, bro. Alright. One more to do, that's fine. That's all we cared about. I do not care about the name card. Oh good, I don't have Natlan characters, so yeah, well, I do have this, but sorry for calling Auron at this. I have this. Anyways, clearly I should do Ride and Electro Charge. I'll do Ride and E into Xingqiu into Auron. Yeah. C1 is a good stopping point. Yeah, so like you got C1 Furina very early. Should he go for C2 or wait for Shalona rerun? I would definitely wait for Shalona rerun. Like, I don't know what your wishing situation is like right now, Fedya, but Shalona is likely to rerun next patch. If you think you have a context where, you know, Shalonen, or sorry, where Furina C2 is going to be very valuable. Like there's a particular team that is going to struggle to like keep up damage bonus at the right times. Like maybe you'll feel a lot of value from it, right? Shalonen is probably second half of the next version, and there's going to be like, it's an exploration patch, so there's going to be more wishes available realistically. So I don't know, right? Back, please. Honestly, the experience of this event right now is making me feel even more that like I should just forgo Furina in favor of going for Eons on copies, but I don't know. We'll still do at least the 10 pull. Anyways, flip. It's just like if I don't get Furina on this account, it's very likely in the future because like Furina is still like. Even though the fact that we've gotten so many more compelling supports means like there is less need than ever to technically have Furina for a lot of teams. Really? Fucking burst animation, whatever. 5-10 burst animation caused me to lose that, that's fine. Doesn't matter. We can leave. So, like, right, you're you know, going for Furina C2 just because you got an early C1, right? Maybe it is worth it for you, but like, chances are if you don't have Shalonen, it is much smarter to just save your wishes and go for Shalonen. And it's very possible that depending on the teams you actually use Furina in, if you end up playing Furina and Shalonen all the time together, even if you end up having enough wishes to potentially get Shalonen and another 5-star on top of that, I think it could be argued that it's smarter to go for Shalonen and Shalonen's signature weapon than it is to go for Furina C2, right? To be clear, Shalonen and her signature weapon could easily be more expensive than going for Furina C2. I'm just like talking in a circumstance of like, let's say you win the 50-50 for Shalonen and still have like 100 and some wishes left, right? Because that could be an alternate reality where you end up feeling like, oh, because I won the 50-50 on Shalonen, I could have actually gotten Furina C2, but it might have been just as good to just get Shalonen's signature weapon anyways. Like, I'm saying that not that you should do it, because Fav is great on Shalonen, but simply that there is other paths towards, like, high investment things that can be of supportive relevance for buffing your team in a similar way that Furina C2 is, but in a different way. And I don't know. I maintain that Furina C2, the main reason to actually try to get it is because you want to unlock more team building potential for Furina, to be used in less ideal healing situations. Like the damage value is cool and all, but the team building factor of not having to worry about like having specific kinds of healing and not having to think about when the healing happens, yada yada, just having healing, not like zero healing, but having some okay amount of healing and you're kind of good is nice, right? But like, yeah. So anyway, let me write down a timestamp real quick. Sorry, I got a message from my editor. Unfortunately, I do not know, but more towards the end, or if you struggle to find it, I can help though. I think I should say middle slash, well, middle is fine. Anyways, so what do we do? Oh yeah, so let's start recording. Blap. Write a timestamp down for the VOD. So Furina or Gamba starts is just, I'll just write this timestamp. So 53 30. Gamba start. Wow. Alright. Timestamp recorded. So,
Let them do it.
basically we're starting... Alright, well actually, okay, I should... this is gonna turn into an edited video, so I should record a more proper intro. We'll have Lanyan present, because it's Lanyan. Well, it is Furina's second rerun time. I am not going to... Well, I'm live streaming this right now. I'm probably going to yap about Furina Constellations later, but I'm not pulling for Furina on my main account, but this is my alternative account, and we've got a lot of summons to do for different accounts. Most of them not on this account. I'm just starting with this account because we're not at pity. I am spending at least a 10 pull. I have not decided if I'm going to go for more to actually try to get Furina on this account or not. I don't feel like explaining this whole account. Why are you saying hi, YouTube chat? You're on YouTube already. You're saying hi to yourself. Anyways, so I'm doing a 10 pull on this account, but I've got hundreds of other summons to do on some other accounts. The NA banner is actually not even live yet, so I'm going to do the banners, or I'm going to have to record the other banners at a separate time later today, in a few hours from now. We got like 4 accounts to go on. We're also going to wish on one account for Risley, only my brother's account. Sadly, not that many people have actually wanted to wish on Risley, so I don't know exactly what the title of this video is going to be. It's probably going to be like, how many Furinas do we get from this many hundreds of summons? Because we're spending hundreds of summons in this video on Furina, and hopefully I will keep track of everything. In fact, maybe I should jot a note down. So we'll start with this. Formerly weapons only is a 10 pull. Starting simple, where, you know, in some ways, for this account, being that I'm not committed to going to pity for Furina, this is an account where an early... This could be one of the most impactful early 5 stars to ever happen, because of the non-committed nature I am to this character on this account right now. And the reason for that, by the way, because you might be like, what? How is it not a no-brainer on a lower investment casual account? Because here, look at the... Not that. Look at the state of this account, right? Like, how is it not impactful to get Furina on this account? Well, it's because the 2 main, like, on-field DPS build-arounds right now on this account are Raiden and Arlecchino. And, well, Furina is not irrelevant for Raiden, for sure. But, like, there's other buffer options. And even, like, Raiden, like, Electro Charge teams, I can do, like, Raiden, Oron, Eon-Sun coming in the future with Bennett, and, like, having Bennett and, like... So Eon-Sun coming out actually muddles things a little bit. And Shilonen, like, not having Kazuha, but, like, Shilonen coming in, on rerunning... That was the... Shilonen rerunning soon could, you know, I don't actually know. There's so many compelling support options in the game right now that I don't actually know, for the state this account is at, that it actually makes sense to go for Furina. I don't think she'd be bad, and I very much might regret not getting her. And I'm just using this as an example of, like, Furina C0 is in, funnily enough, just a nicely more balanced state nowadays because of the fact that we have other buffing options in the game. That if you don't know whether or not to pull Furina C0, I think it's possible you could just be fine. But it also is still going to be really nice to have Furina in some situations as a team building tool. Like, because Hydro is pretty important still. But yeah, I don't know. Anyways, so we are at... Furina is always the answer? Yeah, that's true. The answer... If you're asking if Furina, the answer is yes, Furina. We are at, I think, 3 pity. And this is 33. And like I said, not committed, but we'll see, and we get nothing. And the 4 stars are irrelevant on this banner. That makes the 4 stars more relevant on this banner. Let's freaking go. Wow. Well, what a wonderful start. Okay, so I don't know. I might do grinding on live streams, but that's all for this video, what I'm doing on this account. But I might do a grinding for Furina. Maybe another 10 pull at least. Oh, that feels kind of bad. That's a bad start. Uh-oh. Hopefully that just means I'm getting the bad luck on this account. We're going to have good luck. We're going to have good luck on the next accounts. Oh boy. Give me a second, live watchers, while I log in to an account. What do I do first? Okay, so Let's do. I think only one of the three people that have non-North America accounts responded to my message when I gave them the link. Right? No, sorry, two of them did. Oh, but one of them was the NA person. Yeah, okay. So I guess we'll do the person that responded first, which is Miyu. Log into Miyu's account.
Strands that are smooth, thin, and strong like silk.
That
can be just as precious as a silver family heirloom.
Give me a
That's no exaggeration.
second. Miyu, what's your username in you? Oh, it's Miyu. Okay, that's good. I was like, what's your username in YouTube? Because people have different usernames across Discord and YouTube. So I was like, oh, what's yours? And I see it's Miyu. Hello, Miyu. All right. And I think the other two people aren't watching right now, which is fine. I mean, I gave them a heads up, told them when I was planning on streaming, and then told them I'd give them a link. And if they didn't show up, it's their fault. Also, wait. You know what? I just realized. Should we go, Miyu? Are you fine with... The other people don't have a choice, but you do get this choice. Are you fine with me judging what you have for a Furina build? Or do you want me to... Maybe you just actually want me to help out on your Furina build options. But also just for fun, I think I might want to look at your build anyways, because I think it'd be funny. Maybe you haven't farmed it all for her, I don't know. Maybe you're not the type to farm for a character before you get them. After seeing the first temple, I wouldn't let Seluna pull. No, it's fine. I've had bad luck lately, and that means the luck is going to turn around. And it's going to turn around for other people, not for me. Okay? Anyways, let me... Gotta find the things. Blap. Okay. Logged in. They are on EU server, I believe. Yeah, they're on EU server. Alright, let's go. So, Miyu's plan. Alright, I should log in first before I say the plan, because it's going to be in the edited video. Okay, there we go. Let's make sure I put turtle away. Bam. Oh, well, I just double. See, this is the problem with the Stream Deck, by the way. The buttons are easy to press, and that's good. Because, like, I prefer easy to press buttons for being able to toggle things. But it's very easy to just accidentally press things twice. Anyways, sorry. Here we are on Miyu's account. Let's go. We're wishing for a C0 Furina. And they have a lot of summons, but what they want is... They're willing to go past C0 Furina, potentially, but their specific word was C0 Furina and then maybe 50 additional polls, because when I was talking to them, I asked if they have Shalonen, and they're like, oh yeah, Shalonen rerunning soon, maybe I should probably save summons for Shalonen, right? So they're willing to risk, if we win the 50-50 for Furina here, they're willing to risk going to a few more summons to try to get, you know, an early 5-star. Whatever it may be, right? So let's see what they got. They got Lanyan, nice. How many Lanyans did you get, actually? That's a true question. Oh, you have a lot more pity than I kind of expected. I don't remember if you told me what pity you had. Look at all them Chevreuse copies. Wow. Wow, look at all those Chevreuse copies. Were you just... Wait, were you doing what I was doing? Did you already have C6 Chevreuse and you just wished for Lanyan? Oh, you went for Chlorine. Nice. Okay. Oh, you have at least C1 or C2 Lanyan, depending on what you chose for Lantern, right? Okay. Anyways, so on a 50-50, we're at 60 pity. So, yeah. Okay. Oh, and we're gonna judge Miyu's build too, because I don't know. I think that's either to make fun of them for the. Or just to be like, wow, they have good artifacts, or to actually maybe make genuine advice. I think it might be fun while I'm logged into someone's account to give them at least a brief build or character review and whatever, and maybe take a peek see at what teams they have available, if they wanted teams ideas, because I would like to do a Gamba video that is slightly more productive than just Gamba, right? But let me judge their Lanyan build quick, because, oh, they're doing... Okay, the build is not that incredible, to be clear, but I don't care. You're doing DPS Lanyan, and that's all that matters in this reality. Let's go. Let's go. So, anyways, this is exactly why I don't do non-staff ranks DPS Lanyan, by the way. But anyways, you don't have Lanyan built? How dare you? Anyway, so let's just wait. Do you want to do a wishing ritual? I don't know, Miyu. Some people like doing wishing rituals. I personally don't care about them. But do you want me to go stand somewhere else? I don't know what you were doing here exactly. Is this your wishing ritual spot? You haven't farmed VV yet? I mean, those are pretty decent artifacts for Lanyan, all things considered. I'll wait for Mew to decide. Otherwise, on the other account, since the other people are not currently watching, I will message them again when I actually log into their account. But why can't your Ganyu do damage? Shalodin will help with that, for what it's worth, probably. I don't know, just pull. All right, let's go. So probably no wishing rituals. That's fine. I guess in the other accounts, you know, we'll go get the fortune slips in the other accounts. But Mew is here; they can decide. Nobody has asked me to do wishing for Furina weapon, which I'm so happy about because this is such a meh weapon, and I don't feel like going in depth into it. But at least if you do wish in this banner, the real signature weapon is right here. Anyways, yep. So this is 70 pity. All right. Wait, are you looking for 4 stars? Should we skip 4 stars, Mew? I guess we'll click through this poll. I always forget to ask for people who are looking for 4 stars. I feel like not that many people care about the 4 stars in this banner. But maybe you do. Oh. Uh-oh. 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 You know, one rain slasher is one thing, but 2 rain slashers in a row? Maybe a random Bennett? Okay. I'm glad I clicked through that. That was so much better clicking through that. But we'll skip the next one. Actually, no, we're not going to skip the next poll because the next poll's in pity. Oh, God. Okay. Oh, that's really funny. At least, oh boy. Okay. What's going to happen here? Hello, Furina. Or hello, hopefully Furina. I've never heard her voice line because when I originally got Furina, they didn't do the voice line things. So that's something. We're going to get to hear it right now. Chungus. I think it was like 76, 77, 78. Oh God, 79. Oh boy, I'm sorry, Miyu. Uh-oh. Was the double? Okay, you know what? Here, sorry. We need to do a double check something quick. The last time, right? The last time I did this, the fortune slip was like terrible misfortune. Actually, here, I'm going to say that again for the video because I hate having white screens in my video. Last time I did this, you know, on my accounts, I believe, I think. Yeah, no, on my account, last time I got this fortune slip, it was like terrible misfortune, and then I had really good luck. In my, like, not insane luck, but like definitely good luck. So, I think that means what I want to see here is it having terrible misfortune again, right? Because it means that we're just going to get an early immediately, okay? And it's just going to be a freebie ka-ching, okay? That's what this means. What? I don't know why I couldn't interact with her. Blam. There you go. So we want horrid misfortune, clearly. We want reverse psychology luck. I forgot where it is. There it is. Not horrible misfortune. That means we're gonna get an early with like 20 wishes. Just saying. That's what it means. Perfect. All right, that's fine. We're at 12 pity. No, that's fine. I predicted that. Let's make sure there's not another rain slasher. Actually, no. If everything's gonna match, there should be another rain slasher. That's the Dragon's Bane. Okay. Well, maybe no. Okay, rain slasher would have been horrible misfortune. So, or whatever the worst luck is. But now we get in early. Dang it, I was wrong. Okay, well. Chungus. Let's see how long it takes. Uh-oh. No one's ever going to want to do viewer summons with me again. Alright, 32. Fav. Fav is good. We like Favs. Fav Greatsword is not really the best Fav in the game or anything, but 42-ish. Double cryo healers. Wow, what a world. What's your Mika and Charlotte at? Not that Charlotte's constellations are super important, but out of curiosity, what was your constellation level on all these? C0 Chungus, or C2 now. Goal is C0 Furina. They said if I had won the 50-50, we were only going to spend 50 pulls, but now, oh, also Miyu said you haven't won a 50-50 in a long time. I'm sorry. I guess streamer luck does not help Cursed Account. Uh-oh. Now we have a C3 Mika. C6 Mika is kind of interesting. Doesn't really make him amazing. And a C0 Charlotte, now C1. Alright, let's go. So, that's fine. At least it's relevant constellations. Blam. Okay, well. The funny thing is you're losing all the 50-50s for 4 stars too. I don't think it's that important on this banner to win 50-50s for 4 stars, but also, in fact, it's arguably better with how, you know, you'd prefer to get like off rate ups for more relevant 4 stars, whether it be weapons or characters. But it is funny that we're losing every 50-50. I have not won any 50-50 for a 4-star character or a 5-star yet. So, anyways, it's good luck, see? It's good luck. Right? See, it's good luck. We got the guaranteed, and then we got another 50-50 loss. We're just improving your Fav inventory. Perfect. I believe that is 60 pulls. So we're at like 62. I think this is right before pity. Yep, so pity it is. Do you want to do single pulls, or do you want to do the exciting 10 pull for a random early? I don't know why I'm not skipping. Charlotte, hello. 10 pull? Alright, let's go. Hello, Furina. Wow, how exciting. But we had misfortune, which means we have real luck in some form. Hello.
Why are you just standing there with your mouth gaping?
Okay.
You must be stunned and at a loss for words.
I...
Understandable. It is I, after all. Fontaine's most beloved star, Furina. I'm on a very tight schedule, so you're lucky to even get an appointment with me.
Thank you, Furina. Wow. And a healer for her. And, hey, that's a 50-50 win on the character banner for the first time on this account. Yeah. Alright, I like Furina's voice line. Well, that was, not the best start. Are we done, Miyu? You probably should be done, I suspect. Just want to make sure, though. But it's up to you. Up to you. Alright. I did not bring the good luck on this account, but we can go look at our build shortly here. Yeah, let's save the rest. Probably a good decision. Let's peek at your build quick, but let me jot down. How many pulls did we do here? I think we did 90 pulls, right? We started with... No, we did 100 pulls, right? Because we started with 160. We did 100 pulls. I'll just say 100 pulls. Alright. Bam. So our total is 110. 110 pulls, and we got 1 Furina so far. Wow. And a Kaching. Which... Do you like Kaching? She's level 70. I'm gonna guess not. But hey, C2 Kaching is not really relevant. So, yay. I didn't brick the account. They bricked their own account. They said they had a million 50-50 losses. At least... Okay, wait. Actually, worthwhile discussing. Capturing Radiance is a system that they implemented basically to prevent you from losing too many 50-50s in a row. Which I think is a really good design for the system, because losing too many losing so many 50-50s in a row feels really bad. So, what I wanted to check, how many 50-50s have they lost in a row? So, oh, they won the 50-50 for Kaching, or for Kaching, sorry, for Chlorinde. They triggered capturing last patch. I see. Okay, so now you're at a 1 streak as well. It's worth mentioning then for you, Miyu. I have not seen actual like hard confirmation of the data of this, just like passing speakings of it. So I haven't verified this. I want to emphasize this. But supposedly the way that capturing radiance works is that it doesn't actually reset your 50-50 loss counter to 0, like for how many 50-50s you lost in a row after you trigger radiance. So I think your counter is actually like at 2 now. If I understand things correctly, even though you've only lost one 50-50 in a row, because radiance does not actually reset to 0, I think you're actually at 2 in a row, which theoretically means your 50-50 like on Chilonan banner is a 75-25 rather than a 50-50. I think. But I'm not 100% confident of that. This is all just like, these are still just like guesses. That is, these are approximations from what I understand of how this system works, because MiHoYo does not tell us exactly how the system works. So, you know, these are guesses for how the data we have, like these are theories for how this system might work based on how the data is, right? That's all. I would not, do not assume that means for certain you will like guarantee. You're definitely not guaranteed to get Chilonan in the next time, but I think you are significantly more likely to get Chilonan next. I think. So, anyways, let's look at their build real quick. Said their build was on Gene. All right, so equip that. That's a good circlet. All right. What weapon did you want to use? Is it the weapon Gene has? One more standard pull from Battle Pass. Ooh. Wait, we on 5-piece? No, we're not on 5-piece. All right. Oh yeah, that's the off-piece. Okay. All right. Fishing weapon. Oh, that makes sense. Okay. Fishing weapon. Plat. All right. How many fabs do you have? Only one. I would not refine your Fab Sword any further and keep some extra copies of Fab Sword. Yeah, I would keep some extra copies of Fab Sword if I were you, if you get any in the future. A little bit sad we didn't get any of those. Oh well. Oops, I backed out. Alright, Furina build, so we need to, she's not leveled, so we need to add 20% crit rate. Actually, I think you should switch to a crit damage circlet. Based on what I'm, because this gives 16% crit rate to her elemental skill, which is not reflected in the passive, of course. Or, sorry, it's not reflected in the stat screen. So that means we factor in the Ascension crit rate, which is an additional 20% about. This is at, you know, 96% crit rate with relatively low crit damage to that. So I think you should actually switch to a crit damage circlet. Obviously, that can oftentimes be easier said than done. That ER is a bit low. Yeah, I don't disagree, but I don't know. It depends on the team that you're using Furina in. Furina has ER needs varying from infinity to 0. So, well, not 0. She's basically never 0. But it is worth looking at if they have any onset pieces that are interesting options, like ER time pieces. The fact that you didn't lock that concerns me. The fact that you didn't lock this concerns me. All right, it's fine. We had bad gamble luck, but we have good artifact luck. It still may be usable. It's an ER piece, but like, anyways, okay. Obviously that is pretty good. Onset Goblet is nice. Just trying to think here. What happens? I mean, it says only 5.8 crit rate. I think it's, yeah. I think you can switch to the ER. Like, I don't know if it's better though. Is a problem. My recommendation, I think, the reason this is hard to like strictly recommend is, I think, let's see what this hypothetically would look like. But I'm trying to make this, the recommendation I think is probably using elixirs for a timepiece on Furina. The only hesitation, the hesitation for that is the fact that a timepiece for Furina, and I'm talking wait till next patch to do this because the elixir change happening, that will guarantee some good rolls. I don't know what elixirs you have right now, but let's double check. You have none. All right, sorry, you have, yeah, you have, good. You can do a timepiece easily. So is someone not, the person that wanted C6 Furina backed out because apparently their SO wanted to do their summons for them, which is fine. So I don't think we're wishing for C6 Furina on anyone this video anymore. So anyways, let's look at an off-piece crit damage circlet, which you have very few of. Okay. Man, it's what AR is this account? 57. Okay, that makes more sense. All right, that makes more sense. I haven't looked at it. No, I got confused for a second. I thought they were like, this is a good circlet. This is a very, very good circlet. All right. Anyways, Furina. So your artifacts aren't your strong suit. Yeah, I mean it. Yeah, that's fine. You're a more new player relative to like many players. The amount of resin a AR 57.5 account has spent compared to like an AR 60 plus account is very different. And the more artifacts they release in the game, the more like it's hard to decide what to split your resin on for artifacts. So like I get it, is my point. Might it be more worth to spend resin in this artifact domain? Maybe. But right now I kind of feel you're in a state where you can potentially use a crit damage circlet, such as the Ganyu circlet. I know it's on your Ganyu right now, which might not be ideal, but you could also potentially use a different crit damage circlet. That's kind of interesting too. I don't know. It's weird. I don't know. It's hard to draw a specific line right now. But let's put this on at least for a simulation of what this would look like. Okay, let's just double checking. So, and then we can do. Sure, we'll just equip that as a simulation of this, I suppose. Pretend this is like a HP timepiece that they crafted, right? On Golden Troop to simulate what a build might look like. Add 20% crit rate. So add the 16% crit rate and the 20% crit rate from Ascension. Puts this at, I can brain, just under 70% crit rate, which is not what I would personally recommend normally. But you can see the crit ratio starts to get like a little bit more balanced. But you would want some more crit rate rolls, which is a little unfortunate, and that's why I was like hesitating to recommend this, because we don't really have compelling off-piece circlet options necessarily. So I think I would actually kind of take that recommendation back, and particularly with the, I don't know, the muddiness of depending on what Furina teams they use, they might, that build might be better, right? As again, I'm pretending this is a Golden Troop timepiece. That build could be better depending on the exact situation they're in. But at the same time, I don't know. It's a little bit weird. It almost might be maybe a better bet to like have an artifact like this one. I was going to say if it rolled HP percent. Unless you're getting, I don't know, this could still be an okay piece, honestly, but I think you probably don't need it. Like I'm trying to think, like getting a piece that has a bunch of crit damage rolls in it, right, is the alternative balance, because this is a good circlet, like a really good circlet for her. Definitely don't throw away this ER timepiece, because there just might be situations where you have to put an ER timepiece on your Furina. But I don't know. I think I would rather use this heavy crit rate build compared to the other build more, particularly because this has more ER right now. So I would actually lean towards your current build you had going, with it also having the flexibility to just use a ER timepiece. Since it's, like being able to have an off-piece timepiece is really nice on Furina, because it gives you flexibility to switch things around as need be. Don't exactly have the most incredible of ER timepiece options to switch to, but that is pretty good, right? So, like, as an example, if you need the ER, like Bennett can have any ER timepiece in the world. You don't need that ER timepiece, right? But that ER timepiece on Furina, again, we have a fairly healthy amount of HP stats here, right? That puts her at a pretty healthy balance with an ER timepiece if you end up needing more energy recharge, right? So I kind of like your existing build you had going, where if this is enough ER, you can use this. So that means if you are going to use elixirs, it's mostly going to be a Chlorine team or a Lanyan team. Okay, so she would be solo hydro. Yeah, you might end up having to do an ER timepiece then. So you might want to look at leveling up an ER timepiece for an alternative for Bennett. I would probably keep that. I would. When you want an ER timepiece in VV, you want an ER timepiece in VV. It's very likely you might end up wanting this for your Jean, for example, with Furina in some contexts. So I would definitely keep this. But anyways, you have either this, which could be on Furina. If this rolls enough into crit damage, this could be Furina's piece. I guess, I don't know, do you want me to level this? Because worst case scenario, this could be Bennett's piece. Okay, I don't know what your overall artifact situation looks like to recommend if you actually throw this kind of thing away. Like, if you need this to enable 4-piece VV on Jean, maybe you keep this, right? Class is already starting. Bye. Sorry, Mitsu. Bye. Yeah, do you want me to level this? I don't know. I feel like you shouldn't throw that away, but I don't know what your deep wood pieces look like. Also, I guess you have enough XP. I can probably, because you have a bunch of bottles. I can just level it by the bottles if you want. Don't plan to play Jean. I mean, you don't plan to, but she's a compelling Furina teammate for team building. So, all right, we're just gonna consume the bottles to keep things simple. XP is XP, so it doesn't really matter. The only difference is, like, if a double happens, it's technically better to, I think, have the double happen with the bottles, probably. Well, that's not all right. Ah, that's all I have to do is put the mouse on it. Ugh. Okay, I mean, yeah, that's okay. Here, you can mess around with it. I have a suspicion you're probably gonna end up, like, this is probably an excess amount of ER, a little bit for a Chlorine team, for example, but I think you're probably gonna end up leaning towards an ER timepiece, and this ER timepiece is a very healthy balance of stat value for Furina. So I think I would lean towards this current build for your Furina with the teams that you said you were going to use her in, because they were solo hydro situations. When she's ascended, this will be 73 plus 16. You'll have, yeah, a very healthy amount of crit rate. The crit damage might feel a little low, but I think it's fine. You might have upwards room to improve in the future by, say, leveling pieces, like maybe even leveling this is worthwhile, but I don't think I'd bother with this. But in particular, if you get a crit damage HP % substat flower, I think, and that rolls a bunch into crit damage and HP, could actually be an improvement over this one, since you have a little bit more crit rate. Like, the balance is a little bit skewed right now for you. But either way, I think you're kind of good. I don't think your experience with using Furina is going to be crazily affected by her build right now. It's going to be more affected by, how well you get fanfare front loaded in a given team, and like what your burst and skill talent levels are, I think, and whether or not you have the ability to level 90 her, right? So anyways, I think your Furina's good. Hopefully my yap about her helped you a little bit, but yeah. Maybe I should level that Fav. Yes, leveling the Fav could be worthwhile, since the crit rate on your build is kind of unnecessary. It is very possible Fav could be better than the pipe for you, because it will be more ER, And then you could I could almost guarantee on the Fab build, you can just use the whatever that HP timepiece was. Yeah, this. And then let's switch to Fav, and we can add the 50 ER from Fav. And we're at, you're at about 200 ER with Fav. And you'll have like 80%. Yeah, you know what? I guess that's the actual vote. I think this is probably your strongest build. This is a perfect example of Fav being her signature weapon, and also just kind of being better because it will enable you to use a better artifact. So yeah, actually I think that's probably the better bet rather than all the crap I mentioned before. Probably Fav is just better. So there you go. But you can mess around with it. Maybe it isn't as better as I expect. In my experience, like Fav damage versus pipe damage is not fundamentally usually that different for Furina's own personal damage. Because of like what you can see here, where you can use different artifacts a little bit, but the extra energy for the other teammates and the extra energy flexibly to give to Furina herself is really good. So I would level your Fab. Yeah, there you go. Will ER be a big problem on J Cutter Furina? Usually yes, but the fact that it gives you so much crit rate, I don't know. J Cutter Furina is a weird problem of like, okay, 44 crit rate plus crit rate ascension character. You are at 70% crit rate to start. You have a decent amount of wiggle room for crit rate substats, but you're going to want to heavily bias towards crit damage, HP, and ER substats. And you're almost assuredly going to do an ER timepiece anyways, so that loses some of the benefit of having damage relevant stats in your weapon. I think Fab is their signature weapon. So anyways. I think I drink water. Yapping too much. Let's go on to the second account, though.
Something you wish to report? Go on. You have my.
All right. So yeah, I think the other two people are not watching. The other two non-NA people. Oh no, one of them responded. You are watching the stream. Hey, nice. All right, we'll do you next. What is your username? I can't. I had it written down. Inky Marie. Inky Marie. Are you Inky Marie in the YouTube chat? Oh, it's Mary G. Ah, I recognize your username. Yeah, you're a pretty regular watcher. Let's go. All right. Make sure I delete their login information. Blap. Alright, so Inky Marie's plan, I'm gonna have to repeat this by the way for the video, is they're gonna go to 2 5-stars. So they want C3 Furina, but they also want to save summons for Shan Yun, which is probably a good plan, especially with Eons on. We don't know for sure. We'll have the the live stream for the next version soon. But it's probably a good plan to save some pulls for Eons on. So, yep. And Shan Yun, obviously, if you want Shan Yun, because plunge things are fun, of course, to be clear. They want the. I'm just saying that Eon Sun is an additional selling point. Assuming Shan Yun, which I think is likely, reruns with Veressa and Eon Sun is on their banner. I think that's my expectation. Could be wrong. Just my expectation. Based on experience of seeing MiHoYo's patterns for how they release characters and rerun characters in the past. Especially, it's easier to make these guesses now for banners with how they've been doing Abyss lately. I would be surprised if Shan Yun isn't rerunning in the first half because there's a plunge buff in Abyss. So, anyways, Inky Marie has a lot of pulls, so we'll see what happens. But they want Furina cons, but they also want to save some pulls. That's the thing here. Okay. I got distracted yapping and I couldn't find where I had saved their information. All right. Blap. Oh, I forgot to check which is this EU server? Yeah, they're on EU server. All right, let's go. Chono, I think I see you messaging me, by the way. I just haven't read your messages yet. Chono was on the NA banner, so I'm just not going to look at their stuff until we actually have to log in there. What? You need Shan Yun for your Shao, and Luke and also definitely want Eon-san. Yeah, so definitely a good plan. And also, honestly, like, it's a good plan definitely to save 160 pulls, because not, like, you could be optimistic, right, and assume you're going to win at 50-50, because right now it seems like how many pulls there's going to be in the next patch with the exploration patch. You could probably save right now. All right, here, actually, let me record a little bit. So, Oswin, wait. Your in-game name is Oswin. All right, interesting. All right, so we are on Marie's account, and they have a lot of summons, but they want Furina cons, but they also want to save for Shan Yun, which is probably a good plan considering Eon-san, aka Bennett 2, movie edition, is being released. So, anyways, the point with that is they want to save some summons, so they want to spend a bunch of summons, but we'll see how things go. Is kind of what it's at here. What is your Furina currently at? I think you have Furina already, right? Yeah, you have a C1 Furina, right? Okay, so their ideal is they want a C3 Furina, and we don't need to yap about C2 Furina. I think they made the decision for themselves. I think they understand. So. Yeah. Anyways, they're being smart. They want to save some summons because they want Shan Yun for Shan Yun purposes, like Chao, and his missing artifact. And if you're wondering why your Shao might be missing some performance, it might be. Anyway, Rio has the sands. It's understandable. So, what was I saying? Anyways, saving for Shan Yun, assuming that Eon's on reruns with her especially, is a good bet. It's possible it doesn't happen. It is worth mentioning. This is not me trying to convince you, Marie, to pull more for Furina, but simply the fact that we can get like 75 summons ish next patch probably means like I think you can be kind of safe to, have like if we save like 100 wishes for Shan Yun, I think it's fine, right? But also maybe it's just good to save extra for Eons on dupes in favor of like I think there's a strong argument to be made for Eons on constellations over Furina C3, I guess is maybe the main takeaway. So anyways, we'll see what happens, and then Marie thankfully is watching right now in the chat, and it's up to them to decide what they want to do. We are at a lot of pity. 60, 65. All right. We're okay. So next 10 pull, this is 67. Next 10 pull is pity. They last wished on Shalonen. Wow, it's been you're a waiter. So let's go. What did you wish for? You wished for Lanyon? Understandable. Good. I'm glad. So yeah, they wished for Shalonen. What's their 50-50 loss streak at? Doing viewer polls for Vressa, we'll see. Depends on this video. If this video performs well, so I don't know. Give for the edited video watchers, like and subscribe. Yeah, the generic stupid YouTuber thing. If this video does well, I'll do more viewer polls in the future. Maybe I can do the proper way to do this would be to like have people like submit to a Google form, and then I could pick out like 10 people or so to do it with like a YouTube community post, rather than me just telling people to message me in live streams like I did. Lots of polls to click through. So if this video performs well, maybe I'll do more viewer polls in the future, right? But usually I like doing my, okay, that was before 5.0. When was 5.0? I think. Wait, well, they had no 50-50 losses, right? Wait, was there any video? Did I miss anything? It seemed like a lot of wishes, but I don't think I missed anything. Yeah, okay, Shalonen, and then, yeah, okay. So, at pity, we're at pity. No 50-50 losses since 5.0, so no real chance of triggering Capturing Radiance. I think it is technically, there is an extremely minuscule chance to trigger Radiance universally, but it's extremely low, like insanely low to trigger Capturing Radiance when you haven't lost multiple 50-50s. when you haven't lost 50/50s in a row. I think it's they list that number actually now, funnily enough. Where is it? It's listed here somewhere. There it is. Yeah. The base probability of triggering capturing radiance is 0.018%. For reference, the base 5-star probability is 0.6. So this is like 0.6% for a 5-star means you can expect an early 5-star. That's triggering this 0.6% is usually what we call an early 5-star, right? And this is a little bit lower than 0.6. And so you can expect an early 5-star once every once every 200 pulls, right? This is, what is this? This is rough math, by the way, on purpose. I'm just doing this for the purpose of simplicity. So this would be just do that divided by 3.33 times lower chance. So you'd expect to see capturing radiance trigger, we'll just say 1 in every 1,000 pulls. But in practice, you're going to mostly see it from the 50/50 loss streak. So this is basically an irrelevant number functionally. It's so low that it basically may as well not exist outside of the context of when you lose enough 50/50s in a row, which is what this whole line of text here about 3 consecutive occasions is about. So anyways, sorry for making people's wait. Sorry, do you want to wish here, Marie? Oh, I want to go get I want to do this now, but I want to go get your fortune because I think it'd be funny if we had another misfortune and then get lucky or don't get lucky. How do people even manage to read this? It's just, I don't know, their verbiage is pretty specific. But it's like complaining about that is funny because I don't know, they actually don't even say enough there. They should be more informative than they are, because we're very confident that there's information on how capturing radiance works that is still more in-depth than what Mihoyo describes there. They could probably have triple the amount of description of how capturing radiance works than they actually have there. So anyways, doesn't matter where you wish, you can if you want. All right, we'll go back to where we were because I like that spot, honestly. I just clicked out of the window, god dang it. Why do you have to do this? Why can't you just... I know this is this is how it works in Japan or whatever, so you have to get the thing, you give the person the thing. I get that works like that at shrines in Japan, but as a game mechanic, having to navigate through 20 menus just to open a fortune slip is stupid. Anyways, Blap. Modest fortune. Okay, well, this is the most boring result of all. I'm not even going to include that in the video, honestly. All right, we're just going to pretend I didn't do that. Nobody say anything. I have not planned to summon ritual yet. I mean, we don't need to summon ritual, but I'm fine with getting the fortune slip. I think it's a fun little thing that doesn't mean anything. All right, and then we gotta swim. I guess it's fine. Wait, does Risley Ice Bridge? Yeah, let's go. Risley has utility. Oh. I take it back. I didn't even get to finish my sentence saying he has some exploration utility. Best ice bridger. Okay, I think C6 Solali is the best ice bridger, technically. I'm sorry. But anyways, what's your Risley at? Just curious. Not C1. Alright. I have no idea how often they use Risley and how much they notice C1 Risley issues or not, but they didn't ask me to wish for Risley, so anyways. Ice bridging power creep. Yeah, it just takes a C6 character. Or you can just use Furina. That's true. Alright, anyways. Let's go. At pity. And we win a 50-50 for once. Or we don't get a 5-star. That's not that unlikely, to be clear. Because this only went to 87 pity. Are we going for any 4 stars? Charlotte. Wing. But that is a little. It's a little. It's not the best start to go. To 80 or sorry to 77 pity, because basically for anyone who does not know how soft pity works, at the 74th wish it starts at like a 5% chance about, and it goes up by approximately 5% increments. It's actually like 6%, but anyways, so 74 is 5%, and then 75 is 11%, and then until you get a 5-star, and then 76 would be like 15%, and then the 77th wish, which is what that just went to, is like 20%. So like so there was a high chance of getting a 5-star between 77, but also it's not incredibly unlikely to get a 5-star after 77, right? We know this if you're an experienced wisher for gachas in general, but particularly Genshin. But still, compared with the luck in the previous account, I'm not having a lucky day. It's fine, I guess, but oh well. Better than Rain Slash. That's true. That's true. All right. I guess we do a temple. And definitely get a 5. Okay, good. If there wasn't a 5-star there, hello. See? 78. That was a 25% chance of a 5-star. Just had to do one more. And we got 9 more pulls. This is the perfect circumstance, by the way, that you want to happen. If you want to have the highest chance of getting a double 5-star possible, you want to have a circumstance where you get a 5-star on the first pull. And now we have 9 more pulls for a chance for an early. This is like the highest possible chance we can have for a double 5-star pull that isn't just getting insanely lucky, right? Like there's 9 pulls that all have an individual 0.6% chance, right? So you got a double Furina last time. Can it happen again? That would be incredible. That would be incredible, particularly since you said you wanted a C3 Furina. Charlotte? Hello? She was on Furina's original banner. 0.00005% chance? No, it's not a 0.0005% chance, because that was not a 0.6% Furina. That was a pity Furina. The remaining ones are 0.6%. It's not here. Sad. Oh well. Rip. Alright. Well, we bought a 50-50. Yay. Yay. Are we continuing, Marie? Are we continuing? Alright, can't complain? Indeed, cannot complain. I assume we're continuing. Alright, let's go. Just to make sure we are doing Furina, right? And are we going to pity? Or do you want to, because I think, yeah, you can go to pity. Yeah, if you go to pity, you're still going to have 150 pulls for Shunyun, which you'll be fine. You'll be fine, right? All right, let's go. And I wonder, it would be really funny in many ways if we didn't see a single, like a single early with it. Hey, it was one of the better weapons we can get. I don't know, I'm clicking through. Unless, more Charlotte, wow, okay, what's your Charlotte at? Let's double check. To be clear, Charlotte's like for her like constellation quality, but I don't know. I'm gonna have a DPS Charlotte revisit soon. Oh, there you go. You have C6. Let's go. So, what was this thing? Oh, it would be really funny to do like 600 pulls on Furina banner and not get a single early, to say the least. But we'll see. Skip. Mika, first Mika. Wow, Chocobo boy. Let's go. Hey, it's useful to have copies of characters you didn't have before. That's something. This is 30-ish. No, it's like, no, this is, I already lost track. ooh, I love it. Give me more. Alright. 39, yeah. Charlotte, I mean, now it's just free wishes, but you know what? Charlotte is the cutest, or actually, oh. You know, no, I like her photography gimmick. Hey, Fav. Whoa, my good lord. I like Charlotte. So you know what? Best character visually. Well, I don't know. Furina's design is really good, but Charlotte's design, not her kit, is really good. So, anyways, this is all more signs that you're gonna get another Furina, because we're getting another Widget, but we're getting plagued by Charlotte, who was this is the first time she's rerun, and the first time she ran was originally with Furina's release. So it's all just signs pointing towards all the Furinas in the world, but no earlies. Well, I told you. And I think this might be pity, or very close to. No, I think it was pity. Yeah, let's go. All right. If it was not pity, it was very not really early. It was a fake early. And we're going to get a C3 Furina. I feel kind of bad not getting lucky on a Furina, an account that didn't have Furina at all. It feels a little bit weird only getting lucky on an account that already is winning. But, I don't know. Winners keep winning, losers keep losing. Fitting for the title of this stream. I guess for edited viewers, the title of this stream was, There are only 3 certainties in life. Death, taxes, and Gampa. Which I think is fitting. On-screen pull counter? I mean, I didn't set it up live, so no. Sorry. But the counter for Furina is going to be 3. Told you. Easy. Simple. I do have modest fortune sometimes. Winning 50-50s consistently is so much more relevant than getting earlies often. To be clear, if you get earlies all the time, it's regardless of if they're 50-50 wins or losses, it's basically the same as, you know, as getting earlies and whatever. Like some amount of good luck in some way is what you want. But yeah, losing too many 50-50s over time sucks. So anyways, yeah, we won 50-50s, and you have plenty of summons left over for Shanyun Furina situation. I think we spent 90 pulls here. Your ZZZ luck still sucks. Yeah, my ZZZ luck is actually exactly what I just described there. Wherein, like, I have lost, I think, 75% of my 50-50s, which sucks. But then I've gotten enough earlies that it's just been fine. Like, I got enough earlies that it just doesn't matter. So, anyways. Anything else, Marie? Are we done? That was 90 pulls total. We're not doing that many pulls so far because we just don't have to. I don't know. All right, we can look at Marie's build though, which I think is probably fine. They've had Furina for a while. But yeah, congrats. You got your C3 Furina. Hopefully it feels worth it. All in the quest of buffing their Shao, it kind of seemed like. Or their Risley, or whatever. Although C1 Risley probably would have been more impactful if it was for Risley specifically, but whatever. We won 2 50-50s, lost 1 50-50. We're on a decent luck streak so far. Fairly average, ultimately, but yeah. Also just really like Furina. Yeah, understandable. Let's judge the build. They are using Furina's signature weapon, which is good. I respect it. Especially with a high constellation, Furina is even more respectable. And not my preference for amount of ER, but I can understand why you would bias towards higher HP, especially with that good of an HP type use. And a pretty good goblet for a C2 plus Furina at least. I would probably personally not lean toward this goblet with a non-C2 Furina. I found on my account my high HP goblet is also still better on my C2 Furina, but anyways. If you need the ER, you know, you have that as an option, which is nice. Anywho's, yeah, this is an interesting Furina in that it's like not very high in crit stats really, but it has overall just quite high stat value. Like what it makes up for in crit stats, it has like a decent amount of HP substats, and HP substats are also very valuable on her. So, you know, this is actually a better Furina build than I think most people would give it credit for. And I think it's extremely functional, especially given that they now have C3. I don't think their Furina build has any problem. I would have no qualms using this Furina and be very happy with it. So, is HP Goblet better than Hydro damage bonus? It's meaningfully better at C0. At C2, because of the fact that C2 Furina can, doesn't always, can give her a bunch of HP, it can kind of tip the balance towards a Hydro Goblet, but it depends on if you're actually using a team that gets her a bunch of excess fanfare that actually gives her a bunch of HP. Because not all teams would do that with C2 Furina. And in my opinion, one of the best things about C2 Furina is the situations where you aren't getting a bunch of fanfare. So I have found on average my HP Goblet is better. And from the calcs I have done, my HP Goblet is almost always better. Even though I have a good Hydro Goblet too on set. So I have a lucky circumstance of being able to switch to like quite comparable goblets and see the difference. And the answer is it's not that much different with a C2 Furina. With a non-C2 Furina, you should, generally speaking, aim for an HP Goblet, almost always. So, yeah. HP even better on Hydro Resonance, generally speaking. Yeah, but again, it's like a tendency of how I use Furina, too. So, anywho's. It's fine. Your Furina build is good. Nothing to judge about it. But
So hot.
how many more pulls do I have with Stardust Star Glitter now? You may want to go for another 5-star. Oh boy. Oh boy. Here's where the Gamba brain rot sets in. See, this is what I'm... Oh, you didn't buy these. I mean, is there any reason you didn't buy these? Can I grab these for you? But you have... If you don't need Star Glitter, you have 11, 5, so you have an additional 16. If you're trying to factor in... I think, like, if we're being pessimistic, you're probably going to get about 60 pulls, assuming you're doing, like, the exploration content and whatever next patch. So you functionally, I would say, if you're as far as like assuming Shan Yun is first half for trying to save for Shan Yun, you have probably like 220 summons safely still for Shan Yun, which is to say you're probably safe. I'm not gonna I don't want to like push you towards doing this. Please like I think it is objectively the smarter decision to save your pulls for Veresa, Shan Yun, Eon-san because of the relevance of Eon-san constellations. But if you really want an extra whatever copy on either of these peoples, you know, don't let me stop. Or you want to... look, I don't know. Maybe like Risley's weapon is obviously not bad on Risley. It's not incredibly amazing as far as signature weapons go, but I don't know. Maybe you want to. I don't know. Not weapon banner? Good. Respected. So... I didn't have the Stardust. Oh, that's fair. Oh yeah, you hadn't done that much wishing, so yeah, okay. I guess there's probably no reason. Okay, so there's no reason not to get these, right? I'm not gonna get these for you because maybe you would actually, if you're not wishing that much, you kind of reach a point where you might not actually want to buy these regularly, just to save Stardust for buying the limited fates regularly. So. I'll leave it up to you if you want to buy these, but I don't think you're gonna have qualms with me using it for the other ones. So, anyways, yeah. So I don't know. I think it's like because of Eon-san being Bennett too. Assuming Eon-san doesn't get major kit changes, and it seems like we're not going to get major kit changes for her, but it's possible. It seems like it's probably more relevant to like get Eon-san dupes. Even if you end up winding up with extra 5-stars that aren't relevant, I can make an argument that is even if you get useless 5-stars, maybe Eons on constellations are worth going for, right? But also, if you just like the characters, then you know, wish on the characters you like, of course. So yeah, or maybe you want Mika copies because maybe getting C6 Mika is important to you for making the Eula you definitely have 0.1% stronger. Or maybe you just want to go for C6 Furina over time. I don't know. Maybe that's the logic. Maybe you like Furina so much that you're just trying to get as many for maybe it is worth the risk on that logic, right? Because like if your goal is to go for C6 Furina eventually, it's not like Eon-san constellations are so relevant that it's not like it could be fine to like spend 50-ish more pulls here is kind of my thinking. If that's what your goal is over time, Marie. Because I know you said you just really like Furina, right? So this is why doing viewer polls is complicated for me, because my brain naturally leads down the path of like weighing these risks and in trying to guide. It's nice being able to guide people through that, but it's also like complicated. So it's just easier to be like, nah, do your crap yourself. But anyways, I think you are going to go for Furina C6 eventually. I've been thinking for that for a while. Let's go for another 5-star. All right, that's your decision. Just want to make sure. Just double checking, Marie. For sure, you want to go for one more 5-star on Furina banner. Is Furina worth it? After I finish doing wishing on the next account, I'll probably yap about some things about Furina C0 in the current context of Genshin's meta, and also how I think, yes, Furina C0 is still worth it for team building utility, but it's weird and it depends on your priorities as a player. So, yes, all right. Let's go. One more 5-star. We've had good luck so far in this account. We'll see more chances for more chances for an early 5-star, and look at all them 4 stars. Free wishes. Let's go. This is... when did we get in the 10 pull? When did we get the Furina? It was the first pull. Wait, no, it wasn't the first pull. It was the middle. Hi. More fabs. So I don't know what our pay... We're 20-something. Now we are 30-something. Early C6. That seems unlikely. Wait, to be clear... Wow, hello, Charlotte. To be clear, is the amount of pulls they had possible to get a C6 from where they were at with really weirdly good luck? Yes. But at the point we are at, without having seen a bunch of earlies already, it's basically impossible at this point. Not impossible, but like it would be very, very unlikely to actually have a chance of getting C6 from here. So anyways, 40-ish or 30-something-ish and 40-something-ish. Free pulls, Gamba consumed him pretty much, yeah. Alright, no such thing as earlies. That's what I was exactly pointing out. Getting 50-50 wins is more important in many ways, but, you know, not getting earlies when you want to get a bunch of copies of a 5-star feels a bit rough. Hello, Trunkus. And we're at something, 50-ish, 60-ish. I think we're going to pity again. Is what it is. Is what it is. Alright. This is pity, question mark? Yes, alright. But it's fine. Because I win 50 50s. Told you. Well, you have a guarantee now. Sorry. Well, hey. I've won 2 50-50s. I lost 2 50-50s. Statistically, very average. But it's not actually lucky, though. I've spent enough pulls here that not seeing an early yet is quite unusual. Because that was another 70 pulls. I've spent, I think, a total of like 270 pulls on 3 different accounts so far. 0 earlies. That's a little bit unlucky. Oops. Guaranteed bird mother, indeed. Oh well. Hey, guarantees are nice to plan around, at least, and that's something. So, yep. Alright. Thank you, Marie. Let's go on to the next account. I wonder if they're watching it. Are they watching? They haven't messaged me. Alright. So the last account is... not the last account in general. There's some NA accounts I'll do either later on in the stream, or if I stop streaming before the NA banner goes live, we will... I will just include them in the edited video. So... The next account, though, is... this is a username. Senilimintheru. Senilimintheru? Mintheru. I will just call them Mintheru. They are on a Taiwan account, which is cool. Alright, so let me... I gotta put the turtle up. Blap. I did a 10 pull on my own account. On one of my accounts. Not my main account. I don't need any. I actively do not want any more Furina copies on my main account. If I could disable constellations, I would... Furina is definitely a circumstance of a character I could very much enjoy having on my account. Like, having more constellations on. But without being able to turn off constellations, I don't want it. So... Mihoyo, you lost money-making opportunities yet again for me by not letting me turn off constellations. I will repeat this statement until the day I die. It's never going to change. They're never going to let us toggle constellations. Because letting people toggle constellations would let people see how little difference they make very often. And that would, like... The scam of constellations and weapons works primarily on the... People get the vibe and like, oh... It's a 50% damage increase. And being like, that's, oh my god, bigger number. When it actually doesn't necessarily result in that different of a gameplay experience. And if people could directly compare that in their own accounts, they would realize after they get a constellation that is like overhyped by the community and see the difference, they'd be like, oh, this didn't actually matter most of the time. Not saying it never matters, and it's not saying it's never noticeable. It oftentimes can be. But in my experience, they tend to be only noticeable when you tend to have the conjunction of potentially multiple constellations together or multiple 5-star weapons all working together. And also, very often do actually take advantage of a constellation or a weapon, you have to have better artifacts to actually take advantage of it. So, like, it makes building your characters weirdly more annoying sometimes. But, anywho's. So, the last person here I don't think is watching. Mintaru, I have not seen message me at all. So, that is fine. I'm going to have to double check what they said we are doing, though. But I should log in first. Blap. Okay. This person didn't really give me that much information. I did not directly ask if they were going to be, if they wanted to be present during this. I should have directly asked that. I asked most people, but I forgot. I did say that if they are they fine with having to wait until when the NA banner is live, because I might not stream until the NA banner is live, but I ended up streaming before the NA banner is live, obviously. But yeah, they didn't say anything, so I don't know. And I let them know, so I don't know. Oh well. I'm just gonna do the minimum of what they wanted me to do. So anyways, theirs is pretty simple. If we win a 50-50. This is what I'll say. Theirs is pretty simple. We do Taiwan server. Bam. This might be the first time I logged into Taiwan server, I'm not sure. Okay, so let's see. They did not tell me how many polls they had, actually. Oops. It's going to be a surprise. They have a welcome going. They're in chat here? Oh, sorry. What is their username? Because they didn't message me. Mintaru. Oh, there you go. It's Sanilla Mintaru. Alright. I see. Hello. Alright. Wow. What is this spot? Oh, this is the quest. I need to do this quest. Alright. I like this sitting spot. Let's go. We are on Yuta/Mintaru's account. There's Sanilla Mintaru in the chat. So they are at 69 pity. And they have a smaller amount of Primo Gems. And I think they are on a 50-50 wins. Okay, so our 50-50 loss win streak is average at this point. Hopefully, we can get a 50-50 win for them. Or an early. That's all we need. We were overdue for an early. And 50-50 win or loss is a 50-50. Right? We've had neither good luck nor bad luck so far. This is a very boring video in some ways, I guess. And yep, there we go. So we're at, they said we were at 69 pity, and we indeed are. What is their 50-50 loss streak, actually? Double check that, because they very well might actually have a likelihood of triggering capturing radiance, which we should check. Should you get Pyro Goblet or EM Sands for your Arlecchino using Elixir? Remind me after we're done doing the wishing real quick. You have one 50-50 loss in a row? Okay. Okay. Is there anyone I forgot to ask this question. This is always an important question. Is there anyone you want to lose your 50-50 to if we lose a 50-50? I feel like sometimes asking that, ka-ching, okay. I feel like sometimes asking that question is like almost like a faux pas, where like it feels like if you ask what 50-50 would you rather lose to, you're causing the 50-50 loss. I think that's why some people like don't like thinking about it, maybe. But at the same time, well, you did a lot of wishes in this manner. At the same time, I think it makes sense to think about that, because like I'm always more than happy to get a 50-50 loss for Dia. That's in many ways more of a 50-50 win to me than winning the 50-50. But anyways, Kaching, you want Kaching copies? All right, let's go. Wow. All right, Moika, nice. Okay. I believe them. They said they had one 50-50 loss in a row. Just kind of seeing. Looks like these are all at pity, right? Okay, yeah. You got Sitlali and Moika. All right, so you had some good luck on Sitlali and Moika, and then some lower luck for Arlecchino banner. we'll take a look at your Arlecchino build and whatever after. Yeah, we're going for, is this a C0 Furina? This is a C0 Furina, I think, right? Yeah, no Furina, so C0 Furina on a 50-50. We're at pity. Win a 50-50 or get some earlies, hopefully, but it'd be a lot simpler. This should be an easy one, right? Right? We didn't have to do 2 temples into pity this time. That's nice. Alright. 70. 1. 2. Furina. That would have been an early. Mika! I miscount. This is 73, 74. And now that was proper start pity. Hello, Furina. Sorry, I meant hello here.
Why are you just standing there with your mouth gaping?
3 out of 5.
You must be
3 out of 5.
at a loss for words.
We are at a loss for words. No, we're not.
It is I, after all. Fontaine's most beloved star, Furina.
We're gonna let her do her yap.
On a very tight schedule, so you're lucky to even get an appointment with me.
Yeah, we can tell. You can always tell when someone's on a really tight schedule when they're just yapping on and on. Alright, let's go. Yay, we won a 50-50. Woo! And it's not on an account that kind of definitely mattered, because they would have, probably struggled a bit to maybe get the guaranteed one. So, let's go. Our job is to yap and get drama and build drama. Exactly. Alright, what's your build? Do you have a build ready? Is a placeholder on you? You have a lot of golden true pieces, so I'd hope you do. Alright. Level 90er? You want me to 90er right now? Alright, sure, I guess. That's fine. Did you do all the pre-farming? It's like, the answer is yes. I just don't want to have to, like, spend 12 years in the crafting table. Alright, sure, we'll level 90er. Alright. On Bennett? Okay. Wait, you were using Bennett? Bennett was your loader? Bennett? Oh my, what is my brain? Bennett was your loadout? I mean, look, I use Bennett as a loadout on polearms only because it's funny, I think, to use, one of the most relevant characters in the game as a loadout. But this is not an account that's doing a polearm only challenge. So, loadout Bennett, honestly, I respect it. Alright. Yeah, I guess Bennett probably works perfectly fine on Golden Troop. That's true. That's true. Oh, I skipped her lines. I'm sorry. I forgot they have voice lines when you send them. I'm too used to... I don't know. You can listen to them yourself. Oops. On Lynette. Oh. What? Oh. What did I miss? Oh, did I just misread? Oh, I did just misread. Wow, okay. Look, my brain has to, like, glance at chat and try to, like, recognize things at a glance. And I definitely saw L-E-N-N-E-T and thought that was Bennett. That's a fair mistake on both ends, I think. Oops. Anyways, I didn't misread level 90 her, right? No, I did not misread that. Alright, good. Alright, bam. Fully ascended. Wow. Alright. What weapon? Probably your weapon on Lynette. Fab. Yes, let's go. It's like I feel like this stream is almost evidence of, like, wow, my viewers listen to me. They're embracing the Fab Furina. Let's go. You got her signature weapon, yeah. Was that your only Fab sword, by the way? That was your only Fab sword. I mean, look, if they need character to put Fab sword on, it makes sense to put it on Furina, but that's a little rough. Only have one Fab sword. Anyways, Lynette. Not fully leveled flower. Pretty good feather. To be clear, this has 2 good rolls already. It's worth continuing leveling up, but I don't know what their other pieces look like, so we'll see what their build looks like. Okay, well, wait. Off piece, time piece, I assume. There we go. ER time. Yeah, that's a very good ER timepiece for an off-piece. And that is... yeah, relatable goblet. Yes. Alright. And a relatable circlet. Let's go. Alright. This build is gonna look kind of interesting, I think. Yeah. I mean... Look. 1-to-2 ratio. Ish. Ish. I wouldn't say it's ideal. For my standards of build quality, I definitely would continue farming for this a little bit. It's very possible, I think, to get a crit rate circlet that could be better than a crit damage circlet in this circumstance. But then it would just skew the crit ratio the other way. But I personally would be I much prefer crit ratios skewed towards crit rate than crit damage. Wow, that is a... Okay. Not gonna lie. Kind of a potentially cracked Furina on-set timepiece. Like... I would love to have this. Okay. That's interesting. Okay, this has crit rate HP, ER HP. Lock that. Lock that. Either of these roll crit rate or crit damage. Potentially relevant for her. Alright. We'll stick to this on her for now. So, hear me out here. Blap. And then... You just don't have many crit rate circlets leveled either. Okay. Shoot. Well, this is a relatable build account, if I've ever seen one. My proposed solution is not working out. Because... Yeah, okay. I guess we stick to this. And then we look at what we have for this. That's interesting too. So, like, the consideration is, like, this piece could roll into crit rate, right? This piece has a whack ton of stat value. This piece could roll into crit rate ER. This piece is, you know, I don't know, it's a crit damage circlet. Is what you have. You don't have much other even off-piece options. This is quite good. And then what if we do an off-piece flower? Right. What is your ER at? With Fav. Okay. Oh yeah, we have an ER timepiece. Derp. Yeah, we don't need ER substats. We don't really need ER substats that badly. Look, I like having extra ER substats still, but we don't need them for sure. So just crit rate, crit damage. Oops. Wait, what? I sorted by crit rate. I did crit rate first. Their highest crit rate flower is 7.4. That makes me sad. That hurts. That makes me sad. To have the ability to do an off-piece flower and then not have anything heavy in crit rate. Like, this is good. That's pretty usable. This is a depending how it rolls piece. I don't have much fodder. We have a little bit of fodder actually. I didn't realize they had so many 2-star and 1-star fodder. Alright. HP percent is what we're hoping for here. I mean, it's a good piece. Probably. Okay, let's equip this. It's not really that much better than this. I mean, actually, it's less crit rate. How do you not have something with more than 2 crit rate rolls? What has happened to this account? Okay, actually, honestly. Yeah, let's just sort by crit rate HP instead. I think that might be the better bet. Just so, like, because if we have 4-line pieces with crit rate HP, right? Like that, like this piece, right? Any of these might have higher potential, unironically. And then that if we get crit rate rolls. So let's pretend, let's assume average luck and we get at least, or no, actually this is not average. Let's assume slightly above average luck, and let's assume we get 4 more crit rate rolls across these 3 artifacts. That's not that average. That's not that lucky. It would be slightly lucky to get 4 more crit rate rolls across, you know, 4, 8, 9 upgrades. But not that lucky, right? So let's assume 4 more crit rolls. So add like 12% crit rate to this, right? Add 12% crit rate, and then add the extra like 13 or 15% crit damage. So we're at 135% crit damage, and still not that great. It's not really better. Ugh. Man, if you had an off piece, if you have better off piece flowers, and to be clear, like if this rolls 4 rolls into crit rate, that changes things a lot. But if you have better off piece flowers, like, that could be so good. Anyways, maybe craft a piece. I don't know. Crafting a piece is using elixirs next patch to get a flower worthwhile? It might be. Like getting a flower that's guaranteed 2 crit rolls could be actually pretty impactful, maybe. And they're cheap, yeah. I think it might actually be worth it to use 1 elixir next patch for a flower. But yeah, they're built before. Because like being able to use this timepiece is unironically really, really good. Like don't undervalue this thing. It's just annoying because what you need on a fab build ideally is mostly crit stats more than anything. So it's a lot harder to use a piece that has 28% HP rolls because it puts the onus on your other artifacts to have more crit rolls to still get a good crit ratio, right? I don't know. Can we level this? I think we should level this to 20. Yeah, it might be worth it to do a crit damage circlet. Like a crit damage circlet where you choose crit rate HP %. It could help solve things too. But there's enough. The problem is right now your Furina build is in a state where like there's enough different artifacts that could potentially improve your build. I think elixirs make sense when you're at that point where like there's an obvious one specific artifact could improve the build significantly is what makes it worth the using elixirs, right? If you're at a situation where multiple different artifacts being improved, or depending on like what kind of circlet you get, that significantly influences how you would change a different artifact around, right? When multiple different artifacts can influence the other artifacts still, and you're not looking for one particular thing, which is like a couple extra rolls of stats, it like makes it more risky, I feel like, but I don't know. But at the same time, instead of farming the domain, just doing like an elixir for a flower in one patch and then doing an elixir for a circlet the next patch might be the smart decision. But you also mentioned you want your elixirs for Arlecchino, so I'll go look at your Arlecchino in a second. But yeah, I don't know. I think a flower could make sense, an onset flower, because then, I don't know, you didn't have good other circlet options, but what do you have for off-piece goblets? Oh yeah, you had these. Okay. Which this one has meaningfully higher overall stat value, but again actually pushes you towards being low in crit rate. So this build, your artifacts are in a really awkward balance right now. It's kind of where it is. Yeah, this timepiece is so good that it'd be really nice to use it. But yeah, you want more crit stats. Welcome back, Mitsu. Ah, this is a weird problem actually. I don't know. I unfortunately don't really have a recommendation other than like probably farming like strong boxing at least a little bit more pieces, because if you get like one random feather or one random circlet that is compelling, either a crit rate or crit damage circlet, right? Because like think about it, right? If we get a crit rate circlet, which we can try to simulate this because you had at least one crit rate circlet I think on Arlecchino. Yeah, like let's pretend this is like the crit rate circlet you get on Golden Troop, right? So put that on, and then use probably an off-piece goblet like this, I think. Keep this, and then yeah, we'll keep that equipped. So pretend this is a 4-piece troop, right? Not ideal, for sure, but a very healthy amount of HP. Sit lolly circlet? Oh, what's your sit lolly circlet? Oh, interesting. Yeah, that could be an option too. Yeah. Why are you on? Okay, first of all, force it lolly. I understand why you might want to use Codex on Zitlolly, but I'm pretty sure this piece is about as good as this piece for Zitlolly, and in fact, it might be better. So, actually, use that. And then, sure, we switch back to this. Okay. Now we are on 4-piece troop. We are using the kind of cracked timepiece. Also a satisfying amount of HP. All right. This is starting to look much better. That's it. Lolly's off piece. I see. No, they're doing Codex. It was an onset. But, okay, they still have... Okay, so that circlet was more relevant than I expected for Zitlolly because they have no crit rate substats on Codex. That's a cracked piece. But they could solve that by just, I don't know, putting something with more crit rate. I don't know. Yeah, I see. Okay, yeah, there's some potential options here. Anyways, I understand why you would do Codex build on Zitlolly. I find a Sackfrag's Codex build to be very fun on Zitlolly. We lost 10% crit rate, but like, I don't know. It's even Zitlolly and Codex still should not be like the major damage contributor in a team normally. It's just something that you can do that's compelling. Simply because someone else could be on scroll. So like I did this a bunch when I was actually first playing Zitlolly, C0 Zitlolly. I have since transitioned her to a more support build because of how the C1 buffs works. But with a C0 Zitlolly, I kind of like the idea of doing this. Like I very much might like do a similar build to this on my main account if I didn't get her C1, because you can have like Shalonen on scroll. So let's say your Pyro DPS, then you do your Bennett, Shalonen on scroll. You go to Zitlolly, use Zitlolly EQ. And, you'll be in Night Soul state, and you'll have a bunch of crit rate, and her really big scaling on her burst means you could go from a Zitlolly that gets like 100k damage, usually, because she doesn't crit normally, to, Codex lets you get fairly consistently, say, 200, 300k maybe. And that additional front-loaded damage before you even have to switch to your Pyro DPS and start doing damage on them can help you clear meaningfully faster. Like, there is genuine reasons to try to do, like, use Zitlolly's burst for more additional front-loaded damage. And that can significantly affect your clear times. It's a nice option to have. I actually think a lot of people are underestimating Zitlolly's potential to do that on 4-piece Obsidian Codex. But she's more annoying to build on it. So it's like not the simple option. It's oftentimes just easier to put her on scroll and then put Shalonen on a different build. Like put Shalonen on 4-piece Petra, right? Or replace Shalonen with Eons on. So, anyways. Yeah. How much HP should Furina have? As much as you can give her. You usually give her an HP goblet, and hey, don't undervalue HP substats, because HP substats are not that far away from crit substats for her. And that's where HP is at for Furina, but that doesn't mean you just only... Well, okay. Can a Furina build with only HP and no crit work? Probably, yes. But I'm not going to recommend it. Yeah, so I don't know. I think this build is actually, yeah, I think with this build as we currently have it, I kind of think that the smart choice might be, one, I would level up this piece a little bit more, because it might, I mean, actually, they had enough fodder. Let's level this to 16. If this gets another crit rate roll, definitely worth taking to 20. Because, like, a 13 crit rate piece would be like, alright, let's go, right? But... I was doing 1-star materials. Okay, I mean, not a bad piece, and it has, like, good stat value, but yeah. Definitely at the point where, like, I think 1 elixir for a crit damage piece, and hopefully the guaranteed rolls or your extra rolls go more into crit rate would be nice. And you get close to a 70% crit rate build, and then you get a little bit more crit damage, and this build is looking really good, I would say. So, yeah, that's my vote. My vote is use 1 elixir for a flower, for a crit damage flower, and if you get lucky and it rolls, either it rolls like an additional HP roll, or it rolls, or it's a 4-line, right? Or you get lucky with additional crit rolls. I'm pretty sure an elixir, 1 elixir for a flower, not this patch, next patch, is likely to improve this build significantly to be a much more satisfying ratio. It has a minor chance of going a little bit awry if the game trolls you and gives you a piece that rolls like 30% crit damage, because then you're going to be at like 58% crit rate and 160 crit damage. Or 170 crit damage, and that would be not ideal. And the only way you would fix that is by getting more crit rate rolls in other pieces, because then you would want to like get a feather that has a lot more crit rate, which is possible. You have something like this, like in that circumstance of like making an elixir that rolls a bunch into crit damage because it trolls you, then you level up this kind of piece and hopefully it rolls a bunch into crit rate, right? Because this only has 1 crit rate roll. Because if you get a piece like this that rolls a bunch of crit damage, well, then you can try to balance that out. Like, losing the 11% crit damage here is not that bad if you had a flower that rolled 40% crit damage, right? Which is unlikely, but maybe the game trolls you like that, because it's not the ideal balance right now. You have another piece that could have the same circumstance. This is not as good as this other one, because it's not HP percent, but it's also still a potential one. So, yeah, just keep your options open for rebalancing if the game trolls you for the elixir flower, but that's my vote. How many elixirs do you have? I might have to retitle this edited video. I feel like the things I'm saying for like this, you only have 2. Okay. There'll be another, at least 2 you can get next patch from the exploration and then the sigil turn-in. We doing more gambling? Potentially. But the NA banners are not even live yet. So, but anyways, I feel like I might have to retitle this video. What do I retitle this video to? Can I... How how do I title a video that is Gamba for Furina and also trying to help people with their builds and decide how to use elixirs? That's what it feels like this has become. It's become a Gamba video and how do I help people fix their builds video. Skill or burst, should I level up first? I'd level them up basically equivalently, is the simple answer. In my opinion, I think it makes sense to prioritize the burst. Don't bother her normal attack. Thank you, Dishonored. By the way, I think did I get another donation earlier that I ignored? I think I might have. Because my brain was not functioning before. Let me double check. Did I ignore a donation? But anyway, thank you, Dishonored. I did. Oh, Sylveon gave me something. Decided to go to forever ago. Thank you, Sylveon. Decided to go for C2 Mizuki right before the banner ended and got a double 5-star pull. Now I have C2 Mizuki and a C5 Mono. Oh boy. Oh boy. Why? I mean, hey, at least C2 Mizuki is, I think, the point where she starts to become more compelling. I'm down to actually try to play on your account at some point, Sylveon, and see how... see if C2 Mizuki is meaningfully better. But anyways, level up her talent then? 2 then? 210? Or... can I tell me your thoughts on Kanich on Talking Stick? I wouldn't recommend it. I'm like 98% certain Serpent Spine and its refines are meaningfully more valuable for him than choosing Talking Stick. But anyways, yeah, what is your... Okay, yeah, you have enough to do level 6 at least. Oh, you have enough for double crowning. Okay. Why were you asking me what the priority was? Are you trying to save your resources for something? Were these for someone else? Or do you just want to be a double crowner right now? Or are you out of crowns? Is that why you're asking? I'm just confused why you were asking, Minthuru. You were like, which priority, which talent priority? And then they have enough to level them both anyways. Oh, boss drops. Ew. I see. Okay, yeah. Yeah, they're ultimately relatively similar. I know, like, it says skill here in the recommendations. I disagree with this sentiment. I think this is silly. This is because I think the average player misunderstands her kit. But functionally, they're basically equivalent level up, I would say. So it's fine. It doesn't really matter. But I don't like that this says first priority is her skill. I disagree with it. But ultimately, it will technically depend on your account situation a little bit and what team you're using her in. Are there some teams where Furina's skill might actually be a priority talent over her burst? Potentially, yes. I think the teams that most people are playing Furina in, her burst is definitely the priority. So anyways, I would probably level... What I would recommend, since you're limited by boss drops, I would recommend probably taking her skill to 8 before bothering taking her burst any further. But I would take her skill to 8, and then I would take her burst to level 10 personally, and then take her skill higher. So you're gonna do it eventually anyways. It's just when you get the boss drop, so you're just limited by boss drop timing. It's fine. Festering Desire for Furina. Festering Desire for Furina is the only weapon I would even consider using on Furina over Fav. Particularly if I didn't have C2, where I would care slightly more about her damage. But yeah, that's it. I don't know. It's an extremely good weapon on her. It's her second signature weapon. This is her real signature to me still. I think it's even if I didn't have C2 Furina, I think with how I use Furina in so many teams, I might still probably prefer Fav over Festering Desire, to be clear. But I'm not very confident of that, and I don't have Festering, so it's not something I've been able to test on my own account. But yeah, so Talking Stick, anyways, for Kanich. Do you have Kanich? So I use him as a... No. Talking Stick for Kanich. Is it going to be unusable? No. Because, like, a lot of the stats Kanich gets will come from, like, the artifacts and whatever. And this has a higher base attack. It's a functional weapon for him. I don't even think it's necessarily better than Earthshaker, though. The biggest problem is I don't think you're ever triggering, well, not ever, but if you get affected by elements that the enemies put on you, the second part of the passive could trigger. So, like, I don't know. With refines, this thing is probably better than Earthshaker. Probably. Because I assume it goes at a 32% attack. And a 32% attack plus the base attack plus the crit rate is probably plus conditional damage bonus that happens after enemies hit you, but it's generally that's not going to happen that often. It's not ideal, so like it's like this is a really weird weapon. I don't understand why they designed it this way. If they weren't going to make more units, like if they made more units like Bennett that applied the element to your active character, this would make more sense in some niche scenarios. But C6 Bennett can trigger that. You don't need C6 Bennett. You just need Bennett to trigger the first half. I'm well aware that the first half triggers. That does not make it a better weapon than this. So, I don't know. It depends on your artifacts, being that, like, the higher crit rate is not necessarily as beneficial in Serpent Spine Kanish compared to this having higher base attack, lower crit rate. Could be, it depends on your artifact situation a little bit, but I don't know. Go double check KQM or TGS or Zajeff's video on Kanish. They probably have probably have some actual numbers to give you for how Talking Stick compares to Earthshaker R5. I'm pretty sure Earthshaker R5 is better than an R1 Talking Stick though. I'm not 100% confident of that. Ultimately, your experience is probably not going to be wildly different with those two. So, anyways, oh yeah. Zadev doesn't like Talking Stick at all? Yeah, because it's a bad weapon. It basically has no reason to exist, quite frankly. I'm not really sure what they were thinking. If they wanted to make something that was interesting as an alternative to Serpent Spine in the Battle Pass, they should have made it, like, have a more unique passive. I don't know, give it a grouping passive or something, right? Just do something unique rather than make it a terrible version of Serpent Spine for the vast majority of situations. Anyways, Minthuru, what did you want me to look at for Arlecchino? I thought Fluve is better. Guys, I don't... How many times do I need to talk about Fav being better on Furina because energy good? And having flexibility for getting Furina's burst back early is also really strong, even if you have excess ER. Like, I can't emphasize enough how valuable it is to just always be able to burst on demand when you need to burst in order to, like, reset a rotation early. One of Furina's strengths is the fact that you can burst early. And I have found many situations where, like, I really want some extra energy on Furina, and, like, not having extra energy on Furina is reducing my ability to clear faster. Like, not having extra energy on your Furina will hurt your clear times more than, getting a constellation will benefit your clear times. So, no, I do not think the pipe on Furina is better than Fav. If you're just doing spreadsheet impact for Furina's damage alone, sure. But, like, Fav is extreme supportive value for other teammates. It's really significant, the effect that Fav can have for different teammates. And the effect it has for Furina herself is also pretty significant. I literally, if you want to rewind and see a perfect example of Fav being better than Fluve, even for Furina, rewind a little bit. You can see we had a situation where I was looking at a Furina build with the pipe, and they had, like, more crit rate than was needed. Like, with the pipe, they were at, like, 96% crit rate. But their ER was, like, questionable. They were in a questionable situation with ER, and the teams that player said they were going to play Furina in were potentially teams where the ER they had in the pipe was not going to be enough. Right? So they were in a situation of, like, okay, they might need to do an ER timepiece in the pipe. And they had a decent ER timepiece for the pipe, but then it was like, wait, what if they just level Fav and then use the HP timepiece that they had? And they would have been good, and, like, it would have been better because an HP timepiece is going to benefit their Furina's damage, right? Like, so it depends on your build a little bit. Depends on your account, how many Favs you need in a team. There's no such thing as there is no such thing as a universal Furina build. There is no such thing other than a build that has 300 energy recharge. I guess that technically is a universal build because if you don't care about her damage, but sometimes Furina's damage does matter. It depends. So, there's no such thing as a universal Furina build, but the closest you can get is using Fav, and that's my take. Anyways, you have a Furina build with pipe that is decent, 85, 195. Yeah, if you can min-max a pipe build, pipe can be great on Furina. It's very good that they released the pipe as an accessible weapon option for Furina. The pipe existing, in my opinion, is a bigger reason not to get Furina's signature weapon than Fav in many ways. But if you can do a Fav build, I think oftentimes your experience playing Furina can be better with the Fav over pipe. But yeah, pipe, particularly, yes, for Nuvilat teams, pipe is generally speaking, like, you don't need Fav. I'd say in like Nuvilet, Furina, Shalon, and Kazuha, do you need the extra ER from Fav? maybe depends on your Nuvilat build a little bit, but you don't need it for Shalom, and you don't usually need it for Kazuha half the time, because like Kazuha doesn't even really need to burst in Nuvilat teams. Like it can be beneficial, but it's not always beneficial for the time it takes to do his burst animation versus just beaming more on Nuvilat. So like, yeah, like the pipe with Furina Nuvilat, more compelling maybe, but it depends on your artifacts still. So anyways, pipe needs over 180 to feel good without Nuvi, and that needs to come from substats. Yeah, so yeah, and the account we were looking at before, that Furina build they were going to use with like Clarin, like they were going to do solo Hydro Furina, right? So anyways, sorry, Minthuru, what did I miss Minthuru? What did it say? Melt Team, Arlecchino, Goblet, or Sands should use Elixir. All right, sorry Minthuru for getting distracted. Someone else asked good questions about Furina that were worth answering. All right, your Goblet versus Sands for Elixirs, but you don't have 4 Elixirs right now. No, keep this Goblet. There you go. Also, the Sands is really good too. Why you, what? I don't think... No. Just no. I think using any elixirs on your Arlecchino build is a risk not worth taking. That's my vote. So if you want like a math illustration of this, so what an elixir for a goblet would do, right? And again, like it's 4 elixirs, right? The really important comparison is like four elixirs for 1 goblet is equivalent to 2 timepieces, but it's also equivalent not just for like Arlecchino, but also for other characters. So we'll do the timepiece comparison first, because this timepiece already has 3 crit rolls. So let's assume. So with the elixir change in 5.5, the average crit value you will get. So you're guaranteed to get 4 crit rolls basically. If you're gonna craft an attack percent timepiece with double crit with the elixirs in the next patch, you are guaranteed to get 4 crit rolls, right? And the average roll value is going to be 6.6 across those. So 6.6 times 4 is you can expect you can get screwed over with low rolls, and you can get slightly higher than this with high rolls, but the general expectation with Elixir's next patch is that you're going to get a 26.4 crit value piece at a baseline. Like that's guaranteed with the Elixir's next patch. And then you have, if it's a 3-line piece, which is more likely, but I think it's like a 25% chance you get a 4-line piece from the Elixirs. If it's a 3-line piece, you got 2 additional rolls that could have a 50% chance of rolling crit. So on average, you actually expect another crit roll. So on average, like the Elixirs now, if you choose a double crit piece, are going to give you a 30 crit value piece, right? So the expectation would be, if you use an Elixirs for an Arlecchino timepiece, to get something similar to this, right? You might get lucky getting an additional crit roll, but it'd have to either be a 4-line that gets 1 additional crit roll, or a 3-liner that gets 2 additional crit rolls, or it could be a 3-line piece that just slightly high rolls, but like 2.1% more crit damage is not like a difference maker that's worth 2 elixirs in my opinion, right? You already have an on-set goblet that enables a quite good off piece that works well with your build. So you're in a situation, in my opinion, where unless you're doing double cryo, where you're trying to like min-max Arlecchino, amplify her crit damage more, and abuse like cryo resonance, Rosaria crit rate buff or something, which is something you can do and aim for a build like that. Like, this is already high enough stat value. I don't think it's that worth it. But using an elixir for a pyro goblet, I would say would probably get you something that's equivalent to this. But if you choose crit rate, crit damage, you'll get like an additional crit roll, guaranteed. It'll be guaranteed you'll get a little bit higher crit value than this, but it's not guaranteed it's going to have attack percent, right? So the actual stat value is probably going to be pretty similar. It's just that you have attack percent rolls. The only unfortunate thing with your build is that you have a white tassel build, which has lower relative value for your attack percent rolls, right? That's the main unfortunate thing with your build. But your build is good enough that, I don't know. I feel like the main path for improvement on this Arlecchino is like maybe just particularly for double cryo is, I don't know, like Blacklift Pole unironically. might be a better path for min-maxing Arlecchino, particularly for double cryo, because you could literally just lose the 20% crit rate for double cryo here, and you'd still have a very usable amount of crit rate with double cryo, especially with Rosaria. Like, you'd have more crit rate if you're doing double cryo with Rosaria. I don't know if they have a built Rosaria or not, but built enough to be functional. Level 70 Rosaria for double cryo Arlecchino Sitlali Rosaria is functional. So anyways, I don't think you craft anything for your Arlecchino is my point. I don't think it's likely enough to improve the build relative to your ability to use elixirs for other characters. Like we were discussing using one for Furina, right? You're most likely, if you use it for timepiece, is going to get a similar timepiece. But if you use, 4 elixirs across 2 patches for 2 timepieces, you're probably going to get an upgrade. But it's not going to be an upgrade that's going to meaningfully change your experience of using this character, I think, like, at all. Your build is well past the point of, like, noticing that, in my opinion. So I don't know. It's like, as far as, like, where you have a more likely upgrade path, I guess it's technically you have a more likely upgrade path for a Pyro Goblet, but, like, yeah, I don't know. I unironically would just, like the potential of, like, a Blacklift Pole being better than White Tassel is somewhat contingent on your ability to trigger its passive, but it's also very possible in many situations, like with how they've been doing Abyss with either obviously AoE Abysses or these Abysses where they've had, like, some trash mobs before the boss starts. Like, that's honestly my recommendation, weirdly enough, is level a Black Tassel as an option. So, and test that maybe for double cryo, or not double cryo even. But right now, if you switch Black Tassel to her without doing double cryo, you would probably need to switch her off piece to something with at least 10% crit rate would be my recommendation. Oh yeah, I forgot you had nothing for off piece flowers with crit rate. I forgot crit rate hates you. So yeah, so I don't know. Blacklift Pole would be a min-maxing double cryo situation, because if we imagine that build right, we would add the 55% crit damage. You'd go to 240 crit damage. Your crit rate would functionally remain the same if you're doing Sitlali Rosaria combo. And then if you're killing some trash mobs beforehand, you should have quite a lot higher attack, both because of the higher base attack, but also because of whatever. So, I don't know. Yeah, that's my suggestion, but that's only double cryo. You need a different off-piece flower if you're going to do solo cryo with Sitlali. So, honestly, I don't know. I think your build is good enough. Like, how does this... Let's go see how it performs quick. Showed Arlecchino damage with Sitlali. I'm on mobile, can't see damage numbers if you can. Sure. I didn't even see you say that. I just wanted to see for myself. Alright. Why am I struggling? Wait, you don't have Shalonin. Ah! Oh. Are you doing double cryo anyways normally? Sitlali not on scroll. Oh yeah, Sitlali needs to be on scroll. Yeah, that's true. Sitlali definitely needs to be on scroll. Ideally, a Sitlali build, by the way, if you're actually trying to min-max things, which isn't necessarily needed, but again, like I said before, there is reasons to potentially do... oh my god. There is reasons to potentially do... Okay, yeah, we have good pieces available for her. That brain. There is reasons to potentially do... nice, alright. Codex on Sitlali, but in this case... not necessarily. Alright. Sick. Let's go. TDDS. 4-piece scroll. More ER than we need, but whatever. Actually, I don't know. Can we get away with the EM timepiece? I guess we probably can. Yeah, with your ER subsets, we can actually do EM timepiece. Nice. Yeah, that should be... I think it should be fine. It'll probably be fine. Rosaria should be on instructors. On Fav, ideally. Actually give her white tassel, funnily enough. Maybe instead of Fav, but I'm going to give her Fav. Do you have C6 Bennett, by the way? Because it's helpful for... Well, okay. It's fine. It's unfortunate, but the instructors Rosaria, it's just easier. It's more consistent to proc. Sometimes you have a slight issue with like enemies will just have cryo aura on them. The way I like to rotate with Sitlali, Rosaria, Bennett, it's a little bit annoying to consistently trigger. But because of the fact that you have C6 Bennett, you can just do a normal attack and trigger a reaction to trigger instructors with C6 Bennett. So we might actually not see C6. We might not see instructors do anything here, I guess. Your Nahita's on instructors. Yoink. At least you kept instructors pieces. I don't see any crit rate ER combo. Poop. All right. To be clear, Fav plus ER timepiece usually as an off piece is fine. Okay, I don't know why you have instructors on Nahida, but you'll have to fix your Nahida build. I'm sorry. We're just looking for correct ER. Okie dokie. No, well, I guess we're just taking all the Nahida pieces. It's fine. You know what, I'm going to stop recording until we go into the NA polls. We have 2 more accounts at, sorry, 3 more accounts potentially to do on NA in a few minutes here, but I suppose we are doing live, which is nice. All right, so we'll do that, and then off piece, ER piece, go to that. Okay. What is our ER situation at? It's level 75. We have C4, right? Yeah, that should be fine. Okay. Oops. Oh, that should be fine. What's our crit rate at? 50%? Hey, that'll be an 8% crit rate buff. So yeah, we're getting like a 20% crit rate buff functionally on Arlecchino. So my point with pointing that out is that if you switch to, we're getting an equivalent amount of crit rate from double cryo, Sitlali, Rosaria combo with the build we currently have on Rosaria. Without even leveling up her pieces more, because maybe they'll roll some crit rate rolls, right? And there's potential min-maxing you can do with even non-fab builds in Rosaria, but for the crit rate buff, even on instructors. But my point with this is we don't have a Black Tassel available right now, right? But if we put Black Tassel on, it would be a significant DPS upgrade for this team. I'm like 90% certain for the purpose of min-maxing with the double cryo buff. And like this is a compelling enough team that like I enjoy min-maxing that Arlecchino in this way with double cryo, that I like this team more than with Rosaria, or sorry, more than I like Shalonen instead of Rosaria here. But Shalonen instead of Rosaria, you can just stick to the freaking white tassel build, and it's fine, right? Like it's not going to be that different of an experience with an already strong character with a really strong team. It's just fun for min-maxing things. ER is whatever. So wait, I should do a full team probably. I should clear multiple chambers. I should also do on second side, I guess. Yeah, okay. You know, we'll test in the first chamber first, and then we'll see if I want to go through multiple chambers. So I guess I shouldn't have abandoned that, but whatever. Whatever. It's fine. All right, and the way I usually like doing this is Arlecchino into Sitlali, Bennett into Rosaria. But again, this is like the way I do this is like for the balance of trying to maintain cryo application, and because all these characters basically have uptime of about 12 seconds, which is awkward. And I like to do Rosari after Bennett to try to get the most uptime for Instructor's buff. I also didn't check if this Arlecchino build should also technically use an EM timepiece. Actually, wait. Minthru, I forgot. Like, as far as melt goes, you should probably consider making a EM timepiece. I'm a derpy. I totally forgot that as a factor. I'm a derpy derp. I didn't even look at... I'll double check to see if you had any EM timepieces. I'm a derp. Yes, you might want to consider if you don't have any EM double crit timepieces for your Arlecchino, it very well might be worth doing an EM double crit timepiece for Melt Arlecchino, for sure. Solo machine gun, Goro second side. Yeah, exactly. Also, wait, I forgot. In this team, Thrilling Tales does nothing. Thrilling Tales does nothing because of how I rotate here. So if I want to do, because normally I use the only signature weapon, so that is a factor that makes things weird. Okay, let's try. Next we can check our Arlecchino timepiece. Thrilling Tales of Dragon Slayers. Of course, you do annoying things. Attack, energy, EM. Yeah, that's not the greatest EM timepiece. So yeah, that would be my vote. If you're gonna spend elixirs for Melt Arlecchino, spend it on an EM timepiece, and still consider the Black Live pull thing. Ping is scandalous. Yeah, I know. It's not great. I think we're just gonna sacrifice some instructors uptime, which is like we're only gonna get maybe 2 melts with instructors uptime here, which is not ideal. But oh well.
Everybody stand back. He's lolling, he's pop-up. Get him! Get to work.
I'm testing my patience.
Yeah, Black Lip Hole would have cleared that. I guarantee it. I don't know what the Arlecchino talent level's at, by the way, but it's so funny when like I have a Homa build, right? I have a Homa build that when I min max with an EM timepiece, to be clear, gets like 450k. It's C1 Arlecchino with Homa, with a crown talent. I don't know if there's a crown. It is. So, I don't know. It's just funny, the compounding factor of having, and it's a gladiator build to be clear. Having a gladiator build that has a lot more crit damage with Homa, it makes a difference with C1. Like it all compounds and makes a difference. So, in the same team. But EM timepiece there, to be clear, would also probably have made a difference, like for being able to kill those enemies, in one rotation easily. So, but also Black Lip Hole could have potentially done the same thing, and especially Black Lip Hole with EM timepiece, right? Like if you can abuse that double cryo Rosaria crit rate plus cryo resonance, it's pretty significant. So, yeah, I don't know. Should we do it? Should we try to do a clear with that on the second side? I'm down. It's definitely a lot weaker Arlecchino that I'm used to, but let's see. We'll just deal with the low instructors uptime. Hey, we got a Furina Nubulette. Let's just brain off in the first side. Do you have Kazuo? No. Oron? No. Just put him a weak. Just. I mean. Yeah, frick it. I'm just gonna put him a weak. I don't want to think about it. Yeah, I could have done Bloom, but eh.
Solidified.
Plastic surge.
Settle down. Let the might now you're testing my patience. Gotcha.
I don't know what the Nubilet build is, but it is lower damage than I would have expected. Did I not burst on Furina? Maybe that's why. Maybe that's why. Aw, I should probably... Worst meta team ever. Look, I just didn't want to think about things. Yes, I know she's not bursting consistently. It's fine. It'll be fine. Oh my god, the ping, man. I think the ping is screwing with the... that. This was maybe the worst Nubilet clear I could possibly have in this chamber. How to use strong characters and still clear badly. Oh god. This is what happens when I use meta teams. I can't. I don't know how to do it. That works, I guess. Wow. Switch Zhongli. They don't have Shallonen. I would have used Shallonen for brain offing. Maybe I should have used Lanyon, actually. Lanyon would have been better. Oops. I think Lanyon would have been better. Oh well. Oops. Oops. I didn't mean better than Nubilet, but honestly, yes. I just realized I might be struggling to trigger a scroll on Sit Lolly now. Oops. Yeah, C6 Bennett is a really nice quality of life thing. This is a Sapwood Blade Bennett. 2. Aw. By the way, if it's not obvious, this team has carry over Bond of Life. Which is one of those pretty significant benefits of a shorter rotation Arlecchino team. I'm not being particularly good with things, but it's fine. What? I don't know what I was doing there. What am I doing? Oh no, that was a terrible time to get interrupted. No. Okay, that was a hard skill issue. Hard skill issue. A hard skill issue myself there. Okay, can I don't want to use Mocha here. I thought the Nubilet brain off would be better than it was. It turns out without the build is fine. It turns out without the full brain off team, it's a little bit harder. So let's try you. You have Eevee? Yep, you do. That's good enough. That's cool. Alright, she doesn't need Thrilling Tails in this team, so yep. Yep. That's it. She's just gonna VV bot. She needs to do nothing else. Technically, no, she needs nothing else. Nothing else. It's fine. I don't really need him here, actually, now that I think about it. Maybe I'd do... Yeah, is Zhongli on Petra? That's a good question, actually. Nope. I don't really feel like mucking with... I don't know, maybe I'll just do Hyper Bloom. Is Hyper Bloom gonna be better? Ugh. What? Oh, yeah. No, I know. Fixed. Alright. Darn. Wait, no, Nubiletta's on Pro. I was gonna put him on Prototype Amber, because... okay. Don't worry about it. I was gonna put him on Prototype Amber, or I was gonna put her on Prototype Amber to get more healing from Furina, but I think it's fine because we have him on Prototype Amber, so it doesn't matter. All right, it'll be fine. All right, my brain can brain. Where are you? There you are. Okay. What is the Bennett build talent app, by the way? Okay, cool. The best this Bennett can be. That's fine. Yeah, that's fine. All right, cool. Virgin Moika Vorslot, maybe. 350 viewers. You know, you all the 100 people at least left when there was more Gambas to come. I couldn't give them any more Gamba now because they had to wait in the banner anyways. Oh well, that's fine. They're only hurting their own viewing experience. I should have done that. Frick you. Downside, this team does not have the interruption resistance of Zhongli, but oh well. Also, I forgot about having to stay. I haven't played freaking Hyperbloom Nebulet in 5 years. You have to kind of squat near enemies. You die, please. Bro, what does this Kuki have? Why are we only getting 24k blooms? I didn't check Kuki. My bad. Well, this is being played worse, but can clear faster than the other team if played better. This is why people don't play this team, by the way. It's because people don't like being interrupted with Nubilat, because Nubilat feels like an ass character to get interrupted on. My god, do I think people overrate this character at C0. But, anyways, I do not find him particularly fun. Past the 3 months I enjoyed him, I never found him particularly fun. And he feels bad to use in a lot of teams where he could be theoretically interesting to use in. But, anyways. I should... And for that reason, I'm actually going to switch back. I'm sorry. I'm going to switch back to something better, because also Kuki is not even on an appropriate build. Actually, no, that seems fine. What? Why was she only getting 24k blooms? What? Okay, whatever. Whatever. What we're gonna do? We're doing brain off. We're doing brain off mode. What about Nahida? I mean, Nahida did not have a good build because I just forced 4-piece Deepwood to make sure she functioned for Deepwood, but she was on Deepwood. So, anyways, Blap. What? Sometimes he didn't spawn on burst. What? Yeah, I don't know. Part of the reason he's feeling bad to play here, to be clear, is also the latency. Which is fine. Really? Is that a... Oh, that's a... I have thoughts about Black Tassel Zhongli, but whatever.
I'm getting sick of this.
Now you're testing my patience.
Should have done another skill there. Whatever. And Nubilet is such a character, if you don't reach damage breakpoints to make him feel good, he don't feel as good. Who knew? Do that. Do this. I don't know why I did the Zhongli shield refresh. Nahida was on 2-piece Deepwood, was she? I could have sworn I forced 4-piece. I'm like 90% certain she was on like 3-piece and I put 4-piece on, but I guess I could be wrong. Maybe she was only on 2-piece and I put her on 3-piece. I don't know. Really? Why? What? What just happened there?
We'll meet again.
Also, this team still feels like ass. Why does Nubilet feel as bad on this account? Gosh, I don't know. I feel like Nubilet shouldn't feel this bad. I guess we go back to this. Whatever. I do make him look balanced, apparently. I don't know. I don't know what happened with him not collecting those balls there. Alright, I don't know. I just like Nubilet and I don't feel like thinking about playing him properly. Only 2 stacks because C0? I mean, yeah. But like I said, I think people overrate C0 and Nubilet. But
You are not welcome. Silence. Let's end this now. Now you're testing my patience. Let the mighty be humble.
I wasn't getting vaporizes, so it was kind of pointless. Continue doing that.
Will meet.
I'm getting sick.
Kill it, please. Please. Weaker, please. 200 millisecond newbie indeed.
The tides beckon. Now you're testing my patience.
I'm getting sick of this
Will meet. Get out. Regret.
That please.
You are silent.
Time to buckle down.
Oh my god. Ah, crap.
Guide you. Let the mighty be humble.
Did I none impress my weak AE? I don't think I did. Perfect. Perfect. Exactly what I needed. Could put weak on scroll here. It probably would have cleared a lot faster. Just die, please. Thank you. Alright. I can play him perfectly fine at C0 on my account, but yeah. Anyways, Flap. This is why there's, I think, the majority of the player base probably likes Mawika. Because they play Nubilet like I just played Nubilet. Didn't get a crit there, did I? That's annoying. Wait, didn't? Was that not a crit? What happened there? Actually, I think I might have just overtaken with Pyro by accident. I guess technically, in this team, for what it's worth, to solve the instructor problem and uptime, what I should do is Bennett on instructors and Noblesse on what's her bucket on Rosaria. That would work a lot better, but too late to swap them now. You know, the strength of like carrying over, being able to carry over Bond of Life is so strong with our Latino teams. I really like teams that can carry over Bond of Life on it. Just use skill. I don't think we need to. Yeah, there we go. Attack Goblin or Arlecchino better with C6 Chevers. I mean, if you're doing a Chevers team without Bennett, Arlecchino on an Attack Goblet is probably very usable. In my experience, Pyro Goblet is still better. Like playing Arlecchino on a Chevers team on polearms only. But with Bennett, Pyro Goblet is still definitely significantly better. So, yeah. Attack Goblet generally no, but it's also not that bad in Arlecchino, but also depends on your weapon situation as well, and what the exact team is. For non-Bennett Arlecchino teams, which I tend to like playing, it's more compelling. Probably should have shielded before that. But oh well. I just realized these things have Hydra resistance. Not these ones, but the next dudes, right? That's not ideal. Yeah, these guys have Hydra resistance. Hmm. Can you come over here? Why are you all the way over there? Bro. I would really have liked to hit both of them with the reverse. So why are you on that side? Bro, it went out of range of Nuvilet's beam. Why did it go over there? This is the kind of crap that makes this game so cringe to play sometimes. I'm sorry. Like, what? Why? Did I ever go on like that side of them that would make its AI go that direction? Why would it go to the wall of the abyss? Why did it do that? You should go C1 Furina or Risley. I mean, if you like Risley, you should probably get Risley. I refuse. Sucrose? We can unscroll. What are you saying, Minthru? I mean, you're Sucrose. I could use Sucrose. With Arlecchino, I guess, but I don't know. I think double cryo is more compelling than using Sucrose more often than not. But with your build right now, to be clear, not needing the extra crit rate, I think Sucrose would be better, yes, but I don't know. Depends your preference. If you play a Sucrose, though, you don't really need to change the build as much. But other than you should use an EM timepiece, probably. So, honestly, you know what I should? I should have just played Electrocharge team on this side. I think I'd be enjoying this Abyss on this person, on Minthru's account more if I just used the Electrocharge team, honestly. Is that what you were saying? Just use an Electrocharge team? It would have been better, you know. If Sucrose is 90 at least, you know. I mean, Electrocharge is more fun than Nuvilet. That's everything is more fun than Nuvilet, but why? Brain. Please no. I'm playing Nuvilet quite badly. I wish to emphasize that. Like, yeah, not having Furina buff there is probably not ideal, to say the least.
Stabilize.
15 minutes left. Yeah, that's what it kind of feels like. These freaking Hydra resistance. 12k damage, Nuvilet. Oh god, I actually just need to use Moika against these, I think. I'll be honest. Die. Thank you. Or saving Moika. It was maybe a mistake to bring Nuvilet here. Oh, I thought it was on bike. Oops. I unironically think it might be better just to wait out Moika's burst here. Alright, oh boy, this is an experience. Oh my god, that didn't crit. Maybe it should have been better. It probably was better to use Nuvilet, whatever. Because this Moika build, maybe ain't it right now. What did the build have? I could have sworn it had perfectly okay amount of crit rate. Oh my god, what is happening in this? Why not do Moika Vape? Because it's not working! This new billet, or this Zhongli does no damage on his burst. It's not even worth using. NA banners are up soon. I'm aware. Bro, what are you doing? How did I not vape there? Why? Did I just not crit? It was either a not crit or a non-vape. I just... I kind of want to restart and just do a electro charge. What do they have for... Here, let's leave... Oh, which button did I press? I hope I hit restart. Okay. Zhongli... Is it Zhongli Pillar taking away Hydra? Yeah, it might be that too. That's so funny. I don't want to open the quick swap menu, Mahoyo. Frick off. Oh my god, why do they do this? Yes, I know. The quick swap is this. Thank you. Okay, What am I doing? Electro Charge. Non-level 90 official. Non-level 90 St. Joe. No Auron. And a not level 90 Sucrose. Never mind. Never mind. Okay. Never mind that too. Okay. Do you need C1 Risley to make him feel good? I think that depends on the kind of player you are. I don't have enough personal experience using Risley to meaningfully commentate one way or another. I think if you really like Risley, at this point you're probably gonna like... If you really like Risley and you really like playing high damage teams where characters feel like they're doing a compelling amount of damage, and don't have weird clunkiness problems if they fall below 50% HP because their kit turns off when they're below 50% HP and their C1 makes it so that basically doesn't happen, then maybe yes, you want C1 Risley. But is it possible to play Risley and have him feel good without that? And just being willing to restart in case you fall under 50% HP? Yes. But don't expect him to be a unit that's like, oh my god, suddenly I can start clearing Abyss now with Risley. That's probably not going to happen. Yeah. Yeah, you could definitely argue his C1 is fairly overrated, but it's weird. Well. This account has no options for like AoE teams. I'm just like trying to compute AoE teams. And like without having units leveled for like doing transformative reaction stuff, there's no choice other than like Furina and Nuviland. Should I just do like I don't want to play actual on Field Mawika. Oh, you are on scroll. Okay. That's why she's not critting. Maybe she should be on Obsidian, honestly, for the second chamber. I don't want to re-equip you though. That's a pain in the arse. I really don't want to. Yeah, that's why. Okay, I thought she was on Obsidian for some reason. So she's on scroll, which is fine. Yeah, it's fine. We'll try this a couple more times. We're 10 minutes away from the NA banner, so I don't know. There's not much. I don't have to do anything else other than yap about things. I'll do some Furina yapping and whatever I think on my main account after. One of the NA banners, by the way. Actually, wait. Oh, Tono, you are still watching. Okay, good. So one of them I still have to do the verification for. The other one said they don't get off work until an hour after the banner goes live, so we might be waiting a little while for them because rather wait for them to come and show up. But I also told them I could do I could just do theirs after the live stream too, if need be. But I don't know. I'll message them. So we'll just do this for a few seconds though, or a few minutes. I guess we're continuing the same freaking team. Man, I don't know what this account can be other than like a good story of not having options for off-fielders. or other whatevers. Like, I would so much rather just do like Sucrose, Singcho, Fischl, or Ron right now. I would so much rather do that. Who am I missing? Who am I missing? Who did I forget? Oh, oops, that's why. Plant. And I also really don't feel like configuring Bennett on instructors. I don't know how old this account is yet, to be clear. Yeah. Oh, you were using Burgeon Mawika? I didn't even see that comment before. Advise me on the account for future investments. Level 90ing Fischl and getting Fischl on a good build is worthwhile. Having Sucrose level 90, unless you're planning on getting a Kazuha. Maybe then there's a reason not to level 90 Sucrose, but probably level 90 Sucrose. Because like situations like this, she could like just Sucrose can kind of carry the first side of this abyss. I'm not gonna lie. Just Sucrose and swirl elements around buff your Hydro and Electro offfielders. But yeah, more investment in like off-field options is probably the most compelling thing you can do. Getting Shallonen will probably be fairly impactful to you if you want the easiest path. Shallonen requires like 0 build investment and will be a nice supportive unit that you can put in different teams. In this team, in place of Zhongli, I mean, or Mawika. Yeah, honestly, in place of Mawika is probably what most people would do here. Would be compelling. So, yeah. Anyways, we could do Hyper Bloom things, but Hyper Bloom is not as good in single target, or sorry, in AoE, which is the first side here. And then I didn't feel like doing a Hyper Bloom. Hyper Bloom Nuvolette I think could clear better than this team potentially, but is annoying to play, and I don't feel like it right now. So, anyways, let's not let Mawika die immediately. Alright.
Now you're testing my patience. We'll meet again. Settle down.
I'm getting sick.
Now you're testing my patience.
Special worthy investment at C1. For the number of situations you just need ranged damage and like some off-field application, either triggering reactions or just doing damage. I think yes, personally. But she is a worse character. Sure, at that not C1.
I'm getting sick of this game.
Please, really? What? I don't know why my mouse drifted right there. That was probably my hand, but I don't know. Anyways, let's do this again. Really?
Teamwork is dreamwork. Get to work. You two. Time to.
Didn't touch your normal attack there.
Lights out. Everybody stand back. Let's fulfill our pact. Suffer the wrath of me.
Yeah, I don't think we're actually getting scroll here consistently. C6 Bennett would be really nice. think we can purposely get scroll actually by doing something like that. Yeah. Just requires some tweaking around things maybe. Depends on if Bennett overwrites with Pyro. I don't think it's always necessary. But. Okay, but then it causes problems with potentially getting structures in Bizarre. Ugh. Man, C6 Bennett really fixes the setups in this team. Oh boy. Also, I forgot to use... Oh, that was good. Oh yeah, Auron is definitely worthwhile C0. Especially versus a high constellation for official. Sorry, versus a low constellation official. Derp. Bring derp. Alright. Annoying chamber. Really.
Stabilize. Silence. Be sanctified.
Well. This. Hopefully the buttholes don't ungroup themselves somehow. You have to freeze them. It might help. It might not. I don't know. Here, let's do this. This. Flap. And then this. Didn't crit on one. I separated them. I don't think we have Furina buff up anywhere. It's kind of fine. I think it is better to do at least one rotation of Muika there. This to chill out a little bit. Alright. I should have... Yeah, well, it's fine. It's fine. Why? What? Why did that take so long to charge up? Whatever. Alright, this start Furina is why extra ER. Nice. Do this. Chill out for a second. Alright. Flap. And back frame. Wow. I should have done HP. I didn't have the. Oh, that was dumb. I should have. Whatever. That's fine. We'll see if this is enough to clear. I should have maybe switched to Sucrose here too to try out that team, but I don't know. I just wanted to play this more. Sorry. I hate the design of this boss so much. I really dislike this boss and how much they have thrown it in Abyss. And Banner's alive? Alright. You didn't notice what happened there. Bennett's skill not hitting is incredibly annoying. Oh yeah, figures. Man, this boss, I hate this boss. So I am. Let's just move on to the next chamber. This Abyss is cringe for this account, to say the least. It's a funny example of how like this account, this Abyss is not that easy if you don't have options for AoE teams. Like, Neuvillette is a good option, but you know, there'd be more compelling things this account could have had with just a couple other leveled units, right? Yeah, it's kind of interesting. But yeah, this team, like I said, could be meaningfully stronger with didn't mean to do that. with better play, but also with a Black Tassel build, EM timepiece on Arlecchino, also putting instructors on Bennett, Noblesse on Rosaria would be a better bet. We could get more crit rate buff out of that from Rosaria, higher uptime and instructor buff, yada yada. I like this team a lot. It should be configured slightly differently than I have it configured. And there could be potential different weapon options and artifact improvements on Arlecchino in particular. So, yeah. I just didn't feel like reconfiguring things, so I don't know. Sucrose is a perfectly fine option instead of the derp there. Rosaria, because you can do... What is the setup? You probably do... What is it? I have found setups with trying to do VV in conjunction with Sitlali to be quite awkward. But you can probably do Arlecchino into Sitlali into Bennett Sucrose. Most of the time should probably work pretty decently. And then switch to Arlecchino, start going to town. It probably works pretty well, I suspect. So, yeah. I just like the double cryo team more, I think. Personally. Lost your 50-50. Rip. Sorry. Alright, let's, Chrono, let me, here, let me black out, because I'm gonna have to log in. There we go. Why did that button not work? What? Black. There we go. Okay. Oh, Leilani said they're good to go immediately. Alright, never mind. Okay, cool. Sorry, Chrono, I'm gonna make it, or sorry, your name's not Chrono, your name is Chono. I'm sorry, I've got your name wrong the whole time. Chono, I'm gonna make you wait just because it's gonna take longer to log into your account. Because I haven't done the verification yet. Yeah, thank you by the way, Minthru, for also letting me play on your account a little bit. Hopefully you enjoy your Furina. Obviously when their Furina has leveled up talents, that will help their teams that they play Furina in. I was struggling because of ping 2 and whatever. But yeah. Anywho's. Start recording again. Alright. There we go. And this is an NA account. Anything you want to do, Leilani, for... Are you in the YouTube chat? I assume you are. What's your username in YouTube? Thanks for the showcase. Yeah, no problem. But yeah, don't take anything of my usage of Nuvalet too hard. well, okay. Leilani is already in a special location. Let's go. So here we are. Liminal's account / Leilani. Gaslight Gate. Oh my god, I can't speak. Gaslight Gate Kit. Why, brain? It's just words. It's not that hard to read. Gaslight Gate Boss Girl Keep. The reason, to be clear, that's the reason my brain was braining, is because my brain was wanting to say Gaslight. Yeah. That. Gaslight. Help. Send help. Gaslight Gatekeep Girl Boss. But Gaslight Gate Boss Girl Keep is much harder to say. Anyways. Is me. Liminal. Hello. Alright. So. What I have written down is that they have do 160 wishes, and they're at 40 pity. All right, and use them all. Is that still the same, Leilani? IRL bug, pretty much, yeah. Plan still the same. 160 wishes for Furina with 40 pity. Using meta teams fried his brain. True. This is true. I don't even know if people consider the double cryo Rosaria team that meta. It's like everyone just does freaking Shalonin. Alright, yep. 39 pity, technically. It's a very big difference. 39 pity. Just waiting for confirmation, making sure they didn't change their mind on anything. You can say in chat, by the way, because I don't have Discord notifications on. Liminal / Leilani. My day's been good, Ellen. We've been doing some gambles on viewer stream while doing some advice on builds at the same time, which is gonna make it, I don't know. I think it's a valuable video, to be clear, to include the advice part, but at the same time, I don't know how to structure the video like that, because like so many people clicking on a wishing video are clicking for wishing, right? So I usually like to structure them as like have some yap, have some wishing as separated portions. Doing wishing and yap, wishing yap, wishing yap, I think is likely to just make people not watch the video, which is rough, unless I am able to title and or thumbnail the video to give someone clicking on the video the impression that it is more than just a normal wishing video, right? So it could be like, can I pull for? Because originally I was gonna just be like, the title of the video was originally gonna be like, how many Furinas will I get with X amount of pulls, like 500 pulls? But instead maybe it can be, can I get Furina for my viewers and fix them at the same time? Because I've had like meaningful commentary to say on every one, but yeah, I don't know. For the Rosaria team, 70 crit rate is a good point, right? For Arlecchino, I mean, you could get away with less, because like you don't need 100% crit rate. Like Rosaria plus double cryo could feasibly, on the most invested Rosaria build, get you up to like 100% crit rate. You don't need 100% crit rate. I've never felt the need to have on all my characters 100% crit rate, right? It might be nice, but I don't think you need to aim for 70%. I think literally 60% is more than good enough. I think you could even min-max and have 50% or lower even, right? But depends on your artifacts. It's not bad to have 70% crit rate and be functionally at near 100, but you can also get away with less. Depends on how much you want to be willing to optimize around RNG. So, I feel if I miss one melt crit, it's like missing Eula ult, kind of, yeah. Anyway, that is actually funny. Yeah, a Eula ult is basically one melt on Arlecchino. Anyway, did I miss any? No changes. Go ahead and use them all. All right, cool. All right, sick. So, let's go. No changes. 160 wishes. All on Furina. All Gamba. Just to make sure, Liminal, you are aware of Eon Sun being relevant. I should maybe have mentioned that, but we have no guarantee. 40 pity. Bam. We still have not gotten an early, which is crazy. That's 59. No, sorry. Wait. No, yeah, we're at 39. This is 49. I can brain. Fab Lance, one of the best fabs in the game. These are always good to get extra copies of. For it's even a signature weapon for maybe the Bennett 2 coming out in the future. Who knows? Anyways, let me jot a note down. Leilani, is 160. All right. Blap. Okay. Next, this is. Oh, earlies. Not very early. I was gonna say this was like 59 or something. Not very early, but it's an early. Wow, I can actually get earlies. Who knew? One early and like 400 pulls. and importantly, it's a 50-50 win. Right? I think I'm full on in the middle so far as 50-50 wins and 50-50 losses, but now I'm going to be ahead.
Why are you just standing there with your mouth?
She didn't even let me finish my sentence.
You must be stunned and at a loss
We are
for
stunned.
words.
Like a 50-ish pity.
Understandable.
Early 50-50 win. Let's go.
After all, Fontaine's
Wow.
most beloved star,
Yes.
Furina.
We do love you,
I'm
Furina.
on a very tight schedule, so you're lucky to even get an appointment with me.
I have a theory that there are less earlies when the banner is brand new. Your theory is quite literally proven wrong if you go look at data. But, you know. Chungus. Oh, that was a new Chungus. I'm sorry. I should have listened to that. I didn't realize. I'm sorry. I would have liked to see. I feel like experiencing the Chungus brand new intro line is a rarity. I didn't realize. My bad. Oops. All right. Okay. Are we just to make sure, does that change anything? Does it change anything if we're going more? Because now you're basically guaranteed. Yeah, you're basically guaranteed C1. So is that yep? I don't want to force people to gamble. This will be the last time I ask, though. This will be the last time I ask. Now that you got her early, in like 20 pulls, just want to make sure. Because, you know, you could... This is the amount of pulls like you could save for, like, Shan Yun. I don't know if you have Shan Yun already. You probably don't. This is the amount of pulls you could save for, like, Shan Yun and getting Aeon Sun copies, right? You would like to see one? Alright, cool. Let's go. And now we're at, like... Well, that was early in, like, the second or third wish. I don't know. So this is, like, 15-ish. Hi? Okay. Yeah. Mika, he's new. We didn't get to listen to his voice line either. I don't think we care that much about that. Sorry, Mika. Alright. 25-ish. It'd be funny if we got another early. Hello. 35-ish. I mean, it's fitting. That's where we began. It's not where we're ending, because we got more things to do. 45-ish. Hello, Charlotte. 55-ish. Wow. 65-ish. Lines were... Wow. Alright. 75-ish. This might be... And the ish is very important here. Yes, exactly. The ish is very important there, because if I was keeping track of things correctly, I thought that was like right at the beginning of Soft Pity, but not necessarily into Soft Pity enough to be likely. But what is likely is I win another 50-50, so I have good luck overall streak. Hi, Mika. Hi, Chungus. I mean... Tignari is one of the better ones to lose a 50-50 to. It's not new. It's not new. My 50. I think I have like the most average of average luck in this stream, to be honest. Hey, C1 Tignari is 15% crit rate. They have Tignari not leveled up, which is sad because I like Tignari a lot, but 15% crit rate, it makes him quite a bit easier to balance his build. So, you know, because he doesn't ascend with crit at all. So it's a very nice constellation, I will say. But I guess we continue. My brain, it's fine. That was at the end of the poll, right? So this is basically 10. And we can skip. Hello, Charlotte. Maybe we'll get C6 of everyone in the band. And 20-ish. How exciting. What? What AR is this account? How much wishing have they done? It's 56 account. Okay, that's not that unlikely. It's relatively unlikely, I feel like, to be AR 56 and see your first rust. But not that unlikely. Like, if this was an AR 60 account, I'd be like, what? But no, an AR 56 account, okay, that makes more sense. Slightly more sense. Still weirdly unlikely, I think, for that to happen. But anyways, also explains why they ever had a new Chungus, right? There's so many freaking 4-stars in the game. If you're a relatively newer player, it's not that unlikely where you just don't have a single Chungus. But anyways, continuing. This I have now lost track properly. Hello, Chungy. Chungy is no. I don't like that nickname for Chungus. It's also a nickname on top of a nickname, which makes it even worse. So, anyways, hello. Well, these are not exciting anymore, but hey, I don't know. We got one early 50-50 win. And I think if this... My brain didn't... I need to trigger water. My throat's ceasing functioning. What was I saying? Oh yeah, we have... I believe this is not Pity yet. Right? Yeah, no, okay. Hi. C6 Bennett, nice. I assume we just use a Star Glitter? I don't remember if they said use Star Glitter or not. Oh wait, no, we just use the... Never mind. That first, obviously. There we go, hello. There we go, got your C1. Didn't even have to spend Star Glitter. And we got C1 Furina. I don't know how I'm so good at timing this. I'm so good at timing this sometimes, I feel like. It's happened a lot. I don't know. There's like something subtle in my brain that manages to time that pretty well. I don't always do it very well, to be clear. Because I don't know when they're showing up in the poll. But like, it's funny that my brain didn't keep exact track of like the wishing. And so I didn't know exactly where she was likely to show up in the poll there. But I still managed to time it. But anyways, there we go. I think I've had very average luck. We've had one early so far, and normal distribution to 50-50 wins, which is what you would expect, but it also isn't exciting. So nobody ever is going to want me to do the viewer polls again. But I don't know. Whether or not I do depends on how well this video does. Furina C1 is a good stop. In my opinion, yes. In my opinion, yes. Alright, well, I don't know. I think... all things considered, being that they didn't really quite have a... They wanted C1 Furina, right? Sorry, my brain is derping on their username. The Liminal. Yeah. Leilani/Liminal. Alright, Liminal wanted C1 Furina, and they didn't have exactly enough to guarantee C1 Furina, but we got an early, and then we had just exactly enough to guarantee C1, basically. So, with a little bit extra, technically, with Star Glitter and whatnot, but... Yeah, I don't know. Let's look at their build. Let's judge their build, because that's what I'm doing. Is your Traveler your build, Leilani? I'm guessing they are. Or is that a Pyro Traveler build? Because you can do Pyro Traveler on that, technically. Also, a rare player who stars their artifacts. That's an interesting goblet. Alright, 3 wishes for C2 left. I mean... do you want me to use the 3 wishes for C2? Alright, okay, yeah, this... Actually, I don't know. C2 Chungin acquired. Nice, congrats. Lumion is holding her stuff. Alright. Equip that. And then I'll take a peek see and you can get my judgment of things. Do you know what teams you're likely to play Furina in? Oh, that's a... more relatable artifact. Again, AR-56 changes the evaluation standard. Hydro bonus, huh? It's a very good goblet, but let's take a peek see first. Okay, well actually, okay, first. Equip this. What weapon were they planning on using? Okay, sure, that's fine. They do have 2 favs. So they could use their extra fav on Furina. We'll see what the build looks like. That might not make sense. You will save the 3. Okay, there you go. All right. Wait. She's not leveled up. No, it's fine. It's fine. I forgot. My brain. I forgot. I remembered early in the stream. Forgot now. So add the Ascension crit rate. This is 60% crit rate plus the crit rate from this. That means she's at like 78% crit rate, or 77. So very usable, decent ratio, with the ER question mark, but this is an HP timepiece. So they're in a situation where if they have an ER timepiece, they have that, and they also have, I'm jealous of that, which is, I was going to say we're going to engage the real streamer luck, but they have literally 0 artifacts for me to put in, and it's... Never mind. I was hoping to get you a double crit ER timepiece. Anyways, as long as you can switch to an ER timepiece, which right now you kind of can't. I just say this is like that's like kind of an ideal balanced hit, where like if you want to change your Furina build to have higher damage versus like higher ER, because sometimes she'll have higher ER needs than 180%. All you need to be is in a situation where you can either switch the weapon, in my opinion, or just switch the timepiece. Having to switch any more than just one thing, right? If you have to switch more than one thing, that's like where you start to lose your sanity as far as having to switch your builds around, in my opinion. But let's take a peek see just in case. I feel like they have better options, but I think they have a pretty well-balanced build already. I doubt they have improvements. Okay, to be clear, this could actually technically be an improvement. Losing 7% crit rate isn't ideal, but I don't think it would make your build unusable to lose the 7% crit rate here. And this having ER, HP percent, and crit damage means it could be a better option, potentially, depending on the team you're using her in. That obviously could be good too. I can understand why you prioritize this though with the crit rate, ER, HP. This would be more of a potential fav piece. So like unironically having this artifact and it leveling into, particularly if it levels into crit twice, but just not flat HP twice, makes this, I think, maybe push you towards fav in the future. Maybe. That is funny. This is almost assuredly better than this. Like this, I don't know. I would level to 16. If it doesn't level into flat HP at level 16, I think you can throw away this pretty safely. I'm pretty sure. Actually, I don't know. It's only got 1-2 rolls of stat value. This has. It has one. It's 1, 2, and like what is 747 HP? It's equivalent to like. This is at least like an HP percent roll. So this is basically a function of like 3 HP percent rolls at least. So like 3 rolls of additional stat value, and this already has 2. So yeah, as long as this doesn't roll, so yeah. If this doesn't roll into flat HP, the next 2 levels, then this is basically just better than this. And even if it does, it's kind of just still better than this. Yeah, I don't know. You can pretty much safely throw this away. Is my point. I'm like, I don't think there's a reality where like you care about having this because you have this. Is my point. So. Well, I don't think we have to use this right now. I'm just going to do that for you because I don't think you need it if you have this. And again, if it rolls into like crit twice, I could heavily push you towards fab maybe in the future. Yeah, your Hydro Goblet though is the real question of do you have a better option for doing an HP Goblet instead? You know how badly I want an Electro Goblet on set in this? Huh? Oh, there she is. I thought you didn't have Fischl for a second, I'm not gonna lie. There you go. I'm not looking at your whole Fischl build right now, but like, anyways. Just on the principle of it. Anyways, HP goblets. Let's look. So we have the onset one, which we can take a look at. If that rolls double crit is a definite possibility. Okay, so yeah, interesting. Interesting. This is a situation of like it's hard to intuitively grasp this. But let's see what they have for, because their crit damage circlets are like this onset crit damage circlet. I mean, it's an onset circlet. And like your overall stat balance is fine. That's not that big a deal. But at the same time, if you have a good off-piece circlet, it could, you know, justify, and with that HP goblet, it could be a meaningfully better build, right? It seems to me they do not have a more compelling off-piece circlet. They are struggling for crit damage circlets in general, it seems like. That probably should stay on our list. You know, I suspect that is your only crit damage circlet in the game with... Well, okay. Well, yep, okay. I understand. This could be better than this, but ER roll, question mark. Alright then, well... Off pieces elsewise then. I guess the other reason to use this then would be to use an ER off piece maybe. I doubt you have a much better onset HP timepiece. Yeah, no, that's expected. But what you might have is an offset ER timepiece. Never mind. I mean, you might still, but they'd have to be leveled. So, you know, that could give you more options, right? as it stands right now, though, just 1-for-1 switching, and then maybe... Just taking a peek, see through their other pieces. I would say off-piece feather, but like the potential for just using that and like, I don't know. It has ER too. Okay, that's an interesting option. See if that is an option. That is still an option, of course, too. But it's unlikely it's going to roll that much better than your current onset piece. That's a 4-liner. Okay, so yeah, you have potential off-piece flowers. So, but ultimately, like the best case scenario is just them being slightly better than your onset piece. The most likely candidate for an off-piece would be a crit damage circlet in the future. So I'm going to pretend it'd be a crit damage circlet that would be like this, but hopefully, you know, more suited to Furina and not stealing from Arlecchino. So we can see what it looks like with that. Right. So this would be 64. Yeah, right. Like, this is a meaningfully better build, ignoring the ER. The ER is a factor, of course, but again, that's what I mentioned, you know, switching to ER timepiece as an option. The other consideration that I would like to look at is this. Depends how this rolls. Really depends on that rolls. And you also have this. I don't know. I honestly would kind of be leaning towards this. At least until the point of you getting a crit damage circlet that is kind of similar to the one on your Arlecchino for Furina. Right. I think the other build is stronger for her damage to a potentially meaningful enough degree that it will matter. Assuming the ER needs were not a problem. But this team will cover more situations for her to always have her burst back. Because Fav, yay. And you know, it could be situationally better, assuming that, you know, we get a couple more crit rate rolls kind of thing. But that can be easier said than done sometimes. So I don't know. I think what you had before was good, is kind of my point. But I don't know what teams you're using, so that's where it's at. I don't think you're in a terrible situation with your Hydro Goblet. It might be worth... This might be a circumstance of, like, once you get some of these pieces leveled up, you get more options for crit damage circlets. You could go and use the Genshin optimizer and optimize around her skill damage. Of course, you would have to set a particular ER target, optimize around skill damage, and then see what the best options are, because it's possible I might have missed something here. But yeah, anyways, where's the Hydro Goblet? What? Oh wait, it was an off-piece, duh. There we go. Yeah. There we go. So yeah, it's definitely pretty good and usable with this amount of ER and... Oh, wait, this is Fav. I mean, this build is still usable with Fav, but That could be the easy option if you need more ER2 right now, is just switch to Fav from this weapon. You'll lose a little bit of crit rate, which is not ideal, of course, to go down to 62 from like 78% crit rate, but it's fine. If you need Fav, sometimes you need Fav, and you just sacrifice a little bit of your consistency on your Furina damage because you need the Fav. You have it as an option, and you have an extra Fav, which is good. So that might be the simple answer for now. But anyways. That's, I think, all I got. So I don't know. She's in a good balance, I think. The Furina is complicated, though. for trying to find a universal option. That's what I was trying to lean on, since I didn't see any particular team that Leilani said they were going to use. And they do have Baiju. Yeah, like this account definitely gives me vibes of, like, you'll want Furina being able to be used solo Hydro. Because I don't really see the normal double Hydro components available here. I guess you can do Furina Xingqiu, of course, in some contexts, but it's relatively uncommon. So yeah, I don't know. You might actually be wanting to lean towards a Fab build. So I would say level up this piece, and especially if it rolls 2 crit rate rolls, which would be awesome, then just switch to Fab. Honestly, it would be my vote. But, I don't know. I'm a Fab Furina salesman at this point. You're very close to the point, I feel like, of Fab just basically being objectively better. But right now your build balance is such that it's not quite there, I would say. So it's funny. Anyways. Alright, let's do Chono's account now. We'll put this away. I'm gonna do verification with them, so this one's gonna take a little bit longer to do. Thank you, Liminal. Glad we got some more decent luck. We had the perfectly right amount of luck for what your goals were, which is good. I don't know what more you could ask for than that. Alright, log out of there. Clear login. Alright. Alright. Alright, ready for... Chono, hopefully you're watching. Ready for verification. I don't think... Chono, I don't think I have the ability to send the code to your cell phone. It doesn't prompt that in-game. Oh wait, no, never mind, it does. I just never noticed there's a button here before. I lied. I literally never knew there was a non-email option before. Personally, email is more secure. I wouldn't necessarily recommend using SMS verification for things, but it's fine. As long as you maintain control of your phone number. There we go. Let's go. Whee. 30 viewers lost. What? Why are people leaving before the Gamba? That's crazy. It's crazy. Alright. We're in the same spot. We're in the same account with a Diluc skin from Chono. Top 2% Diluc. Oh, what's it look like? Yep, that makes sense. What are people doing with Diluc and Crimson? Are they doing double cryo? Is this a double cryo situation? Or is it just you deal with a slightly low crit rate? It's not an unusable amount of crit rate, obviously. But yeah. Anyways. Okay, what are we doing? I don't remember. Did they say in their chat? I don't think they told me what we're doing. Alright, so... Furina's build is on Pyro Traveler. Her weapon will be Chirori's weapon. Okay. If you want to show the build, I'm 95% sure I have level 9, 10, 10. Okay. Furina's one of my favorite characters, but every time she ran, they weren't playing the game. Frustrations, unwilling to grind. Yeah, and relatable. She came around when I was prepared for once. Nice. Alright, she'll be slotted in occasionally for Diluc and Nubula for now. Yeah, that makes sense. Alright, and in the future, more teams. Cool. The less you spend on Furina Wishes, the more likely you can get C2 R1 Chanyun. Oh god, okay. You used to swipe, but you're free to play plus now. What is free to play plus? What does free to play plus mean? Is free to play plus? Are you in chat by the way? I didn't notice you in chat. Yeah, you are. Okay, okay. You run double cryo? Okay, nice, nice. Ooh, also I just noticed the Moika weapon. Okay, yeah, that yeah. Nice. 270 pulls. I see. Okay. Okay. Normally I wouldn't recommend going for C2 Shanyun, but like if you really want to do plunge things, man, C2 Shanyun will allow you to get a lot bigger plunge numbers, that's for sure. And I'm assuming the reason you want to go for C2 Shanyun is because a C2 Shanyun to Luke melt. Yeah, boy get big number. He get big number. So I understand. I get why you're doing that. So your goal is basically to have Furina as an option for situations you want to use Furina to Luke with, is my vibe. Or Furina for other reasons because it's Furina. And then you want to be able to save your pulls because you are so dedicated to Diluc that you want omega numbers on Diluc. And I think considering Eon-san releasing, that might be an extremely good play. like it would. The stars have aligned, I think, for you to if you're spending a lot of pulls on Shanyun banner and getting a C6 Eons-on with it, that's very good for you. Potentially. So free to play plus is welcome battle pass. I see. Why is it so janky? What in the world? Anyways, is this a C6 Diluc? No, sad. All right, maybe we'll get C6 Diluc for it. No, that seems unlikely. Anyways, all right. So the goal is simple then. The goal is get them C0 Furina, right? You want C0 Furina and as few as we want C0 Furina and as few pulls as possible, I believe. And we have 0 pity or all right, no. 5 pity. Simple. C0 Furina ASAP, yeah. Because they theoretically, if they want to guarantee C2 R1 Shanyun, I'm assuming are you starting from C0 Shanyun? Like you have no Shanyun? No, they don't have any Shanyun. Okay. Aloy. So yeah, no Shanyun at all. So that means they theoretically would need like, 600 pulls in the worst case scenario. That's extremely unlikely to get that unlucky when going for a C2 R1. We're not doing that. My brain didn't like the red dot. So I don't know. We'll see. Have you lost any 50/50s recently? Since this 5.0? I'm curious what your capturing radiance trigger is at. Because that significantly affects like the odds of Moika. Okay, so you're at you had at least one 50/50 win in a row. So your capturing radiance seems to be at 0, is my guess. Seems to me, if this was a 50/50 win too for Moika, seems to me you might have had better luck on your own than me. Ka-ching. Oh no, you had one 50/50 loss. Okay. So, I don't know, we'll see. Alright. Goal is to get Furina as soon as possible. Alright. You're still all he was capturing radiance? Oh, nice, I see. So, you used it up for her, which is understandable. Alright. Yeah, let's just go. 5 pity, 15 pity, whatever. Nope, darn it. Okay. I feel like... Oh, hi, Charlotte. I feel like... Man, I skipped Charlotte's intro line. Dang it. What's it saying? I feel like we have to get at least one more early, right? But to be clear, it's possible. I have one more account to do. I have my brother's account for Risley. We're going to get at least one Risley summoning this video. But 25. It would be very nice to see at least one more early with how many summons I've done, right? We don't need to... Yeah. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. All right. 35? No. Okay. Well. Hello, Chungus. 45? Oh, dear. Oh, dear. I have not gotten it early. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Uh-oh. Oh, no. Well, just to make sure, are we still going to pity? Because functionally we're going to pity. Or do you want to stop? I don't know. I think it definitely makes more sense, to be clear, to get Furina than to like over-prioritize Shanyun constellations. But just to make sure. I just want to make sure. Because like, if you're this dedicated of a Diluc main, send it? Alright, okay. Just want to make sure. Dang it. Dang it. Dang it, man. Come on. The one time we needed it early. Oh boy. Okay. Well, next poll is very proper pity. Had to do a pity. But it's a 50-50 win. It's fine. We're fine, right? We win them. I definitely have gotten... It's definitely not just been completely average the whole time. And we're definitely winning.
Why are you just standing there with your mouth gaping?
Wow.
You must be stunned and at a loss for words.
Furina and Shanyun are important together.
It is I,
Not necessarily for Diluc melt.
Star, Furina. I'm
Right.
on a very tight schedule, so you're lucky to even get an appointment with me.
Yeah, we've had lots of appointments. Nice. Yeah, there we go. We win them when they're important. That's good. It would hurt to lose that one, I'm sure. So let's go. Hi. There you go. Sweet. All right. So yeah, what's your situation then for Shanyun? What's the likelihood of actually being able to get C2R1 Shanyun with this? You'll have like another Pity's Word that you can probably grind in the first banner. Plus what's left this patch. So like, you'll have at least another Pity's Word. So there's at least 3 Pity's Worth in here. And you'd expect 1 early 5-star at least. So I think there's a good I think there's a very, very good chance you should be able to get C2 Shanyun with these pulls. I am much more hesitant to think it is likely you'll be able to get C2 R1 though, as weapon banner is another, you know, potential 100 pulls. So you'll have to definitely get pretty lucky with 50-50 wins or earlies in some form to get C2 R1, but I don't think it's going to be that crazily unlucky. Sorry, it's not that unlikely for that to happen. I don't know. Do you prioritize going for C0 R1 Cloud Retainer or C2 R1 for Diluc? Or sorry, not C2 R1. Do you what would be the priority? Okay, I think with Eons on the banner, I think you prioritize going for C2 Shanyun over going for Shanyun weapon. But I think as far as like pull efficiency goes for Shanyun Diluc, like Shanyun plunge Diluc melt whatever, or vaporize plunge, you might get more value directly for Diluc's damage with the signature weapon, but the value of just Eons on your account in general and getting Eons on constellations, I think actually skews the formula in this case. Assuming Eons on is with Shanyun, I think it skews towards going for Shanyun constellations over going to the weapon banner after getting C0 Shanyun, right? But what I wanted to check was if they had... They do not. Okay. That's a little unfortunate. I was checking if they had the event weapon that ran like 3 years ago. The event catalyst that gives 48% ER after using a skill. It's the one I use in Cloud Retainer. Yeah. So your option would basically, if you don't get her signature weapon, to use Fav. And Fav is great. Like a C2 Fav Shanyun is going to be more than a good enough character, to be clear. But yeah. You can build her. Oh yeah, I forgot. Let's give her weapon first. You have a festering. Wait. Oh, that's sad. You got festering. I gotta take a drink of water. You got festering, but you skipped also Bennett on a level 85. Oh boy. I have thoughts. You got festering, but you skipped the relevant Shanyun event weapon. That hurts. That hurts a little bit. I gotta bet. You took a break playing with the relevant weapon. Oh yeah, you said we were doing Chiori weapon. Right. If I recall. So I guess equip Chiori weapon. Rip Chiori, you get to have, I don't know, Harbinger of Dawn or something. Although you have a lot of Furina signature weapons here. Just saying. You do have a lot of Furina signature weapons. But it's fine. The final judgment comes down to what their artifacts are. Okay. I mean, not having crit rate when you're using an 88 crit damage weapon is a little, but sure. Yeah, that's good. Okay. What's your timepiece? Chose the right main stat. That's good. Okay. I drank water wrong. It's fine. I'm alive. It's fine. I just forgot how to drink water. You know, that thing you do occasionally. That's fine. Oh, sworn? Yeah, oh, sworn eye. So she's not leveled up, right? So this is 85% crit rate. 201 crit damage. It's a nice, well-balanced build with enough ER for a lot of Furina teams, but also not all of them. You are definitely going to have situations where you're going to feel the need to switch to her signature weapon. Is my vote right now. And then the build becomes a little bit more underwhelming. To say the least. But not unusable by any means, and obviously you can switch to an HP timepiece when you're using Fav. Alternatively, you could actually just probably switch to Festering in your case, maybe would be a better bet. So add the 12%, so we're adding about 30% crit rate, right? And then switch to a crit damage circlet, of course. So yeah, switch to a crit damage circlet, Festering Desire. If you need a high, I'm trying to like compute a higher ER situation, right? So if their Raku build is not usable, switch to Festering, and then switch to Circlet, is my feeling here. I'm surprised your official's on a crit damage circlet. I don't know what her weapon is, but... Right. Yeah, this would be very usable. This would be a 70 crit rate Festering Desire Furina build. Yeah, so that would be my vote. You have the ability to either have a higher energy Festering Desire build if you need more energy recharge, or you have the ability to do a higher damage, lower ER build when you don't need the extra ER. So, you're in a very good spot. That would be my vote. Plap. There we go. Yeah, nice. Alright. Very good. Bird. Alright, let's go on my brother's account. Alright. Sufficiently watered up enough. Okie dokie. Anything else you want me to look at? Nope. Thank you for the polls, Love You King. Yeah, thank you. It was fun pulling in your account. Alright. Last one. Last one. But maybe not least. Of course not least. Okay. Oh, that's funny. There's a limit of how many accounts you can sign into. So it has removed my main account from my login list. All right. Blap. Taking a long time to load, sorry. Alright. Bam. Here we are. This is my brother's account. He wants Risley. He wanted Risley originally when he was first running, but, you know, Nuvulet came and he didn't have the wishes to get Risley, and Nuvulet and Furina was coming, so, like, he made the... He made the, you know... Whatever, right away. He decided to pass on Risley, assuming he'd get a rerun soon. And then a year and a half passed. So, oops. He wants to get C1 Risley, which is probably not happening unless we get the earlies that we are overdue for in this whole freaking long polling session. We are overdue. He has a guarantee, so he can get his guaranteed Risley, and then we just need to get an early in some form. An early 50-50 win, right? And he's, I think, lost some 50-50. Yeah, he lost that 50-50. I don't know if he lost another 50-50 before that. Sitlolly. Did he lose a 50-50 before Sitlolly? I don't remember. I think he did. So I think he's actually, yeah, he another Kaching. So he is at least a 75-25 right now for C1 once we get the guaranteed one, right? We don't have a lot of wishes extra. So, yeah, Chaska. Was that a 50-50 one? I think it was. Yeah, it was. Okay. So, that was a 50-50 win. Which the reason he had his multiple Chaskas, by the way, is because he was wishing for overrun. So, yeah. Yeah, he has C1 Chaska in going for overrun, which is fine. Did you get mad at him for pulling C1 Chaska? I got mad at him for just, yeah, pulling more. I don't remember the specific reasons, but yes. I told him not to, because like, it wasn't worth it, but he did it anyways. And he really likes Chaska, so it's fine. Chaska is his like comfort character now. The only thing that annoys him about Chaska is that Chaska is just like a not meh Wanderer. So it makes him feel bad about Wanderer because he likes Wanderer, but then Wanderer just feels bad. So, anyways, point is, we just need to get Risley. By the way, it's worth mentioning, my guy like doesn't actually like clear Abyss, right? Like, he does not care about the game's combat enough to want these constellations, and that's part of the reason I yelled at him for going for them. Because, like, it just doesn't matter, right? For this kind of player, it just does not matter to go for these constellations, right? And you want to know what he did on Furina's first banner? Like, my dude, you wanted Risley, and then he let himself get baited by C2 Furina. Like, my guy. My guy. You said it was good Furina. I mean, I built it, but you know. But like, you know, that could have been Risley and C1 Risley, and then he would have been perfectly fine and happy with it. Yeah, anyways. At minimum, he should have just stopped, you know, gotten Risley, and then he could have had a C1 Furina, and it would have been fine. Point is, he made bad decisions, and that leads to today. It made him have to wait 1.5 years for Risley. But let's go to the prison. Actually, you know what? Here, let's go get a fortune for him, because we need good luck for him, right? I spent money on his account, by the way, we did the like sponsored wishing video, whatever, on his account for Chaska. So he is not in need of anything more, but we'll see. We'll see what happens here. Can't go wrong with C2 Furina, never. I don't know if you're just doing that to try to troll me, Ivy, or not. Go watch my C2 Furina video if you want my thoughts on if C2 Furina is worth it. The answer is there's no objective answer, in my opinion. Other than, like, chances are if you are the average player who doesn't actually care that much about the combat or team building options that much, you just play Furina and Nuvolette together, you really probably shouldn't get it, in my opinion. But there's no universal answer for whether or not you should get C2 Furina. It depends on the kind of player you are, and that's where it's at. Good fortune. Wonderful. We'll choose to interpret that, not reverse psychology. What were we at? I forgot. I literally just spent 12 years looking into this. I think we're at like 40 pity. The only reason, by the way, I told him, yes, he does not need C1 Risley. Okay, we are at 42. Sorry, no. 47 pity. All right. So this is 57 pity. All right. I know he wants copies of, I think, Chung Yoon Charlotte. So, wonderful first pull. 57. Wait, no. The previous one was 57. This was 67, right? Okay. He's getting trolled right now. Alright. Alright. I think this is pity. Hello, Mr. Rye. Oh. Does Lee. Oh, okay. Hi. I failed the timing there. Hi. There. There we go.
Hello. Please try to quickly summarize your intents and goals for this meeting. Oh. You're not here for business? Well, that just makes me even more nervous. All right, then perhaps we should sit down and discuss things in a little more detail. Oh, and you can call me Your Grace. That's what they all call me down in the
Your
fortress,
Grace. He asked you to call him Your Grace. I refuse. No. Wow. Wow. Cryo catalyst pull. All right. We have 4,400 primogems left. I don't really think he has a need to save things. So maybe use these. I'm not 100% on it. We might use them, but anyways. Yeah, he wants C1. Or he wants at least the temptation to go away, maybe. I'm not saying it's actually worth it for him, but with how do I say this? With how lower skill he is, it's probably like a nice quality of life constellation for him more than anything, because it takes awareness to play him, I think, a little bit more with C0, whereas C1 you don't have to worry about his HP negative nature, and particularly if my brother ends up playing like non-Bennett teams with Risley, maybe, you know, compelling. But if we get an early and we get a 50-50 win, that's all we need. We just need an early 50-50 win, okay? And it's technically a 75-25 because there was two 50-50s in a row, assuming the theory about capturing radiance is correct. Right? So it's not that unlikely. Wow. 30, or sorry, 20. Oh. That's the first time I've ever seen Radiance. It's also the second time he's triggered Radiance, which is funny. There we go. Hey, we got two earlies. It makes a little sparkly sound. I didn't even know it made a sound. Wow. 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 Crazy. There we go. That's like a perfect situation for him. He didn't have to like, because he was like, he was telling me, he's like, I feel like I'm going to have to spend money for Risley C1. I'm just like, it's not worth spending money for Risley C1, dude. Like, it might be nice to have. It might be worth risking some pulls like we did, because that was basically a freebie. Well, okay. A freebie with the big asterisk of that capturing Radiance, Risley C1 could have been a whole nother new character, right? And now he no longer has the capturing Radiance. He's back to a normal situation. So, like, if he wanted, like, a Sean Yun C2, for example, he has Sean Yun C1 right now. You know, you get the point. Yeah, let's go. Ideal situation happened for my brother. He gets his Risley C1. He'll be happy. It'll make him a little bit easier to play. And, wow. That's the first time I've seen that. It's the bad luck trigger. Because that technically means it was a 50-50 loss, but then a 50-50 check for the capturing Radiance, which is what that was, like a cumulative 75-25 after getting a 5-star. And of course, the early 5-star was lucky. So yeah, we got two earlies, and we got, I think, a fairly average number. What? Right? What is? I didn't keep track. I jotted down how many polls we did, but that was only what we did, like 20. We did like 60 polls in my brother's account, I think.
There are leaves around.
So overall, let's switch to Risley, I suppose.
If you wish to hear.
Brother better give me a good birthday gift when the time comes. I mean, he gives me some Magic cards all the time. I don't really play Magic anymore. I have one deck that I like keeping and like playing around with different options for it, which is my mono red Lathliss Dragon Queen deck. It's just mono red dragons. because there's a surprising amount of different play and nuance to playing mono red dragons, funnily enough. And they tend to release a lot of dragon cards that tend to be annoyingly overpriced, because maybe there's a lot of people like me who really like dragon cards in Magic, and point is, he gives me those free cards on occasion, so I think he gives me enough. Anyway, where's the boy? Where'd the boy? Here he is.
A side job for me?
So, I think the overall result was we won about 50% of the 50-50s, and we got 2 earlies in approximately, let me look at the total number of polls. I did 10, 100, 260, 270, 280, 440, 500. Oh, okay. Actually, we got... We did like 550 polls, I think, total. And 2 earlies and 550 polls is not that crazy. But I think the earlies happened at the right time, and other things on top of the earlies, like, right, it was a 50-50 win early, and then a capturing radiance 50-50 win early. So I think that it was overall pretty good luck, if ultimately technically fairly average, all things considered. But definitely not a bad wishing session. Not a bad wishing session. And yeah, I don't remember what does my brother's artifacts look like for him. I think he's using someone as a loadout. I remember we were trying to figure out. I was looking at his build options, because he has like multiple cryo goblet options for offset cryo goblets. That were like, okay, do we use this or do we use this? Blah 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 blah. And I think I settled on. Recommending his timepiece situation. I settled on recommending he level up. He potentially use elixirs for a better build. One thing I gotta look at though is I don't know. Does anyone know in chat how relevant for like a Melt Risley is an EM timepiece? Do people normally do EM timepiece for Melt Risley or not? I believe what I kind of settled on was a Widzid build being the most compelling for him. He ascends with crit damage for what it's worth. Which, that's a lot of ER substance. How do we have that much ER? 3 rolls there. 3 rolls there. 2 rolls there. 2 rolls there. Oh, that's funny. Okay. It's just a random build. My brother is cursed with ER rolls in the funniest way possible. Like, this account is like the least needed. This type of account has the most weird ER rolls and artifacts. That more than any other account I've seen, this is the account that could get away the most with not using fab weapons, because he has so many weird artifacts that just have like a whack ton of ER. Like, let's just do an experiment. Let's just sort by ER on everything. 30 ER feather. 24 ER, 23, 22, 18. Like, how does he have this many like high ER rolls? Like, my guy does not farm anywhere near as much artifacts as I do, or mini accounts. Like 22, 25, and then 3 ER rolls. All right. And to people, the whole picture is like looking at the ER in conjunction with the double crit pieces, right? But, well, of course, that's not substats. We have to get past the substats, or the main stats. EM 24 ER, 24 HP, 22. Like, what? This is not even level 20 yet. It'll probably roll another ER roll. 18, 16. Like, what? What is this? What? Roulette Sands? Which one? I don't know which one you're talking about. Yep. Like, how is he so blessed with energy recharge rolls? I don't understand. Okay. Like, what? I don't know who needs this. But, like, someone will probably want it. Interesting for recipes? I don't know. Like, Cyno does need the ER. I know. That's what I told him when he got it. I was like, you know, in some ways, many people would think that's just a relatable, sad goblet, but it's also in some ways the best goblet you can maybe ask for on Cyno. Like, for real. The most Cyno goblet to ever exist. Anyways. Anyone say anything about the EM timepiece? Most people that do EM Rio use Nahida. Okay, yeah. That's what I kind of was feeling. So that's what I was kind of feeling. For like a universal build for him, I felt like he should just do elixirs for a attack timepiece. That would be better than this. I leveled a bunch of his attack timepieces up, and none of them rolled double crit, and I still rolled them anyways because it wouldn't have been the end of the world. You can already see he doesn't need any more crit rate than this, really, right? It wouldn't have been the end of the world, so, you know, but he just, nothing rolled better than this. This was the best one. Like, this was the second best one. See, ER rolls. I told you. Alright, anyways, I think he could get an improved flower too, theoretically. He has a whole bajillion pieces that could technically roll better. I think it has to be crit damage attack percent, probably, or crit damage EM, maybe. Let's reset the order. I don't know. It'd have to be a piece that rolls like heavily into crit damage. Do you have any like 4 lines? That's an interesting one. It's kind of interesting as well. Okay. You know, I'll level up this. I know he has fodder, so look at this dude. Actually, okay, he farms a lot of artifacts, but then he just doesn't level them. Like this like whatever. It's fine. He's been doing a lot better since I've drilled into him some things, but why? That's I don't know. I don't want to throw that away. That is probably fine to throw away. Crit damage? Look, I told you. I told you. He's cursed by ER. I told you. I told you. This account has the weirdest curse of all. It just only gets ER rolls. I can't, wait. I can do this. Okay, well, this is just... Look, we got lucky polling for Risley C1 from my brother. We did not get lucky with artifacts. That seems to be what this is signaling. Look, this already has an ER roll. This is a 4-line. It already has an ER roll. This is going to be his next 30 ER piece right here. Every artifact he has with ER on it, it will roll 3 rolls in the ER for him, without fail. I swear. I just I can't. I don't know what's with this dude's account. Weirdest curse of all. This one's somehow gonna roll 30 ER too. That's a weird artifact. 2 flat rolls, 2 crit damage rolls, and a max EM roll. That's kind of interesting. Is that better for him? I think we need to level him up. Did he pre-farm? Yes. What? 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 I don't know. Also, he didn't get enough bugs. He farmed this 3 times over. Charlotte? Maybe, yeah. It's probably for another character. Also the crystals. Ugh, the crystals. Let's level him up at least. I think we can get him to 80 probably. I want to see what the difference in the build looks like. With the base attack, I mean. That's why I wanted to level him, so I can see the difference in the attack percent versus the flat attack. without him being at least level 80, that would be weirdly biased towards... Okay. Do. Oh yeah, I forgot. I was gonna go to the prison to wish. I didn't even wish at the prison. Whatever, it's fine. We didn't need to. Hello, Jacqueline. I don't even think he has enough cryo crystals. That's insane. That's insane. How does he not have enough cryo crystals? That's not his fault. That's just like this game's design fault. Anyways, flap. Obviously, he just needs to collect a few more bugs. Flap. Flap. Alright. And, yeah. Collect a few more bugs, and he'll be able to do that. I don't know what he has. Oh my god. Did he farm for triple crowning? I don't know. I don't know if he did. Is this enough for triple crowning? No, it's not. No, it's not. This crowd will now at 66. That's a lot, though. That is definitely a lot. To say the least. Probably need all those. It's probably a perfectly fine split. All right. Just gonna do some of this crafting for him while I'm here. We don't need to save that many of the lower tier ones. Saving a couple extra of the lower tier ones just in case there's it. I hate the 25%. No, frick you, Layla. They're just saving some of the lower tier ones in case he needed them for another character, but I don't think he does. No, frick you, Layla. Yeah, there we go. Look at that. Look at that Sing Cho. He actually gives the rate he says he should give. Layla trying to scam us. Oh, and then he... Okay, well. There we go. That should be enough for my brother probably to do, like... What is the talent priority? Frick. I think it's... It's probably like... It's probably kind of equivalent, isn't it? No. I think you do normal attack and skill relatively equivalently. And then, yeah, burst is last. Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay. So, yeah. You can probably get like 996 easily with the resources he has right now. I believe is basically what he's looking at. So, yep. Alright. And let's get his last crystal for him. I'll do that. We needed, what, 2 of these? Yeah, we need 2 of these. A pyro crystal. Is he gonna have to level up a pyro unit anytime soon? Probably not. Probably not. So here, let's do... There we go. What is this pyro crystal situation? Yeah, he has a decent amount of pyro crystals. It'll be fine. Probably. Maybe. I don't know. The crystal situation's kind of borked right now. But, no, don't convert the wrong type. That would be a little bit silly. Alright, there we go. So he just needs to collect the bugs. He'll have a little bit of base attack increase, which does matter. I think my brother should just level 90 Risley, to be clear, if he likes him enough. There's no reason not to level 90 him for the investment of his account. But yeah, I was looking at a Lost Prayers build for him too, particularly for like a freeze Risley instead of a non-freeze Risley. But the way his artifacts work out, I think his Wizard build is probably better than a Lost Prayers build even for a freeze in his situation. So what I wanted to look at, right, is we have this with 2 attack percent rolls. So we have functionally, 92% crit rate, 220 crit damage, right? Yeah, 223 crit damage, 90% crit rate, 1816 attack. Switch to switch to the other one. I think this is going to be about the same amount of attack. Yeah, it's a tiny bit less attack. So we're talking like 30, maybe like at level 90, probably like 40 attack lower. It's not that much worse. But the extra crit damage, I don't know. Is that better? And I don't know. It might be something that's better in particular with Lost Prayers now, actually. Needs a crit damage circlet though, of course. Let's see how this rolls, just in case. Okay. Wow. Alright, beautiful. Bye. Alright, put this... I don't know why that's on Bennett. Yoink. Yeah, that artifact might have actually made the Lost Prayers build better. That's interesting. Alright. Now he's basically at 100% crit rate, Risley. With Lost Prayers. He has 2 Lost Prayers too, so he can maybe refine it, or probably more relevant, just keep it as an extra, but 777 defense, really. Nice. That's funny. It's gonna go up though once he level 90, so I don't know. I'll have to mention that to my brother if he doesn't notice himself as a potential option. I think, to be clear, like Wizard is still gonna result in like, ooh, wow, bigger number on occasion, or fairly consistently, just with some downtime, right? So I'm not sure which one my brother will actually like more. I'm just gonna tell him to like switch between them and use the one he likes more. I feel like he likes Risley's Burst, so he might actually just like the Wizard build for the fact that, you know, the Wizard build has 20 to 40%, or sorry, 20 to 30% more ER, right? Like if there ever was a Risley build that could burst consistently. Is this one? So, you know, but the overall stat spread now for just switching the flower is a very similar stat spread, with the Lost Prayers build having slightly higher base attack before any other buffs, and the Wizard build having Wizard buffs going on. So I don't know. I'll tell him to try it both. I feel like big number fun is what he'll lean towards. So yeah. There you go. Much prefer Atlas over Wizard for the consistency. Yeah, that's fair. I think I would lean toward the Lost Prayers build too, or Skyward Atlas if I had Risley whatever on my account. But yeah, you know the benefit of this is, by the way, now I have regular access. If someone's like, play Risley, I can be like, all right, let's log into my brother's account. So my brother getting Risley is more reason for me not to care about Risley at all on my account, and I can save the resources. So yep. Anyways, all in all, this wishing session was pretty good, I think. Hopefully it was fun. Let me know in the comments if you want me to do, you know, viewer polls in the future. Generally speaking, if I'm wishing on my account enough to make a dedicated wishing video, I don't really want to do things like, let's do my account wishing, and then let's also do viewer wishing. And then, like, I don't want to do 500 wishing videos, right? And like for Eons On, for example, I have a plan for a video that does not need to have viewer wishing in it. It would make the video too convoluted, too long. So I don't know. Like if I do viewer polls, let me know in the comments, right, what you want to see. But this one will be an edited video, of course. If I do viewer polls for like Eons On, Varessa, Shan Yun banner, which we don't know that's the exact banners, but if I do viewer polls in the future, it might not be edited videos. It might be more likely just live stream things, but I think they're fun to do on live streams. So yeah, we'll probably do more in the future, and I might do more like a form that people can submit to, and then I can pick out some randomly, because if 50 people submit to the form, and I'm not going to do all 50, but I can pick out the ones that are interesting or whatever for whatnot. So yep. Anyways, let's go into my main account and yap about some things with Furina, I guess. I don't know. Actually, I don't know if I might have the energy in me. That's by the way, that's like 2 hours of recording files for all wishing. That's gonna be such a pain in the arse to edit. Jesus. I was originally planning for the wishing video to come out tomorrow. I think the wishing video is coming out not tomorrow. Because I think I need Wednesday to edit that. I might not stream tomorrow in favor of editing the wishing video. Releasing it on Thursday. That's fine. Alright. And I gotta sign into my own accounts again. Because my accounts were removed from my account list. Give me a second. Yeah, we're gonna log into Polearms Only first. Because I want to spend my resin. Give me a second. I'm logging into both accounts. I don't know if my brother was watching, but I just heard him cough downstairs, so he was here apparently. I probably should have messaged him that I was wishing on his account, but I wasn't actually sure he was here. I thought he might have been working. Alright. Wait. That was dumb. Here. Sorry. Give me a second. I'm just stupid. I copied the wrong thing. Blap. Alright. There we go. Okay. Got my account situations. Got everything figured out. Save that information. Alright. Log into Polearms Only. Go tell him you got C1 Real. I'll tell him when I'm gonna go downstairs. I'll just tell him to log in. Or I'll tell him to watch the video. I'll be like, alright, do you want to watch the video? Or do you want to log in? Because you can go like fast forward to the stream when I went and like pulled your character if you want. Or you can do whatever. So I don't know. I feel like he probably would have messaged me if he was watching live, so I'm assuming he wasn't watching live. I told him I was gonna do it, so I just assumed he would have tried to watch or something around when the banner went live, but I think he just forgot that the banners were live or something. It's probably... Oops, I forgot to make the turtle go away. Alright, use my resin real quick on this account. Yeah, we'll just use this as well. He just said he was here? Oh. Oh, okay. What is my brother's username in? Oh, there you are. Okay, you are Soccer C Film on here. Okay, hi. Hi, Adam. What was your response in chat? I didn't even notice. My bad. Sorry. my brain, I'm not used to like looking for your username in my chat. So what was your... Yeah, my brother was Soccer OC from in the chat. I should have noticed that and pointed that out. Oh, he just said woo. He just said woo in lowercase letters. Woo. That's fair. Fair response. There you go. That was my brother's response. Woo. Alright. Technically it was with 2 extra O's though, so woo. Just gave Lady an R35. Nice. Signature weapon. Wasn't never going to spend money for C1, but glad the temptation won't be there. Yep. There you go. Just needed some streamer luck. And now you have some freedom, more freedom to go for Eons on. I don't think you should go that hard for Eons on, to be clear. On your account, getting C0 Eons on is fine. Like, C0 Eons on, quite literally, with builds being configured properly, which requires, like, yeah. But C0 Eons on has the ability to, like, compete with Shalonen in some teams. So, you know, I don't know. If I think if anyone is going to risk going for Eons on, anything past C0 Eons on, the healthy stopping point is C2. Because the average C2 is going to take is about 1 5-stars worth. Or a little bit more than 1 5-stars worth. It's about like 100 pulls, right? to get a C2 of a new 4-star, 3 copies of them potentially on average. But it's also very easily to get slightly lucky in going for like C2 or 4-star. It's also easy to get slightly unlucky. Not that I know. Not like it took me 200 pulls to get 2 copies of Lanya. So, you know, the healthy stopping point for Aeon's on, if you are going to go for Constellations on her, is C2. But also C0 is still a functional character. But I also... My stopping point is I will stop at bare minimum at C2. Like, things are going to have to go very, very poorly for me wishing for Aeon's on to only get her C2. Like, I have to go 300 wishes and only get C2 for me to be like, I have to stop. I have to have things go really badly. We'll see. At least it'll be entertaining. Wish me luck. See, Aeon's on is going to be the first instance of me purposely having a new 4-star that releases and being like, I'm getting C6 outside of the context on my main account. On Polearms only, I did that with Shivers. But Polearms only is very easy to justify that in Shivers because one, it was on Raiden's rerun banner, and we didn't have Raiden Constellations yet. So like, and Raiden Constellations on a Polearm only account, cool, yeah, right. Like it was a no-brainer. Of course, we're going for C6 Shivers when we have a ton of surplus of wishes because we didn't have any characters we needed to wish for like literally 9 months on Polearms only, and C6 Shivers is obviously very relevant. So like, obvious no-brainer to go from C0 to C6 Shivers in one banner on that account. Very different situation on my main account. It means I think it is a not healthy decision to do it, and I'm going to emphasize that in my wishing video. It will be pain. It will be pain in some form, I'm sure. It's likely that it will just all balance out, and it'll be 200-ish summons. It'll be the average. It'll be 200-ish summons for C6 Aeonson. But I'm sure something about it will feel painful. Wow. Alright, well that was an artifact day and a half on this account. I spent a bunch of artifacts doing strong boxing for trying to improve my Xiangling build. Because I realized just getting a flower that had more crit rate would be good for the build, but did not happen. And now I have no artifacts to strongbox for Whimsy, but that's fine, because I don't think Whimsy strongbox would have actually given me a good artifact. I don't know. I think the only real way I improve Arlecchino's build in this account is by using elixirs. But like, the chance of like actually getting a better piece from elixirs on Arlecchino is the same as like what I illustrated for that person before, where like it's quite unlikely. Possible, and maybe the main avenue to improve her build at this point, but hard and unlikely. So, yeah. Anyways, Arlecchino, Ballad of the Fjords or Deathmatch? Oh, This is Minthru asking, right? So Minthru was using a white tassel Arlecchino before. So the problem with this is if you're doing double cryo Arlecchino, this passive doesn't work. I actually don't like this because of that. It really bugs me that it's 3 elemental types. Like it's oftentimes up, but it's also very easy to forget when it isn't up, and it annoys me. Deathmatch is a great weapon for Arlecchino for like more universality, but I think with Meld Arlecchino, this is objectively the better choice. Assuming you're not doing double cryo, double pyro, right? So your options for using this, if you want to do double cryo, would require using Aeonson in place of Bennett in the future, which is an option. You can very much move enough with Arlecchino that it seems like Aeonson should work really well with Arlecchino. So I don't know what your resources are going to look like, Minthru, for trying to get Aeonson copies, but it'd work there for double cryo. Or outside of double cryo, it's a crit rate weapon anyways. If you're doing like you were doing Sucrose before with Arlecchino, Sitlali, Bennett, Sucrose, or if you get Shallonen in the future, doing Arlecchino, Bennett, Sitlali, Shallonen, I'm pretty sure this weapon is better than Deathmatch for her. I'm pretty sure. In Meld. If you want a more universal option, you can go with this. But and this would like this. I think your Arlecchino was on a crit rate circlet, right? Was she? I don't remember. If your Arlecchino was on a crit rate circlet, it's very possible that this could enable you to get a crit damage circlet on Arlecchino, though. Whereas this has a little bit lower base crit rate. So it's a little bit harder. So that might be the reason to choose Deathmatch, is so you can switch to a crit damage circlet in the future. But I think this could also theoretically enable the same thing. It just gives a little bit less crit rate than Deathmatch, right? So that's the weird comparison, I think, is whether or not you can get a crit damage circlet to take more advantage of Deathmatch. As your build currently is, this would be more of a slot-in replacement and an improvement for Melt in particular. Whereas this could be like better for non-Melt teams and could you do a crit damage circlet instead. So, and Deathmatch Strip, that's fair. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. The Deathmatch Strip is pretty good on Arlecchino. So, pick which one. You pick your poison. I have no objective answer for you with that regard, unfortunately. Yeah, it does look quite good on her. It does look quite good on her. I think the Unascended looks slightly better, which is a little unfortunate. I wish we had the ability to toggle to the Unascended visuals, but anyways, it's fine. Alright. Go to my main account quick. What did I want to yap? I said something I wanted to yap about. I don't need to do this right now. I said something I wanted to yap about in regards to Furina earlier. Oh, I want to talk about like her relevance of C0 and also the C2 video. So like I said, I think I did the C2 video because I wasn't. It took a while to actually like. As normal, like my videos aren't like scripted, but I had like an outline for the things I wanted to say. A basic outline, but it took me a while to decide exactly like what, like lots of shower thoughts and like talking to myself before actually recording that video. And I think I did a decent job of explaining my weird perspective on how like Furina C2 is better now, but it's also kind of less relevant now, but also it's still like, I don't know, like yeah. There's situations you might want it, but also like for just like the damage value. And the reason I structured it like, here's the let's just treat Furina C2 as this increases her damage perspective. Because in some teams that is all Furina C2 does mostly. It mostly just increases her damage. There are contexts where that is the case. And I think New Violette teams are kind of one of those contexts, not completely. Like C2 does get you the damage bonus a little bit faster, but New Violette doesn't deal front-loaded damage in the way that really matters to get that damage bonus faster that much. So functionally, Furina C2 for New Violette teams is mostly just a damage upgrade for her. And Furina New Violette is the most common context people do Furina New Violette, or Furina in general, right? So that's why I started with that argument. Particularly because one of the main critiques of my original, you probably shouldn't get Furina C2 video, was like, oh no, you're vastly underestimating how much stronger it makes Furina, right? When like, I was never trying to specifically give like, yes, Furina C2 is this much of a damage increase, because I thought it was unimportant to focus on for the perspective of that original video, compared to the team building value of Furina C2. Whereas this video, I'm like, alright, fine, fair. I'll acknowledge that the damage increase on Furina C2 is relevant. Because like, yes, it can be a sizable damage increase. But then I wanted to demonstrate that even though it's a sizable damage increase, it's not necessarily that relevant to have your Furina do more damage. It doesn't necessarily affect your clear times that much. Hence, what was the point of showing with Furina New Violette a extremely powered down, like more than C2 gives. I didn't do the exact math on it, but I was quite confident that build was powered down far more than Furina gives. And, you know, she was doing less damage than a non-C2 Furina, right? Yes, the C1 front-loaded damage value is not something I could turn off without like putting maybe that on a non-damage bonus goblet or whatever. I could have done that, but the point was specifically Furina C2 because I think people misunderstand what it is actually doing for a given team, and it does slightly different things for a given team depending on who you're playing her with. But I was showing the most common team, which was Furina New Violette combo. Furina New Violette, Furina New Violette. And yeah, like Furina C1, I am quite confident in saying that I think Furina C1 is far more relevant for New Violette teams than Furina C2 is. But for other teams, I maintain my perspective that Furina C2 is much more valuable, not for the circumstances where it increases their damage, because I don't think the circumstances where Furina C2's damage increase is going to be that relevant. But the team building value is, because it can unlock different kinds of teams you can play her in. And it can also just make her more brain off to play, where you don't have to like think about both team building, and you don't have to think about like when you're using your healer as much, what your relative, because like you can do like a lot of weird min-maxy things with Furina non-C2, with what your current HP totals are and when you time your burst, such as, you know, not using your Gene's heal until the second rotation kind of thing, in order to make the second rotation have front-loaded immediately full fanfare stacks, right, kind of thing. Because if you use your Gene burst right away, you're going to be like more like closely topped up on HP. But yeah, anyways, like you can do min-maxy things for that. But I think Furina's C1 gives more universal guaranteed value to the average Furina player. And I mentioned that in the video, but I didn't have a whole section in there talking about C1. I figured it was enough to just say that the relative value of C1 I think is undervalued. And I think too many people conflate the value of Furina C2 as Furina C1 and C2 together. Like, yes, you need Furina C1 to get C2, but C2 is an additional 5-star. You can stop at Furina C1. So I was trying to imply that without like outright saying it. And the ultimate conclusion was more importantly, again, the like, you know, this is 3 5-stars. It is more valuable to have Sitlali, Shalona, Furina all C0. Much more valuable to have those 3 characters C0 than it is to have 1 character C2, right? As far as resource efficiency goes. But I don't know what your account looks like. I don't know. Maybe you have the resources to justify going for it. Maybe you have a particular team that like it's going to be improvement for. I don't know exactly what every person plays, but statistically, it seems like most people play Furina Nuvolet. And that was why it was like focused on that. I tried to do my best I could for like my whole perspective of like, I still like this constellation, still my like one of my favorite constellations in the game. I think Sitlali C1 might beat it out now as far as 5-star constellations go, but and yeah, like I like having it. I like having it because I like doing different kinds of weird teams, and I like using Furina to help make other characters more usable to be a DPS, right? I like how it makes DPS Lanyon feel better to play, more consistent. But like, was it worth it, per se? Not really. Especially because like I didn't spend any money for Furina C2, thankfully. Other than like Welkins that were accrued over time, which I don't personally count. Welkins are just a subscription I want to have going to have my sanity of trying to actually acquire characters without having to plan things hellishly. Like I got Furina C2 with just mostly Welkin Primogems and normal Primogems, right? But then they did a surprise. The 2 patches later, they did Farazan rerunning with the Shan Yun, the plunge character. And I was like, well, frick. I want C6 Farazan, and I ended up having to spend money for C6 Farazan, right? So like if I hadn't gone for Furina C2, just stopped at Furina C1, because I won the 50-50 for Furina C1, and I had to spend 150 pulls that I had left to get Furina C2. If I stopped at Furina C1, and I would have had enough pulls to not spend any money to get Farazan C6, right? So like, I still think it was the incorrect decision technically, as far as like resource efficiency even back then, even though I don't regret it. I don't regret it because I can spend money for Farazan C6 as a content creator justification, right? I can make dumb decisions. So, I don't know. That's the kind of thing I want to stress. Like, I like this constellation, but at the same time, it wasn't really worth it, is my overall feeling. C1, I am glad I have. I think C1 is enough of a, like, consistency improvement, giving you the extra damage bonus right away that is very appreciated with her compared to C0. So, I don't know. Like, if you're going to do high investment things on Furina, I think the healthy stopping point, realistically, is C1. But at the same time, again, C0 is a very functional character still. So, I don't know. Hopefully, I would like to have her on formerly weapons only so I can mess around with her C0 more, again, on, like, a more casual-focused account. But, like, I don't know. It's hard to decide when Eon Sun is coming. It's really hard to decide. Eon Sun is more relevant than Furina right now for that account, but maybe in the future it actually kind of I don't know. Anyways, yeah, you can't refund constellations. Yeah, so and there's a very, very relevant support coming out in a few weeks. Like, I want to emphasize so much. Assuming that Eon-san doesn't get significant changes, and it seems like she's not, Eon-san is so much more relevant to get than, like, saving some Primogems to be able to get Eon-san, even if you wind up with a 5-star you didn't want, I think is worthwhile. I don't think that many people have Cloud Retainer. Like, assuming Cloud Retainer, Veressa is the banners, and then Eon-san on their banner. Like, also it's rumored, by the way, not rumored, it's likely that Farazan is going to be with Shanyun too. Like, it's probably going to be, what was the, I think it's supposedly Gaming, Farazan, and Eon-san. Seems to be the banner. Like, one of the best 4-star banners in the game. Yeah. Yeah. Like, Eon-san, Farazan, Gaming. Wow. All right. To be clear, Gaming is only relevant if you want to play him. But like, if there ever was a banner that's worth like wishing on for the 4 stars, I think it kind of that one, and that seems likely what they're going to do. So yeah, that's honestly like why I talked about Eon-san so much in the wishing video, and it's part of why I made the C2 Furina video again. And I didn't really talk about Eon-san in that video because I didn't want to talk about things that are a little bit not 100% known. Like, it's possible she gets changes, right? But anyways, ultimately the message was it's probably not worth pulling for the support constellations if there's other characters to pull for. And in this context, right now, there is a 4-star support that's extremely relevant. So I don't know. And again, as you get more supports, the less relevant having... I thought she almost drowned in the puddle. As you get more support units built on your account or more off-field DPSs, the less you're going to feel specific need for any given one. Furina is still probably going to be really relevant for a long time. The number one thing that could happen, I think that could make Furina less relevant of a unit, is if they release a Natlan Hydro support that does off-field Hydro application. They don't even need to do anywhere near the damage of Furina. But just like a Natlan Hydro support, like a Natlan scroll user, right? That does Hydra application from off-field that does not require normal attacks. Especially if it's like AoE Hydra application. Maybe could be relevant in some situations. Right? Like, so I don't know. A Natlan Hydra support releasing, I think, could significantly reduce the circumstances where we feel the need to use Furina. But Furina will still probably be relevant for the conjunction of damage bonus and her own personal damage that she gets. I suspect if they do another unit that does off-field Hydra application that doesn't require normal attacks, they're not going to do anywhere near as much damage as Furina does for her personal damage. Like, Furina's personal damage alone is enough to really uplift your team's damage to like make it just easy to clear the Abyss, right? With an invested Furina build, on top of, you know, units that do some amount of compelling damage of their own. Harder now, to be clear, because they're making Abysses harder. It's not completely simple. It takes investment, whatever. So I don't know. It's just as they keep on releasing more supports, as they keep on releasing power creep units, it's simultaneously like power creep main DPSs. Well, Furina's value can scale with them potentially, but as they release more supports, like power creep supports potentially, and like saying supports are power creep is a lot harder because there's much more nuance to how supports can be used in different situations. But as they release more supports, there's less reason to use Furina. And that's why, like, you know, Sitlali is a relevant pick for Muika over Furina, right? And that reduces some of the circumstances that we'd used Furina before. Now there are very compelling reasons to choose to use a cryo unit supporting your pyro DPS than Furina. So, yeah. Can Sitlali pillow up while in the air already, or just from a standing position? If you're in the air already, she cannot. She just glides. Well, sorry, you can... You just pillow up when you jump. So you just continue holding the jump button, and then she converts to pillow form. But yeah. It would be nice if there was a way to just... Because the annoying thing about the pillow form is it requires stamina. Like a bunch of stamina. How much is it? It consumes like almost 100, I think. Right? Yeah, like a lot of stamina. So you actually glide less far when you do this. So that's kind of lame, honestly. Because it's obviously preferred over the glider. But anyways. So yeah, Furina C0. Like, if you're on the fence about Furina C0, do you pull her? I don't know. Like, I showed my weapon only account before, wherein like the two main on-field DPS units I have that are like build arounds for the account right now. Like, do I have other options for building other characters to deal damage? Yeah, sure. But the two main on-fielders I have is Raiden and Arlecchino. And both of those with like the Eon Slot is more relevant than Furina. And like it genuinely could make a lot of sense to just save my pulls and go for and save my pulls for getting the Gaming Farazan banner, right? Like if I can get Farazan constellations, Gaming constellations, if I can get to see his Gaming on that account, that's another main DPS to pull for or to build around. And like I don't know, right? It is a bummer that I didn't get Sitlali. I went to pity for Sitlali, lost to 50-50, and then used the guarantee on Arlecchino, right? But I don't know. I don't have a good answer for it. Depends on your account and what units you need. Furina is less necessary than what she was before, but also like there very well may be characters in the future that you want to use, and you want to do Hydra reactions with them, and you know you want her conjunction of buffs, damage dealing off field, and Hydra application that doesn't require normal attacks. That she's like still very desirable to have for a team building option, right? So I don't know. She's very desirable to have still, but also much less necessary than before. Easier to skip, but also still very much want to have. That's where I think she's at. So yeah, you can use her with Tignari, exactly, right? Not having to do normal attacks for your Hydra application. You can do Furina Tignari teams. You can do Furina Tignari Quick Bloom teams, right? Furina Tignari with Kuki or whatever, right? Kuki will keep up Quicken, hopefully. It can be a little bit weird to keep up Quicken with just Kuki, I guess. You can use a burst to help with that. Yeah. So, anyways, could each Furina goes hard? Yeah. I don't know. There's all kinds of situations where if they don't release very many options for not normal attack, Mizuki, right? Mizuki really wants a Hydra unit to be released that doesn't require normal attacks because Mizuki's healing doesn't work properly with Furina. But anyways, so yeah, I don't know. It's Furina, Tignari, Yai, Nahida. Okay. You don't have a healer there, other than Prototype Amber with Nahida. So, if you get C2 Furina, Prototype Amber Nahida. I've done it before. I've done it a lot. I would personally probably actually use Kuki in place of Nahida there. Kuki on Deepwood full Eon build. So, yeah. I'm not going to put Kuki on Deepwood right here, but we'll show it working. I'm going to show it in the first chamber, by the way, which the first chamber is not going to be... I don't know, it's going to be kind of weird. Tignari is a single target DPS. So, this is a non-single target situation, is my point. Kugi isn't ideal here either, to be clear, obviously. This is a context where, like, this is a context where why I want them to release a team-wide Electro healer. I guess what you could do, you could probably do Dory and like just doing Dory, if you have Dory C6 and doing some normal attacks on her. I don't know. Yeah, no, I'm not doing Proto Amber Yai. But anyways, it's definitely not ideal. So maybe you just do Prototype Amber Nahida, maybe that is better. I don't know. This is why we need more Hydro players that don't require normal attacks, though, because the healing requirement even with C2 Furina can be annoying sometimes, right? In my case, like I can do this fine with C2 Furina. Kuki's healing is enough, but Eon Sun does not do enough healing to no. Even with C2 Furina, Eon Sun does not do enough healing for damage bonus. But yeah, the fact that they haven't done a team-wide Electro healer blows my mind. I don't get why. I really don't get why. And it wouldn't be perfect here because like, if they do a team-wide electro healer, they probably don't heal, or they probably don't do off-field electro in the same way that like Kuki does. That would make sense for balance-wise. Just do like, I don't know, off-field electro with like some downtime or whatever, or with significant downtime compared to Kuki, or with like lower frequency hits, like a every 3 second or every 2.5 second hit instead of every 3 seconds, or sorry, every 1.5 like Kuki is. Anyways, I'll just show it functioning. But yeah, Dory C6 I think is the interesting context here, because like Dory C6 does team-wide healing after you do some normal attacks on her. So you probably only have to do a few normal attacks on her in like in a given rotation in this team. I just don't have Dory leveled, so you know. Let's start with that. Do this.
I hear everything. Now testing my patience.
I just remembered. I think my Tignari artifacts are on. Yeah, I think he has some artifacts, but I believe my Tignari artifacts are on Ganyu. But still, I don't know. You saw the team functioning. So, yeah. Eon's on scales on attack, though. Yeah, I think you're, like she heals every... Was it every... What is it? I think it was, like, every 3.8 seconds. She heals, like, 60% of her attack every 3.8 seconds. So let's assume... Let's be optimistic and assume you have a really good build. Let's assume you have a 3k attack build. Heck, you know what? Let's assume. No, I'm gonna assume 3k attack because if we're talking the Furina Eon's on context, let's assume a 3k attack build. Because I was gonna assume like other attack buffs going on for Eon's on, but I don't think that makes sense for a Furina team. Like Chevreuse Chevreuse's healing is like at least twice. Like if you're actually like building Chevreuse can heal far more than Eon's on. Like so here's a Chevreuse, which already has reason to be built for HP. Here's a Chevreuse level 85 with an HP weapon. So the cheap version of this weapon would be Black Tassel, right? Fab is great on her, of course, but you know, changes her build requirements. And so if you want to do a healing build with Fab, it's a little bit more annoying. You know, level 11 talent, so fairly realistic investment. 5% plus 610. Healing build, you know, healing bonus circlet, right? Yep, okay. So 4k HP, 40k HP. So we do 40,000 times 0.05. I'll just say 0.05. I can add the, whatever, I'll add the, it's fine. 0.0507 adds a, additional, that heads basically nothing, but yeah, it's plus 610. So that at a baseline is 2,638 healing, except healing bonus matters. So multiply by 1.5. So my Chevreuse build is healing 4,000 per tick. And I'm ignoring her C6. 4,000 per tick, and it does every 2 seconds. Right. So, God dang it. 4,000 per tick every 2 seconds. And this lasts 12 seconds, her healing duration. So that's 6 ticks. So that's 4,000 times 6. That is 23,700 healing, right? Now, Eon's on. Let's assume you're doing... One, you're not doing a healing bonus build, generally speaking, on Eon's on. I guess you can technically do... Okay, let's... Let's assume a non-C... So, we're not going to assume 3k attack then. Because if you're doing a C5 Eon's on, you're going to want to do triple attack percent, like, always, to try to max out her buff. Or at least get close to maxing out her buff. So... Let's do the best case scenario comparison possible for Eon's on as far as Eon's on's healing potential compared to Chevreuse. So, and I mentioned this just because I've seen a lot of people say that, oh, she has Chevreuse like healing. No, Chevreuse can actually heal a meaningful amount. So let's assume a healing build with the same like 1.5 multiplier for healing. Let me go check. I believe it's 60% attack.
Don't get any
Okay, yeah, 60% of her attack. Sorry, every 2.8 seconds. I think I said 3.8 before. But this effect only. So when a nearby party member triggers a Night Soul Burst, Aeon Sun will obtain the warming up effect for 10 seconds. So the theoretical best case scenario is you can trigger a Night Soul Burst either with Shalonen. You can trigger it multiple times potentially. Well, Shalonen is just going to do 10 seconds twice, so it doesn't really. So Shalonen could maybe keep this up permanently. Alternatively, doing 3 Natlan units. So let's assume the best case scenario of you're doing like Furina Aeon Sun plus 2 other Natlan units. Let's assume the best case scenario: Furina Aeon Sun, 2 other Natlan units, which I don't think is that common of a circumstance. 60% of her attack every 2.8 seconds. And because if you have 3 Natlan units, that should keep up this healing passive permanently. Because it's when a party member triggers a Night Soul Burst. So you'd have to have 3 Natlan units to keep that up permanently.
Almost every novel from Yai Publishing House.
So
pretty normal, right?
So 10 seconds, so we'll say 20 seconds divided by 2.8. That is a total of 7 instances of healing. So it's 7 instances of the 60% attack healing. All right, cool. There's no talent level that it scales with. It's just her passive. It's always 60%. Nothing scales. Nothing gives you additional scaling, but with investment, other than your attack stat and how much healing bonus you have. So let's do. It's possible to reach her attack cap without doing triple attack percent. For Aeon Sun, with a pre-C5 Aeon Sun to do a healing bonus circlet. That's the circumstance in the best case scenario. I don't think anyone's actually going to do this, but it's possible. So let's assume you're at 2600 attack. You're at about slightly over the attack cap. And then you have a healing bonus circlet. So 2600 attack times 0.6 is 1560 times 1.5 for healing bonus. That's assuming that's assuming she's on a 2-piece healing bonus set. Why? No, we're not going to assume times 1. Okay. I did 1.5 because like my Shivers build has 1.5 healing bonus always built in. So for Shivers teams, that's how much my Shivers was healing with 4k per tick. But I will say that this is the 35% healing bonus from a healing bonus circlet on Shivers, or sorry, on Aeon Sun, and then she can be using 4-piece scroll still. So I'm not going to add an additional 15% healing bonus, but I'll still multiply by 1.5 instead of 1.359 because Furina context would give additional healing bonus. So we'll say 1.5 still. So that's 2,340 healing per tick, but every 2.8 seconds. So that's 2,340 times 7. So in like the best case possible scenario. So in the best case possible scenario that I think is still semi-okay realistic, it's 16,000 healing versus 24,000 healing. And that's with a level 11 talent Shivers and not factoring in C6 Shivers. And there's a lot more people that have C6 Shivers now because Shivers has had 3 relevant banners. But I'm ignoring C6 Shivers. If I factor in C6 Shivers, by the way, let's see, 40k times, it's a 10% team-wide heal. So times 10, times 0.1, times 4 for 4 characters. So that's 16,000 times 1.5. That's an additional, like C6 Shivers functionally doubles Shivers' total healing capacity. Factoring that it heals everyone. Not necessarily, you don't necessarily always need that team-wide heal. But, you know. So anyways, in the best case, basically in the best case scenario for Aeon Sun, she heals 16,380 per tick. Per tick, per rotation. And that's like across the whole rotation. Remember, that's like 2,340 per tick. As far as like a healer for Furina goes, right? Let's look at like Sitlali. Sitlali has a slightly higher than normal base HP because supports tend to have a little bit higher base HP even if they're not HP scaling. 2,340 divided by 18,377 is 12.7% of her HP. Remember, fanfare on Furina converts directly from percentage of character's HP to changing, right, to fanfare, right? Fanfare is 0.25% for one fanfare, and one fanfare is 1% HP changing. So a 12.7% heal on your on-fielder, which is, it's only an on-field heal, right? from Eonson is 12.7 fanfare. 12.7. Like, if she's your only healer, and this is again is an ideal situation, assuming you're doing a healing bonus circlet, like it's really bad. Like, just how like Mizuki is a bad healer for Furina, can't keep up damage bonus, Eonson is a bad healer for Furina. What Eonson's healing is a nice throw-in to help keep your on-fielder alive. It is not a good Furina synergy. And like with Furina C2, by the way, if we multiply that out, because it'd be the Furina C2, right? Takes her fanfare conversion, and instead of 1-to-1, is a 250% increase, right? So instead of 12.7 fanfare, it would be times 2.5, it'd be 31 fanfare. And to get max fanfare on Furina, right, well, we would need 250 fanfare total, because this gives an additional, this raises her cap by 100, but then also gives her 150 starting out. So that means we need 250 fanfare total to max out her cap. So that would mean, even with a C2 of Furina, 250 divided by 31.75. Even with a C2 of Furina, Eonson does not max out healing until she doesn't max out healing. Your Furina burst will end before Eonson maxes out the passive, even with the C2 of Furina. That's how bad Eonson is for Furina, for healing with Furina. So Mizuki can't heal in co-op? Can she not? That's hilarious. That's really funny. So it's not that Eonson and Furina will never be paired together, but you're going to want other healing, right? You will want other healing if you're doing Eonson and Furina together. And that's fine. But yeah, the balance is very much not there. It is not meant to be a feature for her being a compelling healer for Furina. Now, by the way, it's possible. Maybe they will change their mind, and they will want to do that for all characters. Right now it says it does only the healing the current active character. If that was all characters, you can multiply those numbers by 4, functionally, as far as Furina. So that means instead of 12.7 fanfare per stack, this is assuming like Sitlolly-ish HP total on characters. Instead of that'd be times 4, that'd be 50 fanfare per healing tick. Would be like, okay, no, Eonson works well with Furina. Not like she's not gonna, if she did team-wide healing, it was every 2.8 seconds, that wouldn't be like, oh, she's gonna immediately front load your damage bonus. It would take time to build up the fanfare, but it would be usable. Whereas like, as it currently stands, no, she's gonna generate basically no fanfare for Furina. And that's in like an idealized situation where like she's continuing to like heal past 10 seconds because you have enough Night Soul burst triggering to keep up the healing passive constantly. But in reality, most teams with Eonson are only going to get like 3 instances of that heal, which is only like, so that 3 instances of that heal for your active character is like 30 or 40 fanfare. 40 fanfare out of 300 or 250 if you have C1. So, and again, that's assuming a healing bonus circlet. Like, no. So, anyways, lots of numbers that just mean Eonson is not a healer for Furina. Eonson's healing is a minor incidental form of healing that is nice as like a, I'm almost dead. Oh, sweet. Eonson's healing kept me alive. That's what it exists for. Just got home and wanted to watch the VOD and you're still going? Yeah, sorry. They decided to yap about Furina. And then we talked about Eonson. So, anyways. Bennett's healing numbers are super bloated because it's a 70% cap. Bennett is a nonsense healer. If they were going to redesign Bennett would have healing that's like Eonson. This dude heals way too much. Like, so I have him on a noblesse healing build because I just don't think damage-oriented builds are that relevant for him anymore. And with a 27k HP Bennett, level 13, because you crown it anyways, because it's a buffing anyways. Oh boy. Let's see what this is. 27,256. It I'll go show you Bennett in my Furina Lanyon team. You'll see that Bennett overheals and pretty consistently triggers Furina's A4, which is a pretty big deal.
Benny's adventure team
Anyways, 27,256 times 0.1275 plus 1588. This is 5,000 healing per tick. As per second. Per second, my brother. Per second. And then let's multiply by the healing bonus. So I'll say times 1.5 again, because add in a little bit of Furina incoming healing bonus. That's 7,600 HP. 7,600. So as soon as you fall below 70% HP, right? Like Sit Lolly, 70% HP. Where's that at on her? Right? Not that you're on fielding her normally, but you'd still like potentially be on field as they're like rotating between things, right? With Sit Lolly, Bennett, Furina potentially. So 0.7 times 1837. Sorry, I should have done. Oh yeah, no, that's fine. So yeah, 12,860 HP is my Sit Lolly HP. So that means, you know, I need about 5,000 HP to fully heal, which means Bennett healing 7,000 easily, even if she's like at, you know, actually what is her at half HP? 0.5. So 9,100. Yeah, so like my Sit Lolly, she could go down to like 60% HP. 0.6. Yeah, my Sit Lolly could go down to 60% HP, and Bennett would still overheal with one tick of his healing. So that's why, like, if you can just swap to Bennett, get a heal, you can instantly front load a bunch. Like, Bennett is a stupid character, and Furina buffed him in a stupid way too. Bennett's existence is, maybe I should have mentioned Bennett in the C2 Furina video, but quite frankly, Bennett's existence and his ability to be built for healing kind of almost single-handedly invalidates a lot of the potential use cases that Furina C2 could have had if Bennett was not as good of a healer as he is. He's kind of a stupid character, if you didn't know. But what I want you to watch is there's going to be instances where so generally how I'm playing this team, I don't bother trying to get Furina to have a heal from Bennett. But watch like when healing from Bennett procs on Farazan and Lanyan's HP. I'll just play this normally. If I have to, I'll purposely make sure I get a little bit. Oops. Oops. Bennett can even overheal himself, potentially. Oh, I lost my skill because the lady was too far away. That's fine. But yeah, you can see like they keep completely topped up. Like almost everyone but Furina in this team basically keeps topped up. And you trigger Furina's A4 enough with the overhealing that notably Furina herself is usually getting her own A4 healing. So that is not a ton of healing, but the important thing with what Furina A4 does is, in part, if you're not pegged at 50% HP, that means you get the bonus damage, this multiplier, where as long as the character's HP drains when they hit, which means they have to be above 50% HP, they deal bonus damage. So it's pretty important to like not be stuck at 50% HP. So like it's a meaningful aspect. But yeah, my Bennett has the ability to heal 7,600 HP, which means like as soon as Lanyan or Farazan can be healed, they get healed the full immediately. Like it's just so funny. And this team is flexible, and this is part of the reason I like enjoy playing this team, to be clear, and why I kind of want to get Furina. One of the reasons I want to get Furina the most, and maybe I'm leaning more and more towards still trying to do this, but it's just the Eon Sun factor makes things weird for the formerly weapons only account. So I'll probably have some streams doing it, but like this team should work really well with the Furina C0 because of that, basically. And yeah, and it should just be pretty good. So you should be able to front load the damage stacks fairly consistently on fanfare. You know, it's kind of good to take damage in some ways. That's one of the weird things with Furina, by the way. Like taking instances of damage hits. I think that's one of the best parts about her design. Is the fact that taking damage can be a benefit because it gives you more damage bonus faster. I think Furina is one of the most brilliantly designed characters in this game. I know Tars is a Furina hater, by the way. I don't think he says this in his videos. But he only really begrudgingly uses Furina when it feels like it's necessary. Look how much healing Bennett got there. Oh god, ridiculous. Okay, well, this team can definitely clear in 50 seconds. I'm not playing that well. I was looking at the HP monitor, but anyways. Move to Furina. Yeah, no, like, so with a C0 Furina, you would definitely want to move to Furina at least once, probably. And you can definitely fit that in because the field time requirements, you don't stay that long on Lanyan. I usually, you do want to do like a charge attack on Farazan. So trying to fit in the healing on Furina and Farazan, doing an extra like E charge attack is a little bit awkward potentially, but it's definitely doable, just a little bit harder to play. So, anyways, Bennett Furina is good at the team. It's quick swap in nature. Yeah, quick swap in nature, or you just sacrifice a little bit of Bennett uptime, because the relationship of Bennett Furina and Bennett's healing being able to convert to damage bonus means you can sacrifice a little bit of Bennett uptime, use Bennett burst earlier, in order to like heal while you're rotating between your characters, and because even if you're not getting max damage bonus, right, you're getting a bunch of damage bonus, and yeah, you're trading a little bit of Bennett uptime, but that just means you're losing a little bit of damage towards the end of the rotation in favor of getting more damage at the beginning of the rotation. Which is usually good. So, anyways, perfect for Chungyun because he's quick swap. Yeah, so it's quick swap, but like also like the team doesn't have to be quick swap for Bennett on a healing build to work with Furina. So yeah, Point is Bennett healing build potential. Yeah, it's almost single-handedly invalidates many of the circumstances where Furina C2 could theoretically be relevant. To be clear, like Bennett on a non-healing build, Furina C2 is a bit more noticeable for, potentially. But, yeah. Anywho's. So starting the rotation with Bennett burst. I wouldn't necessarily say starting the rotation, because like in that team there, if I start the rotation with Bennett burst, then the Bennett uptime is going to be so low that it's going to be like not easy to maybe even get a heal on Farazan when I switch back to Farazan to do a charge attack kind of thing. Like it might be hard to get Bennett buff even up for the one Farazan charge attack. But starting it right after Furina burst, I think does make sense there in that team. So even if it weren't like quick swappy and like I spent more field time on Farazan or whatever, or on Lanyan. So yeah. C6 Chungus while wishing for Rio, nice. Yeah, I don't know. I wanna and the freaking Ascension Crystal problem is so weird. He's level 60 already though, so like I should start him. I don't know why he wasn't started before. But like, I don't know. Should I try to level him to 80 and do something with him? I kind of want him at the Arlecchino synergy with his C2 is interesting. So like 15% cooldown reduction with Arlecchino. Because Arlecchino, remember, has a 30-second cooldown, but functionally her cooldown is not 30 seconds, right? In practice, because she reduces her skill cooldown by attacking. Duh. But it means Chungyun's skill cooldown reduction reduces her skill cooldown by 4.5 seconds. And 4.5 seconds is a pretty big difference. So like while I already do like fast rotation. I showed earlier like doing Rosaria's at Lolly combo and how you can do, fast rotations with that. So 15-second cooldown there. Rosaria also has 15-second cooldown. So you can do fast rotations with Rosaria. But Chungyun, what you usually have to do, you have to like keep on doing some normal attacks potentially after you lose the buff. You lose some of your buffs up. Some like you lose your Bennett buff, for example, and like I still have to do some normal attacks to get her cooldown down. Whereas So that extends rotation time, potentially. Chongyun there should reduce the cooldown enough that you don't have to do that. So, unironically, the Chongyun instead of Rosaria combo is something I'm very tempted by. I don't really have to level him for that, though. For what it's worth. I could just not. He can just be level 60 and be fine. But the reason it's interesting is because I think his like front-loaded damage potential that he can get is worth potentially speccing into. Right? So, I don't know. It's something I want to mess around with. So I kind of want to level up Chongyun a little bit. At least get him to 80. No, not Golden Troop Chongyun. Emblem Chongyun isn't that relevant either because his energy is like 0. You know, he has like very low energy needs. Golden Chongyun does not do much skill damage. So yeah, I don't know. And there's also weird potential utility, I think. Like I could see people wanting in particular to do Chongyun with Arlecchino C2, and especially like on Arlecchino C2 with their signature weapon. Because funnily enough, I think what the cryo infusion can do for Arlecchino is before you could do like an instance of cryo application with an Arlecchino cryo infusion before she gets her bond of life, right? Well, no, that's probably not going to happen in sustained rotations though, because she's going to have so much carryover bond of life. So I don't know. Anyways, like you can increase your carryover bond of life to sustained rotations. Like Chongyun is a genuinely interesting unit to do double cryo with Arlecchino. So, yeah. All of my Chongyun ideas sounded good, but didn't turn out very well. I'm fairly confident the Arlecchino idea works well because other people have done it. That is not my idea. It was I saw it mentioned and I was like, oh yeah, that does work well probably. So I don't know. I can try that, but I don't have the energy to try it right now. I think. Remind me to try it next stream. Yeah. So, anyways, I might not stream tomorrow. I think I'm leaning towards not streaming tomorrow in favor of getting the editing for this wishing video done. Getting that out on Thursday. And then I'll probably stream on Thursday. Probably won't stream on Friday in favor of getting other videos done for the weekend. So yeah, what's my Furina ER? If you want to see my Furina build, which is the most universal I can... well, not the literal most universal, but close to the most universal I can make it. This is my Furina build that I basically never change. Outside of context, if I'm specifically trying to min-max Furina, like get a really big vaporize on her for some reason, then I can do some Key of Kajna suit shenanigans with her. But, yeah. So, as far as individual artifacts, if you care. I pulled for her signature. I see. I respect pulling for her signature. Fav is great on her. Fav is a wonderful weapon on her. I'm so glad they made a signature weapon for Furina that's as good for her kit as it is. So, you know, I respect pulling for her signature. I regret it though, because I have an R5 Fav. Oh, I was talking about Fav. So, I guess you mean you pulled for Kirabra's signature. Oh, oops. I forgot I was doing... Dang it, the impact of that moment was lost because I forgot I had Amenoma shenanigans on her. I see. You pulled for Kirabra's signature. I see. It's a common mistake. There's a lot of people that for some reason mistake Kirabra's signature weapon as Furina's signature weapon. And it's an understandable mistake. So, lesson learned. This weapon work for Clorind? Which weapon? The blue stick? No. Not really. I would not recommend. Like, it can. She can trigger the passive relatively consistently without Furina. Not all the time, but HP is not exactly that relevant on her. By not relevant, it does nothing. And elemental skill damage also doesn't really do anything for Clorind. Because it counts as normal attack damage. This lunging attack damage. So, yeah. Not recommend. But it's a stat stick weapon. It's basically just a worse version of this. This is a better version of it because, one, it gives crit rate. It's something. Hey, it's equivalent to a max roll crit rate. Sick. It's better than nothing. I'm glad I have it, you know. And then the passive actually can do something with EM buffs, so, you know. We can end it here. We can end off. You know what? Here, let's end off with, let's compare my preferred Chlorine team to a Furina with C2 with Chlorine. So we're gonna do this. I'm not gonna burst him a week, don't worry. Who does that? Blap. There we go. There she is. Man's got her C2. I've had her C2 since their original banner, and I didn't have to spend money for it, which is good. But yes, I have her C2. I have had it since forever. But thank you, I guess. Yeah, I don't regret getting her C2. I've yapped him enough about that though. If you want to see my yaps about Furina C2. Anyways, I don't know why I clicked on that. I haven't used my resin yet. Ah, frick me. I told you to remind me to use my resin in the bosses, and I didn't do it. Ugh, whatever. Okay, we'll do that, and then we'll end the stream. Good job.
Testing my patience.
Fresh and floral.
Gotcha.
31 seconds. 31 seconds. Alright. Let's see if C2 Furina is better than a no burst Muika. That was C0 R1 Emily. R1 Emily doesn't matter. And yes, I have Muika's weapon, which helps, but I also didn't burst on Muika, so, you know. Let's compare C2 Furina with official... Also C2 Nahida. I don't know if it's going to get more faster clear. This is C2 Nahida plus C2 Furina with a very good official build. I don't think I burst on... Do I burst on? I don't know, the EM... Maybe I should... Okay, we'll do two things here. Well, no, that's just electric charge. I was going to say we could use Shalona instead of... But that's just electric charge. I wanted to do an aggravate, like a normal Chlorine team. Freaking C2 Furina. This is why I don't like C2 Furina. It makes things weird. If this clears faster, I think it's because of C2 Nahida. Quite frankly. I think I just don't burst on here though, because I think it's faster to not burst for clear times. Quite frankly. Like maybe I burst once at the end of a rotation, I feel like. Really? That doesn't count. Baiju work instead of Nahida? I mean, yeah, a number of different dendros can work. C4 cat can work. Wouldn't recommend a non-C4 cat with Chlorine that much personally, but you can do it. Depends on the situation a little bit. Baiju could work for keeping up Quicken, at least. It shouldn't be that hard to keep up Quicken with 2 Electro units, and Baiju, I think it would work. It might be a little bit weird. You can use like a million different dendros. I'm just trying to showcase a high power, unconventional Chlorine team versus... versus a normal Chlorine team. I did that a little bit poorly.
Now testing my patience.
Please, let me stop interrupting me. Jesus. Like, it's literally worse. It's literally worse. I don't, like, could I optimize this down to get it clears as good as I got with Emily? But I don't know. That team is so good at transitioning to new waves. It's like... really. Please. Oh my god. Okay, here. Let's try Shallonen instead of Nahida, honestly, because it'll transition to new waves better. Let's just do Electro Charge, it might be better. Frick, Shallonen's on instructors right now. Because Mawika's on scroll on the other team. Ugh. Okay, maybe I try Oron, because Oron is on scroll. Wait, why are you there? Alright, let's try like that. I don't know. But yeah, I don't know. Like, R1 Emily makes a difference, but like, so does C2 Furina does make some difference, and so does C2 Nahida, and like, the C2 Furina, C2 Nahida Quick Bloom team just seems worse to me in my experience compared to a lower investment Emily Mawika team. So, I don't know. I like that team a lot, is my point. And it's probably going to be... I still got to make my Chlorine video. But that's probably going to be one of the main focuses of my Chlorine video. I don't lie, I think this is better too. To be clear, Shallonen is buffing Furina a bit. I also just think this is just more consistent AoE damage. In single target, I think the Aggravate team should be better than that team. But like, yeah, it also staggers the enemy. Yeah, so anyways. I don't know, I like that Chlorine feels so comfortable and good to play in different kinds of things you can see doing electro things in. Like, she's quite literally on-field official, is my overall feeling for her. And I wish I had gotten earlier, but anyways. You can do Furina Wither, but you also don't have to do Furina Wither. So I don't know, I really like Chlorine's design. And I like Furina's synergy with Chlorine, even without C2, to be clear. So, yeah. Anywho's, yeah, my favorite Chlorine team is definitely this team. And I think Eon-san's going to replace Shallonen in this team. I think Eon-san is better than Shallonen here. And you know what's funny? I think what I'm going to try to do is when Shallonen comes out, if I find Shallonen... when Eon-san comes out, I'm going to try Eon-san in this team instead of Shallonen. And I think Eon-san I'll put on 4-piece Noblesse, right? Or no. I think I keep Eon-san on 4-piece scroll because I'll have a really good scroll. I have a really good scroll build for her. And then I'm either gonna put Mawika on Noblesse or Instructors. And I'll try to get some crit stats on Instructors, to be clear. Like, isn't this just... Look at this beautiful artifact. It's like the best Mawika artifact possible. And look, you can't stop me. I will do Mawika on Instructors. And it probably will get the same clear times or better clear times. So, yep. Do I have a Pyro Goblet? No, but I do have an EM Goblet. No Pyro Goblet. Sad. Alright. Anyways, won't the shred from Shallonen rather than attack? No, I'm pretty sure Eon-san will be better than Shallonen there. I'm not 100% sure though. It's not the same equation as like Eon-san Mawika, like for Mawika DPSing, I mean. Eon-san replacing Shallonen in Mawika teams is a bit different of a context than Eon-san replacing here. So I'm not sure. Particularly because I haven't done the calcs. I don't feel like doing the calcs. I'll just explore it myself when the character actually releases. That's my preference. Like, this is a strong weapon. But I don't know. I think Eon-san might be better. It depends. I think it depends. But it's definitely one of the contexts where I'm going to compare Shallonen to Eon-san in though. Show you. By level 70, it doesn't have to be any higher. It's really expensive to level 5-star weapons, particularly the last 2 ascensions. Resin-wise, it's overcosted, and also like Moira-wise, and also the enemy drops I didn't want to farm. And she's already at her attack cap, she's at the defense cap. Both on my instructor build, and my non-instructor build, my scroll build. So she only needs 2.9k defense to reach that. I have an energy timepiece healing bonus circlet build with this weapon at level 70 on scroll that maxes out her buff. And like you can see, she's way past. She has 250 defense more than she needs with a 4-star artifact build. Like, this character is comically easy to build, as long as you don't need to burst on her consistently. So, which sometimes you do if you're doing Furina with her, to be clear. Which is why I have a build that can do that. Honestly, I think this build can actually do that. Funnily enough, I don't know. This character is extremely easy to build. So, anyways, even with her signature weapon making her technically harder to build, it's not hard to build her. So, yeah. Anyways, yeah, I don't know. I like this team a lot. And then part of the reason, by the way, for putting EM on her isn't just like, or putting instructors. Yeah, the EM for aggravates, but also, again, like the additional synergy from this giving me additional damage with EM. Trying to make use of actually having this stupid thing. Yeah. Anyways, I did get, like when I put Chelonin on instructors here, I got noticeably better clears. So, yeah. It's just funny. But yeah, Chelonin is similar to Bennett, where you like use her on scroll, use her on Petra, use her on instructors. It's like, this game more than ever needs loadouts. Like, characters change their builds all the time in this game. If you're actually trying to like play things some amount optimally. So yeah. Anyways, minus the energy need. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. I don't know. Actually, I should go test it maybe, but not that I need to in that team, but. Let's see quick. Use the weapon on unbuilt characters in theater to make them useful. Nice. Let's I did normal type. Here, let's do Chelonin burst. See if we can burst every rotation. I missed it. Oops. A bear. Oh, I just got my burst back. I think what happened there was a Night Soul burst triggered. Oh wait, no, I don't have 2-piece scroll. So it must have just been energy particles from Emily or something. I don't know exactly. But yeah, I can basically burst consistently even with instructors. But I don't need to in this build. It's just that's the artifacts I had. I put her on an ER timepiece on instructors because I had it. So anyways, it was from enemy particles. Oh, that's what happened there. So anyways, so not quite enough to burst consistently on this build, I guess, but not that far away. And notably, like, all I would have to do to be able to burst consistently on this build is just put her on a def % instructor goblet, which I don't have. Not leveled up, at least. I do have one. But I could put her on a def % instructor goblet and then put her on a 5-star ER timepiece, and she'd be bursting consistently, right? So, yeah. It's not even hard to burst consistently on her and instructors. Any good weapon for Emily? I would probably recommend so I'm gonna, when Emily reruns, I'm probably gonna be like, okay, I really like this character. I think most people did not pull her for her on her original banner, and I'm gonna try to show a bunch of different contexts where, like, yeah, you can do just like the boring burning teams, but also you can do a bunch of things like I just showed you with Chlorine that are interesting and fun. She's like such a cool unit to have as a compelling off-field damage dealer. You gotta invest in her build. She's not easy to build, whatever. If you don't have Deathmatch, like, Deathmatch is going to be the default recommendation. That isn't her signature weapon, but what I was saying is, like, her signature weapon does change how she can be played a little bit. Including, like, particularly it, like, helps with, like, doing weird things with Hydro with her. But anyways, Polar, because she's cute. Yeah, there you go. But anyways, as far as, like, free-to-play weapons for her, if you don't have this, because this is an older event weapon, then you can do this. This is basically just a worse version of Missive Windspear, mostly for her. But it gives a bunch of attack %. It gives some ER. It's possible you could use this weapon to even, like, make her... It's possible to do a burst every rotation build without her signature weapon, to be clear, right? I showed when she first came out without her signature weapon doing a catch build on her with 4-piece emblem, and it being pretty good. So, yeah. Why do I have Royal Polearm? I made a video with Royal Polearm, and I actually used Emily as an example of a character who, because this passive works off field, I use Emily as a character where, like, there's not that many options for attack percent polearms that aren't freaking event weapons. Like, there's like what attack percent polearm is there in the game that is actually accessible that isn't an event weapon? We have this that gives attack percent as passive. We have this, an old ass event weapon, right? And what do you, and like Blacklift is a terrible weapon on Emily. Every calc I did with Emily, Royal Spear without factoring in the passive was basically equivalent to Blacklift when I did calcs for Emily. So like, and then when you actually factor in the passive, because the passive does give value, consistent value, compared to Blacklift giving basically almost never any value to Emily. This is literally better for Emily than Blacklift. And there's definitely people who use Blacklift Emily, because like, oh, crit damage stat stick, right? But should you use this over deathmatch? No, but this is a freely accessible weapon, right? That helps you build her a little bit because it gives some crit rate, not much crit rate. Like functionally, you should just treat this as a tiny bit of crit rate, like 4 to 8% crit rate. There's a map. There, you can go. If you can watch my Royal Spear video, you'll see. Like it's a video like how bad are the Royal weapons really, and I basically talked about how like most of them aren't really relevant because of the fact that there's other compelling weapons available, right? In the case of Royal Spear, I think there's more context where it's relevant because there's not a universally available like attack percent weapon. But they release another polearm that gives attack percent substat. Like this is probably better than Royal Spear, generally speaking. I'm fairly certain. Not always. If you can get a build that can actually take advantage of the ER, definitely better. But even a build that doesn't take advantage of the ER, it's like kind of better. Kind of. Or kind of a side grade, I'd say. So, anyways. And with R5, they're kind of even substantially more interesting. But anyways. Yeah, yeah, one of the main points I made in the Royal Weapon video was like, what I think these weapons are designed for is for the people who have bad builds. Yeah. Like, if you have a build that is like 50% crit rate, you will like the change. You will see a noticeable change potentially in the consistency of your like clear times by using the Royal weapons over a non crit rate giving attack percent weapon, right? So they're actually kind of interesting. It's just that like if you're actually farming for optimized builds in some form, they're not very relevant. Right? Most of the time. So, wouldn't Battle Pass be better? The Battle Pass weapons cost money! This is $30. It's an R3 deathmatch. It's $30. You don't just get this. Like, and again, I think the Battle Pass, you should treat the weapons as a bonus, not like not usually the reason to get the Battle Pass. But there's a difference. Anyways, like, yes, if you have deathmatch, I think you should use deathmatch on her. But anyways, so Royal Spear or the event weapon, I think, are interesting free-to-play weapons for her. Fav is an option too, honestly, but I wouldn't recommend it normally. And the weird catch emblem build is an option too. There's weird different ways to make Emily usable in different contexts. It's just that like her signature is a significant difference maker and is like the nice universal option for enabling bursting more consistently on her, and being able to burst consistently on her, particularly if you can get enough, you get a little bit of extra energy substats. And you can burst, every 15 seconds. You never have to press your skill. Like, despite being a unit, like, even though, like, you're bursting every rotation where they're in, that's like, oh no, like, 5-star burst animation, wasting time. Except you don't have to press your skill. Because normally characters, you have to do, like, EQ. And that EQ is, like, several seconds of time, field time spent. It's going to actually save rotation time, but you never have to do anything other than pressing Q, potentially with their signature weapon. The only way to do that without her signature weapon is with a quite high energy build, emblem build, or whatever, right? So... Anywho's, I never noticed because their burst cost is kind of low. You probably play her in double tender teams or something then, because I literally had her the other day where I used her in the event with her signature weapon and with a different flower that had I had her on 124 ER, and I switched her flower because I was like, God dang it, I'm not getting my burst back. because I needed it back sooner to be able to use it to clear a floor. Like, but she's solo Dendro, so I don't know. The way that this character generates energy, yes, her burst cost is only 50, but she generates energy like with particles over time with her off field, so she's catching all of her particles off field, and so unless you're funneling like fab particles to her, and generally speaking, you don't do that with your off fielders. It's not like her energy needs are deceptively high in a lot of contexts. So why don't I activate her cons? Oh. Just pretend I don't have it. I haven't decided even on her rerun. Like for a while I was thinking on her rerun I'm going to activate it, but like I like showing her at C0. And like I feel like as soon as I get her C1 in conjunction with her weapon is a pretty significant damage increase. Her weapon is already a significant change. A fairly significant change. Her C1 plus her weapon. The reason I got her C1 was not... It was stupid. I don't feel like explaining it right now. I don't have the energy to explain it. It's way too long of a story to explain why I have it. There is a reason for it. It's content. It's a content creation problem. That's all it is. Crap, I should have used that for bosses. Whatever. You know, whatever. You got your Furina. Congrats. So, anyways, I don't know. Ask another day and I'll explain the full story when I've not been streaming for 6 hours. Alright, so anyways, I've been streaming for 6 hours. It is 7:42 p.m. I need to go do my taxes. I'm not going to do my taxes tonight, but I do need to go do them, actually. I think I'm going to do them this week. I might do that tomorrow, actually. And edit my video. Ugh. Anyways, did you finish polls? Yeah, you can rewind. The polls originally started at like 30 minutes into the video, I think. Sorry, 53 minutes in the video. And so if you want to rewind and go watch the polls. But they went until like 4 hours in because we had to... I wasn't doing polls constantly for 4 hours straight, but they went until 4 hours in because of waiting for the NA banner. So, yeah. Furina C2 or Shallonen C2. Depends. They're different contexts. They're very different contexts. If you really have a cryo DPS you like, because like the current cryo DPSs in the game aren't exactly the strongest characters. Like if you really love Wriothesley, getting Shallonen C2 for Wriothesley might be quite noticeable. Same thing Ganyu. Same thing Ayaka, honestly. I don't really think getting it for the Geo, Pyro, or Hydro buffs are that worthwhile. Will you notice the Hydro buff with like a Furina Nuviolette team? Yeah. Because like giving 45% HP to Nuviolette and Furina is not insignificant. The Electra buff is very interesting for doing weird shenanigans with some Electra units, but it's pretty niche. I like that it exists. Anyone who says this is useless, absolute L take. They don't even like having fun with playing Genshin Impact, just saying. That's a little bit of an asshole way to say my opinion, to be clear. They can enjoy Genshin in their own way, it's fine. But saying that this shouldn't exist and should be like, I want 800% attack from my Electro unit. No, I like this. This is cool. I think it's fun. Just because it has niche utility does not mean it doesn't need to exist. If you don't... You don't have to pull Shallonen C2 for Electro. But it's also the most unique one there, and it's the most fun one on paper. Not on paper, in practice. If you can abuse it. But also the way that most people end up using it is just for slideshow impact teams. I don't know. I haven't made a video about it because like I didn't want to make a video about it when Shallonen's banner was running because I didn't want to bait people into pulling C2 Shallonen for a meme. But I don't know. I'll probably make some video. The main video I will probably make that abuses C2 Shallonen is a Kuki. Like Kuki's damage. Kuki does HP scaling damage in her burst, and she has a weird kit in that like it does 50% damage at level 11. 50% damage if she is above 50% HP, I believe. Yeah, above 50% HP. Or if she's less than 50% HP, does 82% damage. And this can also trigger a bunch of like aggravates. Like 82% of her HP is damage. 15-second burst cooldown. 60-second energy cost. Shallonen C2 reduces this to 9 seconds and refunds 40 energy, or refunds 25 energy. So if you can get 35 energy every 10 seconds or so, you can do 2 bursts per rotation with Kuki, and potentially doing 82% of her HP as damage. That's all. Like if I level it up, what is it? 86? Yeah. You can do like 150% of her HP as damage, twice per rotation, 300% of her HP. For reference, to be clear, this is not the same kind of comparison. We'll use Nebulet as a comparison. For reference, like it's not a thing that Kuki's going to get 800k damage on screen because of it, because it's not an 82% multiplier. It's not like this multiplier that gets 600,000 damage because it's one big multiplier and one big hit. It's split across a bunch of things, right? But again, to compare though, like here's a Mualani burst, which does a noticeable amount of damage. Yes, well, yeah. So, anyways, like it's not like, oh my god, it's gonna make Kuki an S tier DPS, but it's a fun thing you can do. And also, there's stuff with like Lisa, makes Lisa like actually really, really usable and very interesting. So, anyways, Shallonen C2 is an interesting constellation. I like that it exists for the Electro units. Is it worth getting? No, not really. Yeah, I don't think it's worth getting. But it versus Furina C2 is, I don't know, the team context for where these are relevant are extremely different. I think Furina C2 is more valuable than Shallonen C2, but depends what you like. So, I don't know. Depends on your preference. I would recommend probably like Furina C0, Shallonen C0, Shallonen R1, Furina C1 before C2 of either of them, I would say. And to be clear, C2 Shallonen requires a relatively pointless constellation as far as combat goes. Relatively. Not always. The interruption resistance can be something. Like I think it helps a little bit for that Clarin team, for example, against those enemies earlier. But and they're also nice for exploration, I guess. But not in the same level as like, basically most people going for Shallonen C1 are probably doing it because they want Shallonen C2. So Shallonen C2 is functionally an extra expensive constellation as far as combat utility goes. So yeah, I'd say Furina C1, Shallonen C0, R1 maybe is the better balance than choosing either Shallonen C2 or Shallonen or Furina C2, right? But I don't know what you're currently at. If you're at Shallonen C-1 right now, that changes things. So yeah. Test the Kuki Xylo thing. It's so interesting. I have tested it before. It works. It's a little bit weird to play because you need to do 2 skills on Shallonen per rotation. She has a 7-second skill cooldown, so it's not hard. But like it quite literally, the weird thing about it is it's like a 10-second rotation team. Is functionally what it feels like playing. So the conjunction of things that you need for it to work is you need units that have uptime in their abilities that fit in 10-second intervals. And there's not that many. That's the main problem with Shallonen C2 in my experience for the Electro buff, is that there are Electro units that it has context with being relevant for, but then there's not enough other units to pair with those Electro units that have cooldowns that match up in ways that allow you to truly abuse it. Right? So yeah, I don't know. I gotta play the Kuki Shallonen C2 thing more, and get used to it. So it's weird. Anyways, I want to try Caesar's Clarin and Theater on my EU account. I can add you. Yeah, feel free to add the EU account if you want. I do need to do Theater on that account. I'll probably do that later this week. But yeah, we'll probably do some Furina farming. I'll do at least like 20 more polls, I feel like, for Furina. I don't know. Man, if the 4-stars are really good though, and the 4-stars being really good on Varese, Shanyun banner make it so hard to decide what the sensible thing is to do on that account. God, it's complicated. And the main reason I want Furina on that account is basically just for DPS Lanyan, which is stupid. And I don't know if I'm ever going to actually put the energy into actually properly doing DPS Lanyan because I have to invest in Farazan. Anyways, it's good for more than one other Geo in the team. Kind of. I've yapped about how C2 Shalon for Mono Geo is kind of poop, in my opinion, because of the fact that her healing doesn't work. So, yeah. Anywho's. Yeah, fun video, fun stream. I need to stop streaming. I've been streaming for way too long. Good lord. Good lord. I'll use my resin tomorrow. Actually, I'll use my resin after I am done streaming, after I take a break. Actually, I don't know. Do I need to use it now? I should probably use it now, because I'm going to cap out on resin if I don't use it now. Well, no, I'm not going to cap out. It's 21 hours from now. Yeah, no, I'll be fine. I'm just going to save it till tomorrow. It'll be fine. I'm done. I'm good for the day. I've had enough Genshin for the day. I'm going to take a break. And, yep. If I am in the mood, maybe I will end up editing the wishing video or get it out for tomorrow, but it's likely the wishing video will come out Thursday. But, yeah. Thanks for watching. Hopefully you enjoy your Furinas if you're getting her for the first time, or you enjoy her constellations, and hopefully you feel it was worth it. If you're getting those. And, if you're getting Risley, hopefully you enjoy him too. And good luck if you're still haven't wished for him yet. Bye-bye.